Hey everyone, Firescale Audiobooks here. If there's a novel you'd love to hear more of, you can support us on Patreon or Ko-fi. Depending on your tier, I'll make extra parts just for the stories you're most excited about. Usually I can only upload 4 to 5 parts of each novel, but with your support we can go beyond that. And of course, don't forget to hit subscribe. It helps more than you know.
Fong Lin was one of the 4 chief escorts of the Zhao family's Wei Yuan escort agency, a seasoned veteran who commanded respect without raising his voice. The young men became more reserved, their earlier excitement about venturing out gradually fading as they listened to Chief Escort Fong's instructions. The usual rules apply. The old lead the new. Each veteran escorts a newcomer. For a smooth escort mission, all newcomers must follow the veterans. In case of emergencies, don't panic or act rashly. Do exactly as the veteran does. This escort route isn't far, about 10 days round trip, heading to Dragon Spring Town. Everyone participating is not allowed to quit midway or reveal any information to passersby. Violators will be severely punished. It had to be said, this Chief Escort Fong was extremely responsible. Even though the youths were just out to gain some worldly experience by tagging along, he treated them strictly as real escorts. Better to be strict than lax. Li Pingcan was lost among the tall youths, carefully listening to the escort agency's rules. Every profession's seemingly odd rules were warnings earned through painful lessons. This escort route was not difficult. Most of the path was official roads, and the cargo was just a caravan's goods, nothing rare or eye-catching. But it wasn't without danger, as the path passed through the Black Mountain Old Forest, where ferocious beasts might lurk. Chief Escort Fong spoke plainly and succinctly. All the youths understood and began looking for their assigned escort masters to chat and get acquainted. Li Pingfu and Li Pingcan, you two brothers come with me. Fong Lin suddenly softened from his earlier stern demeanor, looking warmly at Li Pingfu, showing a close attitude. The chief escort of Wei Yuan Escort Agency, Zhao Huafeng, had high hopes for this young man, so Fong Lin naturally did not treat him lightly. Besides, Li Pingfu was only 20 years old but already catching up to Fong Lin's martial realm. A promising future indeed. Rumor had it that the B Alliance, who had previously clashed with these youths, had vanished without a trace. Truly a group of talented young elites. I've long heard that our flat peach town has produced a talented youth. If you don't mind, just call me Uncle Fong. Li Pingfu cupped his fists, thanking him. Uncle Fong, I'll trouble you to take care of us this time. Li Pingcan lifted his head, unable to help it since everyone here was taller than him, and said, Thank you, Uncle Fong. He wasn't overly worried, having made many preparations. Little Black as a scout was standard. Killer bees accompanied them. He listened closely to the earth veins along the way. He also carried antidote pills bought from the black market, beast repellent, and a unique secret recipe medicine called 7-leaf purple gold treasure herb. His close combat strength was not weak. His oak stick technique could turn branches into sharp blades, and he had primal savagery. For ranged attacks, he had perfected the combined thornstone throwing technique, able to withstand even small bee swarms. He didn't have to use these skills, but he couldn't be without them. All this was in pursuit of an immortal destiny. They set out for Dragon Spring Lake. The Wei Yuan Escort Agency's setup this time included 5 horses and 2 carriages, surrounded by a group of escort warriors. The lead horse was a beautiful chestnut, muscular and tall, obviously expensive, Fong Lin's mount. From horseback, one could see farther, spotting dangers first and alerting the group. Near the village, the official road was smooth and flat. After 20 or 30 miles, the vegetation on both sides grew lush and dense, and people became sparse. Nay, nay, nay. The chestnut horse suddenly neighed, flicking its tail left and right in discontent. Li Pingcan listened to the horse's murmurs as he walked. It believed it should be galloping on a grassland rather than plodding along like an old man pushing a cart, so it was quite unhappy. Fei Hong is probably hungry. I'll feed you the best grass later. Fong Lin comforted the horse. Li Pingcan shook his head secretly. This master and horse had zero tacit understanding. He looked at the group. The youth named Xiao no longer exhibited his usual restless habit of constantly twirling his throwing knives, instead standing straight and steady like a pine tree as he marched forward. Chief Escort Fong wasn't good at taming horses, but was skilled at training newcomers with the old lead's new system. The youths, who had been proud after dealing with the B Alliance, quietly settled into the escort team without their previous restlessness. Big Brother must have noticed their problems and planned this training. People can't be taught by words alone, but experience teaches swiftly. He listened intently as Big Brother chatted with Chief Escort Fong. Escort work pays well with a good monthly wage, but many are unwilling to do it, Fong Lin sighed. Do you know why? Usually, escort routes are long, half a month, or even a month with no return home, often separated from family, and it's quite dangerous, Li Pingfu responded empathetically. This escort route was relatively close. If it was a month-long trip, he wouldn't want to do it either. These peaceful years had no wars, and natural disasters were managed by celestial officials. Anyone willing to endure hardship could survive, but escorting was a life-risking job. Do you know where the danger lies? There are bandits, ferocious beasts, and treasure beasts. You're right. Besides those, there are local bullies in the mountains. Fong Lin pointed to the distant mountains. Beyond the border of Peach Blossom South Mountain lies the boundary between Yinshui County and Qingshan County. Escorting within Yinshui County is safe. But beyond that is Qingshan County's territory, where the Dragon Tiger stronghold nests. To pass through, either you must be tough and ruthless or pay money to smooth things over. Dragon Tiger stronghold? A bandit camp? Li Pingfu asked curiously. Don't celestial officials manage that? Fong Lin didn't answer, only revealing a meaningful smile. Actually, Yinshui County has similar strongholds, collectively called 1 marshal, 2 strongholds, 3 gangs. He explained slowly. The so-called 1 marshal was the Martial Alliance, a huge force formed by the union of major martial arts schools. Only those who had reached the divine execution realm could join. They cooperated somewhat with the government, had the broadest network, and reliable intelligence. The 2 strongholds were bandit camps originally evolved from mountain residents, entrenched in wilderness areas. The 3 gangs were various small factions, the most numerous, usually engaged in illegal and chaotic activities, considered troublemakers by both chivalrous circles and the government. So why these gangs had not been wiped out was worth pondering. Where there are people, there is strife. Li Pingfu pondered deeply. According to Chief Escort Fong, their family running a martial arts school was indeed the right path. Li Pingfu respectfully cupped his fists. Thank for the guidance, Uncle Fong. Without a systematic understanding, a boy from farming background would struggle to see through these complicated relations. Speaking of escort dangers, the greatest threat isn't even people. Fong Lin's expression suddenly turned serious. Remember, never enter the Black Mountain Forest. If you hear strange voices calling your name, don't respond. Why? That's an evil spirit. Fong Lin took a deep breath, his eyes reflecting lingering terror from past memories. Once, a brother of mine was possessed by an evil spirit. He killed his entire family and then wielded a knife to attack others. In the end, it took an immortal's intervention to subdue him. Li Pingfu nodded solemnly. Li Pingsan's expression also grew heavy. Evil spirits, such obviously terrifying and mysterious things, were to be avoided by ordinary people at all costs. Even as a druid, it was difficult for him to deal with such supernatural, mysterious forces. Suddenly, Li Pingfu recalled the soul summoning talisman that Li Wang had begged from Celestial Official 5 years ago. If it could summon souls to haunt, surely there were immortal methods to repel and break evil spirits as well. Though Fong Lin's warnings about evil spirits left lingering fears, Li Pingsan's journey had been smooth sailing so far. Apart from the initial novelty, the monotonous wilderness scenery quickly dulled the youth's excitement, with no signs of the so-called dangers materializing. Even the roadside inns they stayed were familiar establishments, clearly prearranged and reported. The bloodthirsty battles whispered about in martial circles seemed unlikely to occur on this escort mission. After all, how much true drama exists in ordinary life? Isn't most of it just social niceties and steady operations? On the evening of the fourth day, the group stopped at a somewhat dilapidated Taoist temple, securing their horses and carts before lighting a bonfire inside the building for rest. Li Pingyan studied the simple map's markings. Just 2 more days until they reached Longquan County. The outbound trip took 6 days, while the return would only require 4. First, because traveling light without cargo increased speed, and second, because their planned return route cut through mountain paths to save time. However, this shortcut appeared to be known only to the Weiyuan escort agency. The route Zhou and Xian had taken them 2 years ago during training had been different. The mountain night wind carried an eerie chill, making the watchmen's necks ache as it swayed the bonfire flames, stretching their shadows long and thin outside. Sounds of clashing fists and excited youthful cheers echoed from the courtyard. Are the escorts sparring again? Li Pingsan's interest stirred. Escort missions were dull affairs, requiring full daytime vigilance without alcohol or outlets for pent-up energy, creating considerable tension. Evening sparring sessions became the perfect release. Practicing martial arts until dripping with sweat brought wonderful relief, refreshing both body and mind. It also helped escorts familiarize themselves with each other's techniques, establish rankings, and understand how to coordinate during real conflicts. Following several escorts outside, Li Pingyan saw 2 figures, one young, one mature, already locked in fierce combat within a branch-marked circle. The fighter was Li Chao, 5th oldest among the brothers from Peach Blossom Village. His straightforward personality manifested in aggressive offense, swift defense, and disciplined footwork, revealing exceptionally solid fundamentals. Yet youth remained his disadvantage. After close-quarters exchanges, the escort feinted a whip kick that hooked Li Chao's knee, destabilizing and toppling him. This resulted from both inexperience and inferior blood chi strength compared to the seasoned escort. Yu Chang's mantis leg technique remains impressively swift. He's older, no shame losing to him. Fong Lin patted Li Chao's shoulder encouragingly, while stealing an amazed glance at Li Pingfu. Though the Yus rarely won matches, each displayed remarkable talents that, with proper training, would blossom into formidable abilities. That Li Pingfu could gather so many capable Yus at his age marked him as truly exceptional. Fong Lin recalled his own mediocre skills at 20. Meanwhile, Li Pingyan observed intently, absorbing practical combat insights from others' exchanges. Even to his eyes, their movements seemed slightly sluggish with overly telegraphed intentions, making counters easily predictable. Still, many average minds could equal a genius. This made for decent entertainment. After Yu Chang won with his mantis leg technique against another escort, Li Pingyan noted its advantages: swift, energy-efficient footwork enabling agile maneuvering and opportunistic strikes, granting Yu Chang exceptional endurance. Having won twice consecutively, Yu Chang withdrew to spectate. Next, second brother Xie Xiaodao showcased his throwing knife mastery, hitting every target within 50 paces, drawing escorts' praise. Xie Xiaodao proudly slung an arm around Li Pingfu's shoulders. Pretty accurate, huh? All thanks to Big Brother's teaching. That impressive? Fong Lin smiled at Li Pingfu. Why not give it a try? Yu Chang's mantis legs and Wang San's southern fist are famous techniques in our agency. Even I must stay alert against them. All right, Li Pingfu agreed, having grown eager after watching so many matches. Go Big Brother. Li Pingyan cheered, sparking an eruption of support from other youths. Charge Pingfu. Defeat, escort you, and avenge us. Li Pingfu. Yu Chang. After exchanging names, Li Pingfu didn't rush to attack. Knowing Yu Chang's legs posed the greatest threat, he remained steadfast as a mountain, making it difficult for the escort to find openings. Moreover, Yu Chang's consecutive wins would naturally make him more aggressive. Just as predicted, I can't show fear against some rookie, Yu Chang thought, having long heard of Li Pingfu's reputation and eager to test him. He feinted straight punches before suddenly whipping his right leg like a mantis limb toward Li Pingfu's knee. This technique combined blinding speed with single-leg flexibility, allowing instant transitions between offense and defense. Confidently, Pingfu couldn't track the kick's afterimage. Yu Chong committed fully. Li Pingfu dropped his arms in a monkey fishing the moon posture. Smack! His forearm blocked the hook kick before seamlessly transitioning into a grab, perfectly capturing the mantis leg. Yu Chang's scalp prickled. With his leg caught, defeat was inevitable. "You didn't guard your upper body?" he asked incredulously. Normally, people protected their chest and head against apparent punches. Why break convention? Li Pingfu shook his head. "I did guard by knowing you'd attack my lower body." Yu Chang was speechless. Were modern youths all so monstrously perceptive? Big brothers showing off brilliantly. Li Pingfu grinned. Even without blocking, escort Yu's fists likely couldn't penetrate Li Pingfu's blood chi energy, since the escort specialized in legs rather than punches. But this prediction made for far more spectacular viewing. "Let me try you." Seeing the mantis technique fail, Wang Sen entered the circle. Short but densely muscled across arms, abdomen, and legs, he clearly relied on brute strength. Li Pingfu's excitement surged. His underground fighting experience made him prefer direct, bone-crunching exchanges. The clash came instantly. Bam! No feints this time, just fists colliding violently. Li Pingfu's punch halted momentarily as overwhelming force surged through his arm, tendons and bones crackling under the impact. Compared to the mantis legs, this southern fist packed substantially more power, but strength alone wasn't enough. Li Pingfu's left fist shot toward Wang San's face with terrifying speed, leaving afterimages as acceleration compounded its force, creating a shrill whistle through the air. Wang San attempted to counter, but couldn't match the rhythm, his disrupted timing leaving him vulnerable to a chest strike. This signaled grave danger. His opponent's tempo far surpassed his own. Sure enough, within moments Wang San absorbed successive blows to shoulders, chest, and forearms, all non-lethal areas, clearly showing mercy. Recognizing inevitable defeat, he conceded. True heroes emerge from the young. I respectfully admit defeat. After the Mantis Warrior's defeat, even Wang San's southern fist was beaten, leaving the escort guards amazed and the youths cheering loudly. Fong Lin's eyes flickered with a strange light. Outsiders watched for entertainment, but experts watched for skill. Li Pingfu handled it effortlessly, clearly holding back his full strength. This cautious approach was no different from that of seasoned veterans. He praised, "When I was your age, my master was still pulling my ear to scold me. You've already mastered your skills completely. Truly a young martial talent. Uncle Fong, you flatter me." The senior escort brothers were just being polite. "I'm still young, so if I offended anyone, please forgive me." Li Pingfu bowed humbly and stepped back from the crowd, not continuing to spar. He stopped at 2 moves. Both sides understood the limits. This also prevented some escorts from looking down on the younger brothers and causing trouble. In this world, whoever had the stronger fist held the power to speak. Next, Li Yuan, Zhang Hua, and others took the stage to spar, keeping the atmosphere lively. Li Yuan, previously in a gloomy mood, fought fiercely to vent his frustrations. Although he lost, his spirit improved greatly. Zhang Hua was the 4th brother, with half his face covered by a black birthmark, earning the neighborhood nickname Ghost-Faced Kid. He used to gather herbs with his master for a living. Nimble on his feet, he knew some medical arts. His martial arts were not refined, but with the help of a pill, he managed a small victory in a move. Li Pingfu watched while nudging his elder brother with his shoulder, grinning, "You looked so cool when you went out just now, winning so decisively. When we get to Dragon Spring Town, you have to treat me to a big meal." Li Pingfu's lips curled slightly. Even Fong Lin's praise didn't compare to his little brother's simple, looking cool. He glanced at his younger brother. "Shouldn't you be treating me to dinner? Who are we kidding? You're the big brother. You don't treat, and you want your young, weak little brother to pay?" Young and weak. Young was true, but weak was questionable. Li Pingfu twitched his mouth, recalling their recent sparring. Those long nails dripping with green-yellow acid made even him avoid them, and he couldn't help but click his tongue. Let's hear your nice cries then. All right, big brother, dear brother, handsome number one in the world. Fine, Dragon Spring Town's mutton spine hot pot is the best. When the time comes, you eat as much as you want. This escort mission passed without incident and smoothly arrived at Dragon Spring Town. After all, Yinshui County's territory didn't have that many unpredictable dangers. Smooth sailing was the norm. The Wei Yuan escort agency's regular expenditures on connections weren't wasted. They had ties in both the legal and underground worlds. During the half-day period after handing over the cargo at the escort agency, you can stroll around Dragon Spring Town. Right now, it's the most famous White Lady Worship Month here, bustling with excitement. All sorts of people from the martial world gather. Fong Lin spoke to the youths with a serious tone. There will be many people and disorder, so don't cause trouble. But if trouble finds you, don't be afraid. Just mention our escort agency's name and don't start fights lightly. Youngsters' tempers could lead to some curses, but fighting often ended in disaster. Uncle Fong, don't worry. I'll be careful. After the warning, Fong Lin relaxed his face, smiling gently. Go have fun. This is the busiest time of the year in Dragon Spring Town. Merchants from all over gather here. Otherwise, they wouldn't have had this escort mission. The two groups dispersed for the time being. Li Pingfu fulfilled his promise and came to Ji's mutton spine, treating Li Pingqian and, of course, the good brothers. The milky white mutton soup, the crispy mutton offal, and the steaming hot mutton spine on the table immediately caught everyone's attention. Escort missions were hard work. To save time on the road, they usually ate dry noodles. In Li Yuan's words, it was so bad he couldn't even dig out his own droppings. Wait, let me test for poison first. The ghost-faced kid Zhonghua calmly took a meaty mutton spine, bit into it, gave a thumbs up, and loudly said, "This flavor is amazing." Only then did everyone realize this wasn't testing for poison at all. The fourth brother was just using the excuse to eye that mutton spine. You shameless brat. Hey, don't snatch. Fifth brother, I call dibs on this one first. Save me a mutton leg. Li Yuan joined the fray. Li Pingfu swiftly grabbed a mutton spine and placed it in Li Pingsan's bowl. Eat up. It was great having a big brother to cover you. Li Pingqian happily dipped the stewed tender mutton into sauce and took a bite. The rich flavors burst in his mouth, bursting with freshness and savoriness. He drank some mutton soup. The gamey smell was handled perfectly, the meat fragrant and rich, piping hot and comforting. His whole body warmed, and his limbs felt unblocked and free. There was also the oily, smooth mutton bone marrow. In short, everyone unanimously praised it and ate to their heart's content. Li Yuan munched on mutton spine and suddenly asked curiously, I was going to ask earlier, what is the White Lady Worship Month? It said that long ago, Dragon Spring Lake rose from heavy rains, threatening to flood vast farmlands, bringing suffering to all living beings. A white snake spirit appeared, coiling its body to form a dam, stopping the flood and saving the people. Because of this, the residents of Dragon Spring Town honor it as the White Lady. Li Pingqian had learned about these stories 2 years ago and explained smoothly. Every 4 years in February, when the lake water recedes, the shrine of the lady appears on an island in the center of the lake. The townsfolk row boats to worship there. He planned to visit the lake's island himself. To be able to block floods and protect the people, that power must be no different from an immortal's, right? Li Yuan couldn't help but think of Li Qian, his mood dipping slightly. He munched on 2 more mutton spines, and his spirits lifted again. After lunch came digestion time. Along the road by Dragon Spring Lake, vendors lined the shore and boatmen offered rides on the water. This was the local specialty. Li Pingqian took the chance to say, Brothers, I want to see the White Lady. Li Yuan agreed. I want to see the spiritual snake lady comparable to an immortal. There's nothing much to do shopping anyway. Then let's go together. Being unfamiliar with the place, no one wanted to split up. Li Pingqian was clever and obedient, regarded as their little brother. They'd satisfy the little brother's wish. They paid and boarded the boat. The boatman looked around 40 years old, his arms bare and tan from the sun, a bit talkative. "You're from out of town, right? I'll tell you. The White Lady is very powerful, can bring good fortune and avoid disaster, and is kind-hearted. If you have anything you want to ask, you can ask the lady." "What do we ask?" Li Pinkan asked curiously. "See this half moon?" The boatman held up a shell shaped like a crescent moon, its two tips slightly curved upward in an arch. "Concave means yes. Convex means no. Think silently about your question, toss it up, and let it fall. Then you'll get an answer." In a past life, Li Pinkan had scoffed at this. This life, he studied it seriously. There really was a mysterious metaphysical power in this world. Seeing the guests interested, the boatman flashed yellowed teeth and said, 50 copper coins each. Everyone can only use their own divining moon." "That expensive?" "Rowing someone across usually cost 10 copper coins per person. The divining moon was just a polished shell, not worth much. Could he be getting ripped off by locals?" Li Pinkan thought about it, but still bought one, treating it as a scenic ticket. At that moment, Li Yuan said, "Give me one too." Some heavy matters weighed in his heart. He also wanted to ask the White Lady and make a wish. The oars parted the water, rippling the surface. As the boat glided forward, the island at the lake's heart drew nearer, revealing a jagged, rocky, fierce appearance, like the gaping mouth of a beast ready to devour. The so-called island was actually a large karst cave. Amid the rippling lake, Li Pinkan heard faint, hazy sighs. They were almost imperceptible, sorrowful, and bitter. That sound! Li Pinkan glanced at his elder brother, who was chatting animatedly with the talkative boatman while subtly probing for information about Dragon Springtown's factions. Clearly, he hadn't heard those faint sighs. Only Li Pinkan could hear them, undoubtedly triggered by the passive effect of animal speech. After maxing out this skill, he usually kept it deactivated to prevent mental interference, with automatic activation only occurring near powerful creatures. Could there really be a spirit snake? Li Pinkan wasn't certain. He had originally thought the White Lady was just a legend. Animal speech required a specific conversational target, and the distance was too great for a proper connection to form. After some thought, he gazed at the lake's central island and activated animal affinity to sense the target's emotions. Name: White Snake. Mood: melancholic, sorrowful, and pained. It was truly the legendary spirit snake. Li Pinkan's eyes widened as the island grew nearer, a wild idea forming in his mind. That watery spiritual energy might very well be connected to the white snake. With animal speech, he could communicate directly and request some of that water essence. If the ancient legends are true, this white snake was revered by thousands and is no cruel beast. There's room for negotiation. Just like Grandpa Peachtree, who protected Peach Blossom Village, any being celebrated in human folklore must be benevolent. Were it truly a vicious serpent, the local immortals wouldn't have tolerated its presence. Most importantly, this white lady seemed to be facing some serious difficulties. Scrunch. The boat scraped against rocks as it docked, rocking slightly. Li Pingfu leaped onto the rocks first with cat-like grace, leaving the boat perfectly steady. The others lacked such refined control, causing the vessel to sway and create ripples. Li Pinkan was last ashore, deliberately making extra waves. The moment his feet touched ground, he activated Earth Pulse Sense and immediately frowned. This cave system had countless hollow tunnels winding through it like an enormous ant colony. Even the exposed sections above water were massive. Unable to find the path, Li Pingfu asked a local for directions. Out-of-towners, the Dragon Spring Town resident eyed Li Pingsan's divination moon cakes and offerings, his wariness melting in a hospitality. Here to worship the White Lady? Follow me. As the guide enthusiastically recounted the lady's kindness and miracles, they soon arrived at a spacious cavern. Here she is, the lady. Before them stood a stone carving of a coiled spirit snake with the upper body of a human woman, her face radiating serene compassion as she gazed upon the earth. So many people, Xia Xiaodao exclaimed in surprise. He'd thought this would be an ordinary outing, never expecting so many Dragon Springtown residents worshipping the spirit snake, each praying to the White Lady. Perhaps caught up in the atmosphere, he regretted not buying divination mooncakes. With a sly glance at Li Yuan, he said, "Hey, buddy, let me borrow yours." "Didn't you hear the boatman? One per person." Li Yuan glared, but their guide interjected. "Sharing's fine. The White Lady is magnanimous. She wouldn't mind such trifles." Hearing this, Li Yuan and Li Pingyan exchanged looks. They'd been scammed. Li Pingyan sighed. Why was trust between people so fragile? Huh, suckers. Xie Xiaodao made a graph of the cakes, but Li Yuan dodged. "Cut it out, my turn first." After presenting offerings, Li Yuan began the divination ritual. 3 tosses later, his expression turned solemn, caught between joy and sorrow. Seeing this, Xie Xiaodao dropped his playful manner, clasping Li Yuan's shoulder. "Bro, I don't know what you asked, but when it comes to mystical matters, I only believe the good omens. Whatever the divination says, I hold one truth. Man can conquer fate." "Big brother, I need to step away." "Dangerous." Li Pingfu had noticed his younger brother's unusual demeanor and asked quietly. He'd known for 2 years that Li Pingyan sought something in Dragon Springtown. Apparently, there were new leads. "Not dangerous." Li Pingyan shook his head, surveying the labyrinthine caves. The countless interconnected tunnels could easily disorient anyone without a guide. "Go then. Don't worry. If anything happens, send Little Black to fetch me." "Right." The brothers clasped hands briefly, understanding passing wordlessly between them. Li Pingyan took a deep breath as he stepped onto the damp ground, lighting glow shrooms to illuminate his path deeper into the caves where the worshippers' noise soon faded. The faint fungal glow revealed walls slick with algae and long green water weeds from years of submersion. Testing Thorn Whip on the weeds, Li Pingyan found he could transform them into writhing brambles that crawled ahead of him. Water dripped plink-plunk in the caverns, each drop icy against his neck. Yet an inexplicable pull continued, guiding him forward. The deeper he went, the more branches appeared, dark, narrow passages that would deter most. Li Pingyan proceeded with cautious determination. After roughly 2 incense sticks worth of time, the winding path suddenly opened into a vast hollow chamber where, under the glowshroom light, 2 luminous green eyes the size of lanterns gleamed in the darkness. The creature measured 60 feet long, its white scales slightly raised like sharp blades, secreting a thick mucus that smelled faintly sweet rather than fishy. HSSSS. The white serpent slowly coiled its massive body, raising its head high as its forked tongue flicked out, staring down at the tiny human before it. Compared to the serpent's bulk, Li Pingyan seemed insignificant. "White Lady, I've finally met you." Li Pingyan bowed respectfully, voice warm with pleasure. It wasn't easy getting this audience. He showed no trace of fear, his demeanor completely composed. The white snake studied Li Pingyan with interest, tail-tip twitching as it exhaled frosty breath with a hiss that translated in Li Pingyan's ears to a calm, sacred feminine voice. "To hear my voice and behold my true form without fear. You are indeed no ordinary man." Communication meant opportunity. Besides, seeking immortal fortune required risks. You couldn't become an ancestor deity by safely tending trees for 300 years. Druids excelled at harmonizing with nature to utilize its resources, but their combat abilities were lacking. Without cultivating immortality, one could never control their destiny. Misfortune might strike any time. Even the mightiest mortal dynasties never lasted 5 centuries. This step had to be taken. The white snake needed his help. There was room for negotiation. Li Pingyan's gaze fell on the serpent's abdomen where a nail was deeply embedded, faint light pulsing whenever the snake moved. "Remove this spirit-locking nail for me, and I'll grant any request." After enduring prolonged agony, the White Lady came straight to the point. She had nothing about the nail's origin. "This is an immortal's artifact with residual array inscriptions. No mortal could touch it, let alone remove it. Will you try? The White Lady clearly saw Li Pingyan wasn't an immortal cultivator. Though disappointed, a thread of hope remained. Hope for a miracle. I'd like to try. With animal affinity, passively active, Li Pingyan clearly sensed the White Lady's emotional shift from delight to disappointment, then hope, but detected no malice. True to legend, this White Lady was tolerant, kind, and gentle. Even if he failed, such virtue probably meant no retaliation. The weak had no choice but to proceed carefully, leveraging every advantage. Mentally apologizing, Li Pingyan asked, "Might I inquire, does your ladyship possess a water spirit essence?" Making demands before even removing the nail. The White Lady's mood fluctuated with surprise. This boy had audacity. No wonder he dared explore these caves. This is the water spirit. The white serpent showed no hostility toward the human youth. A wispy, smoke-like spiritual glow floated midair, its sapphire radiance overpowering the mushroom's fluorescence and casting rippling aquatic reflections across the cavern walls. The dense water spirit energy created an almost suffocating sensation, as if submerged underwater. Water's nature was fickle. It could nurture all life, yet also claim lives in an instant. As the water spirit energy surged forward, Li Pingyan activated Breath of the Tree, remaining perfectly composed amidst the shifting aqueous mist. Locating the water spirit was one thing. The breath-holding side effect of this technique allowed temporary underwater survival, but too many variables remained. His true trump card was the skill called LV5 Water Manipulation, one of the abilities unlocked when he broke through to LV4 Druid, following Oak Stick Technique and Primal Savagery. Water Manipulation. Within selected range, you can create or alter water flow, redirecting it within a 3-meter radius. You can shape water into simple forms that move according to your will. Effects last 2 hours. You can change water's color or transparency. You freeze water, which will thaw after 2 hours unless containing living creatures. With multiple castings, you may maintain up to 2 non-instantaneous effects simultaneously or dismiss one as an action. With his elemental amplification's double trait, the duration of this water-based ability extended to 4 hours. Naturally, the toll on his vital energies was equally formidable. That said, by channeling spiritual energy intercepted through the mystical records of blessed lands, he could theoretically stack water manipulation spells to conjure terrifying tidal waves or freeze entire lakes for miles, extinguishing all life. This was Li Pingyan's true confidence in seeking the water spirit. Yet intercepted energy remains rootless, unsustainable. Only through cultivation, using genuine spiritual energy to power techniques, can one unleash true immortal arts. He coveted every shred of immortal fortune. The white serpent flicked her tail tip, condensing the water spirit energy into a flawless sapphire sphere of crystalline purity. Observing Li Pingyan's unflappable composure and quick reflexes, she couldn't hide her astonishment, tilting her serpentine head in visible puzzlement. Mortal yet extraordinary. Faint hope took root in her heart, blossoming into greater anticipation. She yearned for freedom too deeply. Their transactional foundation was set. Before attempting to remove the spirit-locking nail, Li Pingyan had one crucial question. If I extract this nail, will immortals come hunting the culprit? This was his greatest concern. Through animal affinity, he scrutinized the serpent's emotions, noting every micro-expression. The white serpent's gaze turned distant, as if recalling antiquity. The immortal who placed this nail has long departed this world. He had been her master, yet in his final moments erected this prison to confine her for 3 centuries. Rest assured, our bargain carries no hidden consequences. It rang true. Li Pingyan detected no verbal traps. Stepping forward, he examined the arm-thick nail engraved with intricate runes. Yet when he reached out, his hand passed through it like a phantom, visible yet intangible to mortal touch. The serpent sighed mournfully. Li Pinkin remained calm. While he couldn't physically interact, perhaps combining the mystical records of blessed lands with oak stick technique might yield unexpected results. The skill description mentioned transforming ordinary branches into magical weapons capable of channeling spiritual energy. Producing a willow branch, he activated oak stick technique, then funneled energy from the 5 elements spirit storage array into it. The ordinary switch erupted with prismatic radiance. The serpent's eyes brightened. Oh, it worked. Excited, Li Pinkin coiled the glowing willow around the nail. Standing atop the serpent's body, he gripped the branch with all his might as overwhelming resistance crashed down like collapsing heavens. Open! Gritting his teeth, he roared, channeling every ounce of strength. The willow's stored energy rapidly depleted as ancient runes flickered erratically, vibrating surrounding mist into vapor. The serpent's pupils contracted sharply. 3 centuries of stillness shattered as her scales trembled audibly. Just as the nail loosened, catastrophe struck. Blinding divine light erupted from the nail. The willow's stored energy melted like snow in boiling water, disintegrating instantly into broken fragments. The Immortal's lingering will. Before the serpent finished speaking, rebounding energy formed a vortex that would have dashed Li Pinkin against the cavern wall. Yet before he could deploy spore growth as cushion, the serpent's tail gracefully caught him. The nail's runes stabilized brighter than before. So close yet so far. Li Pinkin bowed remorsefully. This junior's inadequate skills have failed your expectations. Through animal affinity, he sensed not anger nor resentment from the serpent, only 3 centuries of resignation. Failing meant forfeiting the water spirit. Disappointment was inevitable. How could mortal means easily breach an immortal's handiwork? Her jailer had been no ordinary transcendent. As he sighed, the sapphire water spirit floated before him, shimmering tantalizingly. Presently, you cannot breach immortal restrictions. When you truly refine this water spirit. The serpent's serene words lingered as Li Pinkin's despair turned to elation. Light appearing at the tunnel's end. Reverently cupping the water spirit, he bowed deeply. Thank you, white lady. Silence reclaimed the cavern. Coiled around a stone pillar, the white serpent gazed distantly in quiet contemplation. A crotchety voice suddenly grumbled. Why favor that human whelp? Have you forgotten their kind imprisoned us for 3 centuries? The spirit-locking nail confined not just the serpent, but also the mystical tortoise serving as the lake's central island, trapped together in Dragon Spring, lake's watery prison. Old tortoise! The serpent roused from reverie. I merely remembered him. Though he confined me, without his enlightenment centuries ago, I'd still be a mindless little snake. He taught me benevolence and the great Tao. The gift of awakening outweighed 3 centuries of grievance. An immortal once stroked a serpent's head. Today a serpent gifted water spirit. This mirroring of past and present filled her with nostalgic warmth. Her true lingering pain wasn't imprisonment, but the immortal's dying words, different kind, different heart. Hence the spirit-locking nail. 3 centuries of virtuous deeds were her testament. Though not human, she too possessed goodness. This was her obsession, her great Tao. Smiling, she said, when that youth refines the water spirit, he may yet free us. The tortoise scoffed. Humans act only for gain. Having received your gift, why return? He will. The serpent shook her head. Li Pinkin exuded a uniquely natural serenity absent in other cultivators. This ineffable affinity made her believe. Believe this karmic thread would take root, blossom, and bear fruit. Activate element gathering and refine instantly. The water spirit silently merged into his body, and Li Pinkin immediately felt his understanding of water manipulation improve by a level. While his skill proficiency didn't increase, his control over water flow became noticeably smoother and more natural. It seemed the 5 elements' energy could elevate the potential of corresponding elemental skills. He checked his status panel. Under the element gathering section, the number behind water had risen from 0 to 3. The White Lady is truly generous. Even though I failed, she still gave me 3 water spirits. The 5 elements energy was naturally formed, a type of heavenly treasure. The White Lady likely had very few to spare. Even Grandpa Peachtree only possessed 1 earth spirit. However, judging by the aura they emitted, the White Lady was clearly a more powerful spirit beast than Grandpa Peachtree. Spirit animals seemed purer than humans, whether in their kindness or malice. They expressed everything directly, without scheming or deception. This was probably because they lived extraordinarily long lives and didn't care about short-term gains. Time could wash away hatred and grievances. Even after enduring suffering, looking back after centuries, past pains would become fleeting memories, allowing them to calmly say, "It was just a bit of hardship." For me, interacting with human cultivators is more dangerous than dealing with spirit beasts. Human lives were short and filled with complex desires, lacking the purity of spirit creatures. The animal affinity effect was already weakened against ordinary people and likely useless against immortal cultivators. Yet despite being imprisoned, the White Lady still chose to protect Dragon Spring Town's residents, a clear testament to her virtuous nature. As Lee Pinkin pondered, he realized that as a druid, he might bypass human cultivators entirely and obtain cultivation resources from spirit beasts, allowing for a more low-key and steady approach. Of course, spirit beast resources wouldn't be as suitable for him as human cultivation methods like spells and techniques. But for early-stage development, it seemed sufficient. He had been worrying about how to gather resources as an unregistered immortal official under the Great Ute Dynasty system. Now, a tailor-made path lay before him, traveling with spirit beasts. Li Ping-san's spirits lifted, his thoughts clearing as he suddenly felt boundless freedom. Returning to the White Lady's cave. "Why did you take so long?" Li Yuan approached Li Pingcan with an "I knew it" expression, saying, "Eating dry rations? Huh? Can't even take a proper shit. Keep eating like this, and you'll definitely get hemorrhoids." Li Pingcan glanced at Li Pingfu, speechless. "Brother, is this the excuse you came up with?" By the time they returned to the village, who knew how this story would spread? Li Pingfu shot him a look in return. "Be grateful there's any excuse at all." After exchanging glances, Li Pingfu confirmed his younger brother's success and relaxed. The worship ceremony concluded. The brothers and other townspeople boarded boats to return ashore. The bustling crowd wore expressions of contentment and relief. On the emerald waves, boatmen rowed steadily. The wooden vessels rocked gently, oars creaking against the hull. A sudden hush fell over everyone as they basked in the peaceful, tranquil atmosphere. An elderly man at the bow began telling his grandson a story in a kindly voice. Long, long ago, there was a kind white snake. His melodious voice carried the ancient tale across the river of time, passing it down through generations. Dragon Spring Town's night market was as lively as ever. Green tiles and red lanterns adorned the streets, with colorful flags fluttering. Shadow puppeteers performed, vendors hawked snacks, and merchants from distant lands displayed porcelain and jewelry. Li Pinkin bought gifts for his parents, second brother, and Xie Yuan. For his father, a small knife. For his second brother, ink. For his mother and younger sister, jewelry that women favored. After surviving the initial growth period of the peach trees, the past 5 years have been prosperous. The peach harvest had multiplied, and the medicinal herbs cultivated by hired farmer Zhou Yu brought additional income, steadily improving the family's finances. Li Pingcan rarely spent money, saving years' worth of New Year's gifts. Combined with the 20 taels of silver his mother secretly gave him and a gold leaf from his father, he could rightfully be called a minor tycoon. "Big brother, what did you buy?" Li Pingcan probed for intel. If Li Pingfu's gifts were too shoddy, he'd definitely criticize. If they were too extravagant, that wouldn't do either. Similar to yours. Li Pingfu carried a lotus leaf-wrapped roast chicken in one hand and various gift packages in the other. The thought counts. If you spend too much, Mom will scold you for wasting money. Li Pinkin nodded in agreement, recalling an incident. Once, for his mother's birthday, he spent 2 taels on an expensive orchid. Instead of praise, he received a scolding and sulked for hours. Now he understood. His mother wasn't ungrateful, just practical. She valued thoughtful gifts over costly ones. Hearing the Li brothers' conversation, other excited youths also dove into the night market to pick gifts for their families. The next dawn, as faint light emerged, the Wei Yuan escort agency set off back to Flat Peach Town. They took a different route this time. Unlike the main road, this path cut through the mountains, bypassing distant detours for faster travel. The trail was narrower, but the trampled grass on either side indicated frequent use. Li Pinkan tilted his head slightly, switching to his raven's perspective. Sure enough, he spotted a mountain village with rising smoke not far ahead. A giant rock at its entrance was carved with 8 directions village. Villagers went about their daily tasks, gathering firewood, fetching water, while a wooden watchtower provided a broad view of the surroundings. Where did this huge crow come from? Such bad luck. Someone on the watchtower cursed and threw a stone at the bird. Little Black cawed loudly, dropped a watery mess on the man's head, and flew off triumphantly. Li Pinkan sighed and shifted his gaze to the toll station ahead. Fong Lin halted the convoy, exchanged quiet words with the villagers guarding the path, slipped them some silver, then waved the group forward. No wonder there were no shortcuts during Zhou and Xian's training trip. Everything relied on connections and bribes. Li Pinkan suspected that without proper payment or relationships, these villagers could instantly turn into bandits, attacking without hesitation. But mountain villagers have lived here for generations. Could they have clues about metal spirits or fire spirits? Li Pinkan pondered. The 5 elements spirits often emerged in secluded places. He had asked the White Lady, but confined to the lake, she knew nothing. Ultimately, he had to rely on himself. Night fell. The convoy camped outdoors around a flickering bonfire. A large pot hung over the flames, simmering with salted, dried chicken chunks. Ghost-faced Kid Zhonghua gathered wild celery and dandelions by the stream, adding them to the stew for extra flavor. With no need to rush on the return trip, they leisurely enjoyed the meal while chatting. Little Black, where did you find that crystal? Using a bathroom break as an excuse, Li Pinkan slipped away and noticed a faint glint in Little Black's beak. Since childhood, the raven had loved shiny objects, mostly worthless but eye-catching. But when he saw what it held, his smile froze. Little Black wasn't carrying a crystal, but a cluster of glow shrooms. This is the glow shroom, Li Pinkan confirmed repeatedly. Naturally, there are many mushrooms in the wild that emit faint light at night, but this cluster before him, both in color and vitality, was exactly the glow shroom he had carefully crafted through magic. A foreboding feeling engulfed his heart. Li Qian, his younger sister. Without Little Black's guidance, he activated Earth Pulse Sense and Spore Sense, crossing through thorny bushes. The breeze stirred lightly, and his body was as agile as a crane. Soon, he arrived in front of a thriving mushroom patch. The glowing green mushrooms formed a shape like the Chinese character for person on the grassland. When a max-level earth shaping was cast, the soil's surface automatically cracked while the deeper layers bulged upward. A tiny skeleton covered in glowing mushrooms shimmered in the dim forest. It was so peaceful and tranquil. The decayed clothes were tied with a safety knot, and the exposed white bones flickered with mushroom bioluminescence. This was Li Qian's skeleton. It was indeed Li Qian's skeleton. Why would an immortal do such a thing? Did Sister Li Qian die in pain? The immortals in this world are even more dangerous than I imagined. Besides an immortal, who else could have killed Li Qian at the hands of an immortal? Excluding impossible options, this was most likely the truth. Li Pinkan didn't know if he was sad or fearful. His chaotic emotions surged in his mind, and countless uncertain speculations appeared, along with Li Qian's shy yet lively face. As if frozen by a paralyzing spell, he stood rooted to the spot. 7 years of acquaintance. Not quite childhood sweethearts. Li Pinkin was warm on the outside but cold inside. Except for his dependent family, he was wary of the villagers. His relationship with Li Qian was simply that of a familiar younger neighbor girl. But the immortal sister with a promising future had died in a bizarre and absurd way, marking the end of a young life. Regret, sorrow, sadness. Li Pinkin took a deep breath. Humans are not trees or grass. Who can be without emotion? The right ribs on this skeleton bear sword slash marks. It was a fatal blow. No defense or resistance. Except for that 7 stars sect Immortal, there is no other culprit. The spiritual root has vanished, but residual spiritual energy remains on Li Qian's bones. So even without human cultivation, the glowshrooms can thrive with nourishment. Killing to seize treasure. Li Qian, a farmer's daughter, could only have had her spiritual root coveted by an immortal. He secretly shuddered, thinking of those students from remote areas in his past life who lost university quotas due to under-the-table dealings. Those students lost their qualifications, but here, lives were lost. No foundation means that even if there is opportunity, it might not be a blessing. If Li Qian were not a farmer's daughter, but of immortal clan bloodline, she would have received full cultivation support and would not have died like this. One must survive. One must build connections and strengthen the family. As for Li Qian's death, the only thing to do is to silently remember the 7 stars sect. Rest in peace. Li Pinkin gently stroked his palm, and all the glowshrooms vanished. The soil carrying Li Qian's bones was buried deeper into the earth. This burial was not just for Li Qian's body, but also for his last beautiful illusion of the cultivation world. As the earth trembled, something suddenly rolled down. He picked up a safety jade pendant fallen among the dead leaves. The jade was cloudy and ordinary in quality. Li Pinkin recalled it was the protective jade Li Yuan had given Li Qian before departure. He cupped it in his hand and kept it close. Peach Blossom Village, Li family. After 5 years, the Li family houses had all been rebuilt with bricks and tiles. Red brick walls rose high, enclosing a spacious rectangular yard covering about half an acre. The ground was paved with blue bricks. Though not as spacious as Li Dahu's estate, the Li family had fewer members. Li Rongzhou thought that after his 3 sons married and had children, they could expand the house. For now, the yard was tight, but brought the children closer together. The family was lively and bustling. Don't underestimate distance. Distance can create beautiful memories, but can also breed estrangement in close relationships. As for Li Dahu, since his 2nd son died unexpectedly 5 years ago, he had been ill and finally passed away last winter. It was said that his eldest son, Li Fong, returned to the village to fight over the inheritance with relatives, causing endless chaos. Li Rongzhou had no time to care. The sands of time grind everyone equally. As long as his own family prospered, enemies' corpses would naturally fall into the deep pool downstream. The once cautious Li Dahu was now just a cup of yellow earth. No need to worry. Today, the Li family had visitors. 2 horse-drawn carriages stood at the gate. The brown horses were spotless and glossy, and the rosewood carriage was engraved with auspicious beast patterns, with the Li banner fluttering. Li Fong arrived with his concubines to pay a visit. Inside the reception hall, a clever maid held a silver fox fur laid on a pinewood chair. Li Fong leisurely sat in the guest's seat, sipped the tea brewed by Lady Qin, crossed his legs, and shook his head. Brother Rongzhou is still so frugal. Why don't you drink the silver dew pine incense I sent last month? Silver dew pine incense, the Hong Pao, Huangshan yellow bud. He couldn't really taste the difference, but the silver dew pine incense was the most expensive, specially sent to Li Rongzhou. I'm used to bitter tea, not willing to waste your fine tea leaves. Seeing Li Fong's pretentious posture, Li Rongzhou smiled. The mutual support they once had was now just politeness. Lady Qin looked at Li Fong's legal wife with a bitter expression. The woman was old and faded. Though seated, she was far less charming than Li Fong's standing concubines, who were radiant and proud. She couldn't help but feel sorry for Mrs. Huang. Half a lifetime of hard work, Yet once Li Fong succeeded, he took concubines, even bringing them out in public, fully pampering and favoring them. Fortunately, Li Fong was old and couldn't have sons anymore. Otherwise, this chaotic scene would only worsen. Don't be stingy. Drink it all, and I'll ask the servants to bring more. Li Fong waved his hand, feeling quite pleased after hearing Li Rongzhou's words. He looked around the Li family's reception hall. Though better than before, it was far inferior to his own home. No precious ornaments, no master calligraphy or paintings, and no maids or servants. A slight sense of pride bloomed in his heart. Uncle Li Fong, have some candied fruit. Xie Yuan wore a light blue dress. Her face was oval with willow leaf brows and watery, peach blossom eyes. Her graceful figure floated like a white crane dancing, holding a plate of candied fruit and snacks to entertain Li Fong's family, naturally and elegantly. Yuan girl has grown so beautiful. Li Fong chuckled. You should find a husband soon. Otherwise, all the good men will be taken away. Want uncle to help you find one. Xie Yuan didn't like hearing this and secretly pursed her lips. Lady Qin was angry. She had raised Xie Yuan like her own daughter. At 11, she was still a child, not ready for marriage. This Li Fong never said anything people liked to hear. She snapped. No need for your concern. Li Fong didn't mind such a trivial matter. He suddenly recalled when he had tried to pair Li Pingfu with the second young lady, but was rejected, which he deeply regretted. Such a pity. Now that the second young lady had married into a prominent county family, the tides had turned. He only wanted to say one thing to the Li family. Thank you for not marrying her back then. The Wei Yuan Escort Agency's caravan returned triumphantly. After 10 days of wilderness training, the youths had shed their restlessness. Though they chatted and laughed, their peripheral vision remained alert to their surroundings. Experience made all the difference. Where they once only knew to be cautious without understanding the details, they now possessed effortless observational skills. Come on, let's go eat out to unwind. The braised chicken feet in Flat Peach Town are especially delicious. Let's go drink. Zhang Hua slung an arm around Old Six Yin Yu's shoulders while Xie Xiaodao shoved little Seven Miao Kai playfully. I'll pass. I need to go home. Li Pingfu declined. The Li family had an unwritten rule. If you could eat at home, you must. This applied even more after a long journey. What about you? Xie Xiaodao looked at Li Yuan, sensing something off about his friend. Li Yuan unconsciously gripped a grimy piece jade pendant, his expression distant. 3 days ago, he'd found this pendant, one he'd personally chosen for his younger sister Li Qian. He remembered her delighted expression when she received it. She'd never discard it carelessly. The lost pendant, White Lady's divination moon cakes, combined with the long silence from home. Waves of unease crashed over him. These past days, he didn't know how to respond. He lacked the energy for feasting, nor the will to face his father's interrogation. Oh, visit Uncle Li with Pingfu. Li Yuan finally evaded. All right, Li Pingfu agreed. Caw! Little Black circled overhead, scouting Peach Blossom Village as Li Pingsan's second pair of eyes. Li Pingqian sighed inwardly. Brother Li Yuan, you can't escape. Your father's at our house. But he didn't warn him. The truth about Li Qian would surface in a few years. The wealthy families supporting Li Fong only did so hoping for favors once Li Qian became an immortal. When her absence continued and returns failed to materialize, their resentment would explode, bringing disaster to the Li family. Better for Li Yuan to grow independent now, preparing to protect his family when catastrophe struck. This was his unavoidable trial. Fortune or misfortune, the first hurdle began with his father. The Li residence. Father, mother, we're back. Li Pingfu shouted cheerfully. Even Li Pingqian felt his worries about Li Qian's possible death ease upon returning home. Hearing the commotion, Lady Qin rushed past the threshold. Seeing Li Pingqian slightly tanned, she fretted, Canner, you've lost weight. Must you endure escort missions when we can provide for you? Li Pingfu glanced at his robust younger brother and stayed silent. Mother, he devours a whole salted chicken leg daily with 3 bowls of rice. plus precious medicines. Weight loss. Impossible. Mother, weren't you complaining I never left home before? Li Pinkin retorted playfully. You ungrateful child. Can't I worry? Lady Qin tapped his forehead lightly. Grinning, Li Pinkin presented his gift. A beautiful hairpin woven from heart through grass. I know you care. This is for you. Pretty, lovely. Beaming, she adorned it, enhancing her charm. And yours, Yuan, a pair of glimmering glass earrings. Thank you, Brother Can. Xie Yuan smiled demurely, accepting them before whispering. Hungry? There's braised pork knuckle in the pot. Li Pinkan shook his head. His earth pulse sense detected frantic footsteps. Li Fong stomped onto the threshold, bellowing at Li Yuan, Brat, run now and never return. Father, Li Yuan hadn't planned to flee. Suspecting Li Qian's demise left him listless, yet he couldn't voice his fears. Misinterpreting his demeanor as defiance, Li Fong coldly declared, You're coming home. The wedding date's set. You're marrying soon. Li Yuan froze. Marriage now? Why must he breed like livestock? Grief and indignation erupted like lava. You sold second sister. Now me too. Sold? She's living luxuriously as a wife. Luxury? Her wastrel husband barely visits. She's a glorified widow. The Zhous only wanted Li Qian's immortal connections. Publicly exposed, Li Fong burned with humiliation. His palm cracked against Li Yuan's cheek, leaving 5 vivid marks. Kill me then. I won't marry. Li Yuan stood rigid. I will. Li Fong raised his hand again. Li Fong. Halt. Li Rongzhou seized his wrist. This is my home. Discipline your son elsewhere. The martial artist's chi opportunity locked onto Li Fong. Oppressive energy, freezing him mid-motion. His pretentious wealth deflated like a punctured balloon, reverting him to his humble past self. Psychological dominance from his elder. Li Fong stammered, Brother Rongzhou, I understand. Release me. Li Rongzhou complied, sighing. No feud lasts overnight. Explain your parental concerns. He'll understand. Relieved by the validation, Li Fong agreed hastily. Exactly. Parents mean well. Though he remained inexplicably intimidated. Seeing Li Rongzhou intervene, Li Yuan ignored his stinging cheek. I'll marry, but my choice. And you'll support my martial training with blood chi medicine. He'd realized strength was key. Even if Li Qian met tragedy, he'd protect their family. Li Fong scowled, but a glance from Li Rongzhou made him concede grudgingly. Fine. Those noble girls were elegant beauties. He'd surely fancy one. As for martial arts? Mere exercise. Ah, children grow rebellious. What can one do? Dear, how did Li Fong become like this? That night, Lady Qin tossed restlessly, haunted by Li Fong's weeping wife's gratitude. The once simple man had grown unrecognizable after sudden wealth. Human nature, Li Rongzhou mused. He forgot his roots amid arrogance. Still upset, Lady Qin buried her face in her husband's chest. May our family stay united. We will. Recalling his youngest evening report about Li Qian, Li Rongzhou's gaze deepened. We definitely will. The Li family matter concerning Li Fong was merely a minor episode in the Li household's daily life, and days continued as usual. Every 10 days, Li Ping'an would return from Yinshui Academy in Yinshui County to Peach Blossom Village for family gatherings. Father, mother, younger brother, I'm back. Dressed in dark green scholar robes, Li Ping'an wore a bright smile on his handsome face. The tassels at his waist swayed gently as he walked, exuding the refined air of a literati. His smooth academic achievements, teachers' appreciation, and classmates' friendliness had filled this young man with confidence and vitality, brimming with vigorous energy. Ping'an, you've grown thinner again, Lady Qin fretted. Don't neglect your health while studying. Drink more chicken soup later to nourish yourself. Mother, I really haven't lost weight. Look carefully. Where exactly am I thinner? Li Ping'an laughed helplessly and even turned around for his mother's inspection. Though slender and tall, he no longer appeared frail as a reed, as before. Through persistent physical training with his father and elder brother, he had developed a solid foundation. Li Rongzhou waved his hand, smiling. You know how your mother is. Even if you were as strong as an ox calf, she'd still say you're thin. Li Pingyan nodded in deep agreement. There was a special kind of thinness called mother thinks you're thin, something he had personally experienced recently. Where's elder brother? Li Pingyan asked. Your brother went to the village chief's house, Li Rongzhou explained. They said there were important matters to discuss. Not long after, Li Pingfu returned home, delighted to see his second brother. Though his expression remained typically impassive, he expressed his joy by patting his brother's shoulder. Come, let's spar. Please no, Li Pingyan grimaced, suspecting this was his brother's revenge for his past sharp tongue. How could he possibly defeat his eldest brother, the most skilled martial artist in the family? Yet he was forcibly dragged into what was called sparring, but was essentially getting beaten up, his pained expressions amusing Li Pingyan and Xie Yuan to no end. After testing his younger brother's skills, Li Pingfu nodded approvingly. Your energy and spirit are good. Never neglect your health for studying like last time. Previously, during exam preparations, Li Pingyan had pushed himself to extremes, studying day and night until he turned ashen-faced and nearly collapsed. Since then, the family paid special attention to his health. Li Pingyan defended his dignity. Though my martial arts can't compare to yours, my academic achievements are progressing well. The teachers at Yinshui Academy say I can take the imperial exams next year. So soon, the entire family expressed surprise. Currently a provincial graduate, Jiren, Li Pingyan was exempt from all corvée labor, taxes, and military service. Passing the metropolitan exams would grant him an official position, making him an assistant to Immortal officials. This connection would ensure better treatment for all Li family members, whether they pursued martial arts or Immortal cultivation. The Li family would truly elevate their social status then. Today's meal was particularly sumptuous, as their standard of living improved year by year. The Li family had no rule against talking during meals. After placing a piece of braised pork, 3 parts lean, 3 parts fat, in Li Pingsan's bowl, Li Pingfu said, Father, should we expand our peach orchard? After Li Dahu's death, Li Fong had quarreled with relatives over inheritance. In a fit of rage, he murdered several family members under cover of darkness, leaving blood spilled everywhere. When the truth came to light, he was captured and brought before the old village chief. Such violent incidents among villagers were tricky. Reporting to officials would tarnish Peach Blossom Village's reputation, affecting peach sales. Li Fong left a remorseful letter and committed suicide. Part of the disputed assets compensated victims' families, while the rest funded expansion of the Li Ancestral Hall and maintenance of burial hills. The village chief asked if we want to buy several acres of peach trees. Such disputed land was always sold at discounted prices. Li Pingyan immediately perked up. Having planted 5,000 trees to reach the threshold between level 3 and level 4, he understood the hardships of orchard cultivation better than anyone. Expanding the orchard would mean extra experience points with his father's help. He calculated, Father, as a provincial graduate, second brother already qualifies for partial tax exemption on land. If he becomes a metropolitan graduate, we'll get full exemption. Without land taxes, expanding the orchard is guaranteed profit. Even in bad years, if Li Pingyan didn't pass the metropolitan exams, they'd just earn less. We could also hire tenant farmers to maintain the trees. And Zhou Yu's herb field could expand by several acres too. Zhou Yu had proven himself an exceptional herb cultivator. His plants grew exceptionally vigorous with potent medicinal effects, and he tended them with utmost dedication. Even Li Pingyan, initially Zhou Yu's harshest critic, had grown to trust him completely. After lively discussion, the whole family agreed seizing this opportunity to acquire Li Dahu's legacy was too good to pass up. Li Pingfu added, the old chief also mentioned organizing manpower to clear wasteland and expand the village's peach orchards. Let's not rush that. Li Rongzhou shook his head. Reclaiming wilderness isn't easy. Wild animals pose significant threats, possibly even fierce treasure beasts. With recent favorable weather, Not just the Leaf family, but the entire peach blossom village sought to grow and prosper. Peach orchards normally cost 40 taels per acre, but this discounted sale offered 30 acres for just 600 taels. This naturally reflected the old chief's favor, but the aging, unproductive trees needing replacement also contributed to the low price. Now owning 42 acres of peach orchards, the Leaf family became major landowners overnight. We must hire help to maintain and plant the orchards. Li Rongzhou employed many villagers as temporary workers, planning to observe who worked diligently versus who slacked, gradually selecting the best for long-term contracts. The herb fields also expanded by 10 acres, with Zhou Yu receiving a substantial raise. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Zhou Yu reflected on his past struggles, paying exorbitant rents and taxes for herb cultivation, enduring bullying from local ruffians when selling his valuable crops. Now he could focus solely on cultivation, free from financial worries, earning respectable wages, and enjoying villagers' respect. The thought of working for the Leaf family permanently crossed his mind. Compared to before, this was truly heavenly living. Lady Qin, making so many steamed buns. Seeing Lady Qin carrying a basket full of buns, a village woman inquired. Yes, for the workers. Lady Qin treated people fairly. Her buns contained proper flour without chaff filler, accompanied by pickles mixed with minced meat as side dishes. Making such a big batch must be tiring. Why not buy a couple of servant girls? Not tiring at all. Yuan helps me. Lady Qin smiled cheerfully, working efficiently. Thanks to practicing Breath of the Tree to the second level, she enjoyed robust health, steady breathing, and abundant energy despite appearing ordinary. How diligent you are! The village woman smiled superficially while secretly sneering. Even a provincial graduate's mother still toiled in the kitchen like common folk, too poor to afford servants. Though noticing the mockery, Lady Qin remained unperturbed. Her children valued independence over servants. Having known hardship, she preferred simplicity to mimicking wealthy families' extravagance. Arriving at the bustling orchard, Lady Qin distributed the buns. Workers were astonished to find meat in their food, scant though it was, meat nonetheless. Flooded with gratitude, they thanked her profusely. Moving busily among them, Lady Qin responded graciously to their thanks before secretly giving her husband a bun with extra meat. "Does it taste good?" she asked expectantly. "How did you know I craved pickles?" Taking a big bite, Li Rongzhou smiled contentedly. "Perfectly tangy and strong. Your cooking is excellent. I've missed this flavor. I knew you'd like it. Tired from planting? I'll give you a foot soak and shoulder rub when we get home." Lady Qin's gentle smile fluttered in the mountain breeze, radiant and charming. Once again, Li Pingyan found himself force-fed his parents' public displays of affection. Chewing on his steamed bun with a sour expression, he nevertheless felt an inexplicable peace settling in his heart. The fears and anxieties lurking in the darkness seemed to melt away like winter snow. Though the world held many unpleasant things, the mutual understanding and supportive love between family members could inspire courage and fearlessness to withstand life's turbulent undercurrents. "I need to work hard too." He needed to seek immortal opportunities while grinding his skills. As Li Pingyan helped plant peach saplings and supervise workers, he continuously refreshed his skill proficiencies, primarily focusing on oak stick technique and water manipulation. Primal savagery was too conspicuous to demonstrate publicly. After obtaining the water spirit, he discovered his water manipulation could even control natural water vapor, condensing it into dew. If he could manipulate water flow, could he control blood and drain an opponent's life with one strike? After experimentation, he found this impossible. While blood contained 85% water, its impurities prevented manipulation. Water manipulation fundamentally controlled pure, flowing water. When skill grinding grew tedious, he switched to studying skill combinations. He examined his panel. LV9 Enchanted Stone, Augment, Transform. LV9 Restoration, Pristine, Transform. LV9 Earth Shaping, Reconstruct, Element. 5 years of grinding had maxed their proficiencies, generating traits. Enchanted stones, augment, allowed all 3 special attributes to simultaneously attach to stones. Their toxins proved far more potent than the purple-gold blood centipede's sting. Restoration's trait could repair cracks, restoring objects to pristine condition. Earth-shaping's max-level trait, reconstruct, proved most surprisingly delightful. Combining it with water manipulation altered land properties, reconstructing them into swamp creation. He'd experimented wildly with other skills like spore growth and restoration, but no special chemical reactions emerged. Apparently, reconstruct had hidden conditions. However, earth-shaping plus water manipulation plus ant colony swarm produced a squirming, maggot-filled swamp. If I had a fire elemental skill to combine with earth-shaping's rocks, could I create something like explosive rock magic? Remaining unknown, but worth anticipating. The 30-acre peach orchard's black humus soil proved exceptionally fertile. No wonder it could grow flat peaches. For future needs, the Lee family also planned to cultivate 2 acres of flat peaches as prestigious gifts. On Peach Mountain, mealtime, meet today. The aroma of fragrant rice and braised pork traveled far. The Lee family not only paid wages promptly without delay, but provided decent daily meals. Small portions of red braised pork with offal, stir-fried mushrooms, unlimited pickles, wheat steamed buns, and egg mushroom soup. 12 years had transformed the once-fleeing Lee family through diligent integration. From being disliked and excluded by villagers, they become reliable role models, earning universal respect. Workers swarmed eagerly, salivating as they lined up for food. No pushing allowed, as violators would go hungry. Lee Pinkin pointed at a clean, sweatless worker in hemp clothes. No meal for you today. No wages either. Why? The worker froze. You faked stomach pains while lazing on the east side crooked peach tree. While the Lee family allowed legitimate leave, they wouldn't tolerate laziness. Baffled, he'd hidden carefully. The worker realized the young master's precise details meant he'd been spotted. With a vicious expression, the hulking man loomed over Lee Pinkin. So what? Your father hired me. Punish me, and I'll beat you. Children could be frightened into silence, he thought. Try it, Lee Pinkin said coolly. The worker hesitated. Actual violence would bring consequences. Flushing, he tried softening his tone. Your father and I are close. I even held you as a baby. You should call me Uncle. Lee Pinkin ignored him completely. Pale-faced, the worker eventually slunk away to admit fault, working half a day unpaid to compensate. Naturally, such people were permanently blacklisted from Lee Rongzhou's long-term employment. This incident revealed the usually low-profile, tree-planting-loving youngest Lee's formidable nature, unyielding to soft or hard tactics, with frighteningly sharp eyes that remembered every name, laziness incident, and its timing. Yet none wished to leave. The Lee family's prompt daily wages already surpassed countless landlords' treatment. Under Lee Pink-san's watchful gaze, everyone behaved diligently as Peach Mountain expanded steadily. Thanks, Yuan. Wiping sweat with Xie Yuan's handkerchief, Lee Pink-an surveyed the hillside's swaying saplings with a "this empire I built" pride. Old trees would gradually die after cutting, with new saplings planted between stumps. Recently, worker assistance meant fewer planting experience points, but he wouldn't delay family progress for personal grinding. Panel text flashed. Your father Lee Rongzhou planted a peach tree. Druid EXP +1. You planted a peach tree. Druid EXP +1. Accumulated 5,000 EXP. Druid level LV5. New specialized branch skills unlocked. Finally leveled up. Lee Pink-an swelled with satisfaction. The grind's greatest joy was reward moments. Eagerly, he examined new skills. LV0 shape shift, transform. Assume forms of bird/fish/deer for 15 minutes. Recasting replaces current form. Other druid skills remain usable while transformed. LV0 fire control element. Target 1 cubic foot of visible flame. Extinguish it or spread it 3 feet. Adjust brightness/dimness and color. Maximum 3 simultaneous flames with repeated casting. LV0 resistance boost. Touching a willing creature / yourself grants supernatural resistance for 15 minutes. 3 highly practical skills. Shape-shifting, grantedly pink, and the ability to briefly fly by transforming into a blackbird, while changing in a fish or deer could help conceal his human identity. Perhaps this would become a crucial skill for future travels with spirit beasts. Now I can truly be brothers with Little Black. Soaring together, even leveraging Little Black's wind-breaking assistance, watching the raven defecate on disliked people's heads. Birds, after all, can't control their sphincters, perfectly normal. Fire control, like water manipulation, was elemental magic manipulating existing fire and water. This reminded Li Pinkan of his past ingenious ideas. Without needing fuses, simply by spreading flames, he could detonate gunpowder. Even the most formidable blood chi martial artists or divine execution warriors couldn't withstand massive gunpowder explosions, making it perfect for ambushes. Unfortunately, gunpowder was strictly regulated this dynasty, requiring household registration for purchases. Obtaining large quantities demanded unconventional secure channels. Otherwise, officials would come knocking for tea. Resistance enhancement was even more impressive, a spell resisting supernatural forces. Imagine immortals chanting incantations to summon storms and lightning, only for attacks to harmlessly bounce off a max resistance body, absolute dominance in magical combat. Currently lasting only 15 minutes, each level upgrade extended the duration. Though not offensive, resistance enhancement drastically improves survival rates. Must prioritize leveling up. Li Pinkan quickly allocated skill training schedules. The system panel continuously displayed notifications, skill proficiency +1. Days passed with diligent, unrelenting practice. The ancestral tree never blossomed. In Li Pingsan's memory, he'd never seen Grandpa Peach Tree flower. During vibrant springs with wildflowers blooming everywhere, beneath the peach tree, he practiced breath of a tree, now reaching the 5th layer. As bodily impurities gradually expelled, his spirit and blood chi peaked with increasing clarity. Sometimes Li Pinkan wondered if practicing breath of tree explained his exceptional wood affinity. After daily training, he experimented with shape-shifting proficiency +1. With the system prompt, a completely black-feathered bird materialized, strutting chicken-like to the stream. Perhaps proximity breeds similarity. Having spent so much time with Little Black, Li Pinkan had transformed into a large raven. How bizarre! Instinctively rubbing his chin with wingtip feathers in contemplation, he examined himself. The stream reflected the blackbird's image through rippling water, an eerily unfamiliar sight that unsettled him momentarily. Averting his gaze, he realized human self-awareness remained too strong. This would require acclimation. Under azure skies with breezes rustling feathers, sudden flying urges overwhelmed him. Wind buoyed his body as unsteady flaps gradually stabilized. Perspectives elevated. Peach trees became emerald carpets. Distant peach blossom villages, cooking smoke shrank to dots. Is this the feeling of flight? Surveying the earth brought inexplicable exhilaration. No wonder conquering skies was a human dream. Activating Dance of the Wind to reduce drag, his speed increased until the spell's duration neared expiration, forcing return to Grandpa Peach Tree's branches. 15 minutes covered 50 li, effortlessly bypassing terrain barriers. The 4-day journey Wei Yuan escort agency took to Dragon Spring Town could be completed in mere hours with sufficient mana. Incredibly convenient. In that moment, Li Pinkan understood the carefree elegance of immortals soaring through skies. Next, he attempted deer transformation. By the stream, a handsome spotted deer admired its slender legs and sturdy antlers in the water's reflection, visibly pleased. Suddenly leaping into the stream, it transformed midair into a carp playfully plunging underwater. After exploring aquatic realms, he burst forth as a bird, triumphantly perching on the highest branch. Peach leaves rustled curiously as if fascinated by the spectacle. Li Pingcan cheerfully boasted, "Grandpa Peach Tree, impressive, right? Flying, swimming, sprinting. I can even transform into different birds. Currently eagles are my most powerful form. Too bad I can't become a whale. Would have sprayed enormous water jets for you." Flapping wings dramatically, he drew huge circles midair while chattering excitedly. The ancient peach tree listened peacefully, quietly gathering leaves to shade the talkative bird from harsh sunlight. From afar, it resembled a grandfather tenderly embracing his mischievous grandson. "Grandpa Peach Tree, I'm leaving." After his bragging session, Li Pingcan felt refreshed and energized. Bearing countless hidden pressures, occasional mental release was necessary. Bidding farewell, he transformed into a crimson crucian carp entering the stream, a shortcut. All Peach Blossom Mountain streams flowed into Gourd River, merging with Qing River tributaries before reaching the Great Yu's Mother River, eventually emptying into the sea. Drifting downstream without fin movements, Li Pingcan soon reached Gourd River. I wonder if any salamander carp remain. Perhaps I'll bait them as live prey, maybe even catch treasure fish. Though Gourd River was too small, even blood chi species salamander carp were rare, let alone treasure fish. With this thought, Li Pingcan ostentatiously waved his red tail, swimming briskly toward Qing River. Previously relying solely on water manipulation, consumed too much mana for deep river exploration. Now, shape-shifting, allowed gill breathing, conserving energy to properly investigate mysterious underwater realms. Azure water shimmered overhead, reflecting white clouds as silk algae tangled plants drifted. Several crucian carp swimming nearby got suddenly caught in a vortex. Alerted, Li Pingcan focused until reaching Gourd River's confluence with Qing River, activating water manipulation. Invisible forces altered turbulent currents. Crossing the vortex, water clarity turned murky with plunging temperatures. Qing River's broad surface and strong flow stirred more riverbed sediment. After prolonged swimming, having shifted from crucian carp to a variegated silver carp, waters cleared again. His vision caught a clam shell opening, soft flesh undulating as an irregular white pearl formed. Quite beautiful. Leaving the wild clam undisturbed, he remained focused on his mission. Approaching the river bend, he froze. This is... Fish eyes gleaming excitedly, he spotted lush red aquatic plants growing on black silt. An entire field of wild blood chi vegetation. The underwater world, though rarely visited by humans, concealed treasures ordinary people could only dream of finding. The Dayu River system stretches for millions of miles, nurturing countless living beings. As its tributary, the Qing River also generously nourishes the land, providing vital water sources for Yunshui County and other nearby towns. Within the river depths lie numerous treasures, spiritual materials, and opportunities. However, the vast waters are extremely dangerous, harboring not only precious fish, but potentially demonic creatures. Ordinary fishermen can't venture there, and even martial artists find their movements severely restricted underwater, making treasure hunting difficult. But Li Pingcan currently had no such worries. He was as comfortable as a fish in water. A single blood chi species salamander carp was worth 25 taels of silver. As for actual treasures, they started at a minimum of 100 taels. To him, this was an entirely untapped natural treasury. Although these are just blood chi species algae, individually they're not as valuable as precious plants, but there's just so many of them here. After careful observation, he became certain. Plants generally require photosynthesis, yet this algae grew 3 feet long in the dark river depths, clearly abnormal. Only blood chi medicinal herbs could take root at the bottom of a great river without needing leaves for photosynthesis. Li Pingcan grew excited. A quick count showed about 10 plants, worth 1 to 200 taels in total. Using earth-shaping to churn the sand and mud would let him harvest this patch of blood-chi herbs easily. Yet he remained motionless. Invisible water currents pulsed, waves of pushing force continuously emanating from the depths. Fuzzy light refracted through bubbles violently forming and rising. Something was approaching. Li Pinkan hid within a crevice of the reef, avoiding turbulent currents as his fish eyes stared intently outward. In his vision, a fish came sneaking along. Its scales were reddish-brown, vividly colored, about a foot long, clearly not large, yet it carried a wildly thrashing green-shelled crab in its mouth. The size difference between them was astonishing. This was a treasure fish. Li Pinkan was secretly amazed. He hadn't expected to encounter a treasure fish so soon after entering the Qing River. Here, even blood-chi species were just food. The reddish-brown fish swam left and right, ensuring no observers were present before dropping the crab into a patch of red algae, then swimming away. What's it doing? Li Pinkan wondered. An idea struck him, and he stealthily followed the fish. Within its territory were 7 or 8 red algae plants, completely overrun by green-shelled crabs. The crabs wantonly destroyed the algae, while the red fish frantically transported them batch by batch to another algae patch. Could the red fish have planted these algae itself? Is it redirecting the problem? By moving the crabs to ruin someone else's algae field, its own remains safe? Li Pinkan was dumbfounded, reminded of damselfish known as farmers of the sea in his past life. Seizing an opportunity, he transformed into a crucian carp and approached. "Brother, I can help you move these crabs." Before he could finish, the red fish flared its fins angrily, shouting rudely, "Get lost! Get lost! Get lost!" This treasure fish's intelligence seemed limited, hence the repetitive response. But was saying it 3 times really necessary? As a druid, when had he ever suffered such insult? By rights, he should kill the fish to vent his anger. But realistically, water manipulation excelled at control and could make fish swim faster, yet couldn't form water blades strong enough for instant kills. Underwater, both druid skills and martial artist mobility were severely limited. If he transformed back human, using oak stick technique to pierce with branches might kill the reddish fish after a struggle, but the commotion would be too great. Instead, he had a better plan. Back at the original red algae field, a more vibrantly colored fish with golden tail fins returned to its territory. Furious, it picked up a crab and bit down, instantly splitting the crab in 2, strands of crab, roe floating out. Such terrifying teeth. Even a blood-chi martial artist bones would be pierced by that bite. Keeping his distance, Li Pinkan used animal speech. "Brother, I know who's been dumping crabs in your field." He repeated the message concisely, appearing helpful while staying alert to react accordingly. The golden-tailed fish gradually understood, its initial wariness turning to gratitude. "Thanks, bro." Then its fish eyes glared toward its neighbor's direction, seething. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" Though not highly intelligent, this golden-tailed fish was clearly friendlier than the previous one. "I can't stand fish that redirect trouble onto others. Let me help. I'll show you the way." Li Pinkan quickly curried favor. A communicative treasure fish was valuable. He'd firmly be this bro's ally. The 2 fish swam forward and immediately encountered the troublemaker, red fish, caught red-handed with a crab in its mouth. Seeing its enemy, the golden-tailed fish attacked instantly, its sharp teeth aiming viciously. But as neighbors, their combat abilities were evenly matched. The red fish easily dodged with a tail flick, fanning its fins arrogantly in mockery. "Now's my chance." Li Pinkan struck suddenly. Water manipulation summoned undercurrents from all directions, trapping the red fish momentarily, no matter how it struggled. "Now!" The golden-tailed fish charged forward as the currents reduced drag, arriving instantly to bite hard at the red fish's soft belly. Blood dispersed instantly, scales scattering. Enraged by pain, the red fish broke free from one current and prepared to counterattack, only to be pinned down by another surge. The golden-tailed fish pounced again, this time aiming for the head. Good bro, eat some red algae. I grew it all myself, crunchy and delicious. The golden-tailed fish swam around Li Pingyan repeatedly, expressing gratitude in fragments. No need for thanks, we're brothers. Li Pingyan floated leisurely. With this fish, he didn't need to tread carefully like with White Lady, nor perform soliloquies like with Grandpa Peachtree. Listening to its chatter, he felt unusually relaxed. Moreover, this trip brought bountiful rewards. Not just a treasure fish corpse and 7 or 8 blood-she red algae, but also a lake pearl discovered in the nest. Li Pingyan recognized it, a cold water pearl. Placed during cultivation, it reduced risks of chi deviation, highly sought after by martial artists and constantly in short supply. I'll place it in the training room. Good for both dad and older brother. As he planned this, he enthusiastically slung a fin over the golden-tailed fish. Little Gold, do you grow these algae just to eat? If he could learn this cultivation technique, he might not need to sell all the algae. But Little Gold paused, then shook its head. Not all. The ceremony is coming. Offering for Dragon Immortal. Ceremony? Dragon Immortal? Li Pingyan was startled by this important revelation. Any being addressed as immortal by the treasure fish must be a spiritual creature akin to the White Lady. Forgetting all about the red algae cultivation secrets, he immediately questioned Little Gold for details. Dragon Immortal is a flood dragon, very powerful, very wise, the mightiest being in these waters who often protects us, fights against the bandits from the east. The ceremony happens when the great tide rises. Offerings? Anything will do. Sincerity matters most. Dragon Immortal is quite approachable. Through Little Gold's stumbling yet reverent words, an image gradually formed in Li Pingyan's mind, a righteous flood dragon protecting the weak. If I create an aquatic avatar, I could attend the ceremony too, right? At the very least, according to Little Gold, the ceremony would be lively with many treasure fish present. Friendly ones could be traded with, while unfriendly ones, well, they'd become resources themselves. The underwater world operated with straightforward rules. Conflicts happened openly, like with the red fish, eliminating worries about backstabbing. If Dragon Immortal proved as amiable as described, deeper interactions might be possible. Enough thinking. I'll max out my water manipulation skill before the tide comes and unlock its special trait. A sense of urgency gripped Li Pingyan. Without mushrooms underwater, predicting water currents became crucial, making higher water manipulation levels essential. After obtaining the water spirit, leveling water manipulation had become significantly easier. Time for some intensive training. Little Gold's unique mucus sustained the red algae fields, meaning mass cultivation was impossible, a slight disappointment. According to the fish, while the Qing River teemed with resources, competition proved fierce. Hence its choice to cultivate algae in a secluded spot. Constant battles over treasures often ended with third parties benefiting from others' conflicts. Fighting breeds trouble, while farming brings peace. Li Pingyan agreed internally, reminding himself to avoid conflicts when traveling. Today's diverting the calamity strategy served as perfect example, handling threats without personal risk. After gathering his harvest and bidding farewell to Little Gold, he transformed into an eagle for covert return home. The 8 red algae strands floated like reddish-brown kelp, emitting a faint briny aroma. Lady Qin prepared them in an egg soup, surprisingly sweet with a smooth texture. While processing the fish catch, she marveled at the unusual scales. These strange scales shimmer beautifully. Perfect for Yuan's accessories, Li Pingyan suggested. The iridescent scales indeed made ideal decorative material. Though treasure fish usually possess special organs for weapon crafting, like fishbone swords, this specimen proved too small, its soft scales unsuitable for armor either. Lady Qin collected the scales while steaming the flesh. Little Gold's violent feeding had damaged the meat, reducing its market value, making home consumption the better option. That evening, exhaustedly Rongzhou and Li Pingfu returned to an extraordinary dinner, their eyes narrowing in recognition. Frequent black market visits had familiarized them with rare goods. This red fish clearly qualified. Where this come from? Li Pingfu stared at his younger brother in amazement. While the brothers could handle land beasts, aquatic prey posed greater challenges. Lucky find. Li Pingyan chuckled truthfully. Little Gold's involvement made this effortless acquisition possible. Li Rongzhou pushed the steamed fish toward his sons. Kenner, share this with Pingfu and Yuan Yuan. Though the youngest described it casually, Lucky Finds required both capability and fortune. With mediocre martial talent himself, the patriarch saw no point wasting this precious resource. As the family's sheltering tree, he'd weathered countless storms. But as saplings grew sturdier, he began retracting his canopy, allowing sunlight to nurture their growth. Xie Yuan gracefully served rice, smiling, "Brothers should eat. I'm not craving fish today." Though decently talented in martial arts, she lacked competitive drive, preferring embroidery and cooking under Lady Qin's guidance. The fish was divided equally. Li Pingfu accepted his portion. Recent martial bottlenecks made this valuable. Upon breaking through to divine execution realm, buying treasure fish for his brother would be trivial. He enthusiastically gave the tail section to Li Pingyan. This slightly annoyed Li Pingyan. Childhood preferences for tender-belly meat had led him to claim liking the tougher tail, creating this persistent misconception. Endless tail servings grew tiresome. Yet under his elder brother's expectant gaze, he tasted it, surprisingly sweet and crisp without bones. Delicious, he admitted, sparking cheerful family laughter. The diuretic red algae soup caused frequent nighttime bathroom visits. Next day, Li Pingfu sold the remaining algae at black market for 120 taels. The treasure fish meal boosted both brothers' blood qi tremendously. In following days, Li Pingyan felt meridians unblocking like open floodgates. Coordinated breathing techniques facilitated smooth energy circulation, effortlessly advancing him to blood qi's second transformation, blood qi smoke tier. Finishing his exercises, he exhaled slowly as crimson mist dissipated from his body. This minor breakthrough felt completely natural. Elder brothers hitting bottlenecks? Li Pingyan observed Li Pingfu's morning training. His elder brother's blood qi growth appeared less dramatic, having already peaked while accumulating strength for major breakthroughs. Typically, martial breakthroughs depended on innate talent, age and vitality, rare medicinal resources. Earlier breakthroughs indicated greater potential. Zhou and Xian exemplified those who age beyond prime, with declining blood qi abandoning divine execution realm hopes for family continuation. The Li brothers, young and diligent with ample resources, progressed smoothly through minor realms. Breakthroughs enhanced not just physique, but also breadth of the tree progress, estimated 5 extra years. As breadth of the tree grew harder to advance, each longevity gained became precious. Meanwhile, Li Pingfu concluded his black tiger technique routine, drenched in sweat, deep in thought. After divine execution breakthrough, perhaps I should learn new techniques. While black tiger technique emphasized power over white crane's agility, compatible advanced techniques existed, though prohibitively expensive, often costing hundreds of taels. If only I could merge tiger crane styles or create new techniques. This fleeting fantasy drew self-mocking laughter. Original technique creation belonged only to prodigious geniuses. His gaze unconsciously drifted toward Li Pingyan. Elder brother? Li Pingyan noticed the odd look. Nothing. Li Pingfu shook his head. His younger brother's recent busy schedule made this wild imagination not worth mentioning. When the entire mountainside was covered with newly sprouted peach saplings, the entire Li family breathed a collective sigh of relief, their faces filled with pride and satisfaction. The recent rush planting had exhausted everyone, both physically and mentally. Zhou Yu specially visited to deliver some red ginseng slices he had prepared himself, which could be brewed into tea to refresh the mind. "You're very thoughtful. Thank you." said Li Rongzhou as he sipped the tea, sighing comfortably while marveling at the unpredictable wonders of life. Who would have thought that Zhou Yu, once an honest and simple man, had been sent by Li Yuan to break his second son's leg? Now Zhou Yu lived peacefully, while Li Yuan had long turned to bones in the ground. Not worthy of your thanks, Zhou Yu replied with a half-bow. He remained most grateful to the Li family patriarch who had handed him meat buns, giving his wandering heart an unexpected home. Hearing Li Rongzhou's praise filled him with joy. After seeing Zhou Yu off, Li Rongzhou rested briefly before gathering the laborers to announce the long-term employment list. Those selected wept with gratitude, their futures secured, while the unsuccessful left disappointed. Some tried to leverage personal connections, prompting laughter from others. If we're counting relations, isn't every family in this village connected somehow? The remark flushed the petitioners' faces red with embarrassment, forcing them to abandon their attempts. Observing the Li family's thriving, bustling scene, the old village chief sighed with emotion. The Rongzhou household is truly rising now. The Li family had funded the ancestral hall's renovation. Li Pingyan, when free, would compile examination study guides to teach village children. Li Pingfu, known for his loyalty and righteousness throughout Peach Blossom Mountain, never refused to help villagers in need, earning widespread recognition as a chivalrous figure. The chief privately regretted his lack of foresight. He should have arranged marriages with the Li sons earlier. Who could have predicted refugees would transform into a prominent family within years, with the eldest son achieving martial success and the second son's scholarly distinction? Now, they become unattainable matches. Meanwhile, Li Rongzhou also discussed marriage matters with his sons. By village standards, 20-year-old Li Pingfu and 18-year-old Li Pingyan were considered older bachelors, yet no one in the Li family felt urgent pressure to marry. As Li Pingyan pragmatically stated, he'd become quite the hot commodity now. Marrying some village girl without influential in-laws would feel like settling. After passing the imperial examination, prominent families from Yinshui County would surely extend olive branches. His reasoning, though calculating, undeniably represented the optimal path. Li Pingfu, less complicated, hoped to find someone he liked, having grown up witnessing his parents' harmonious relationship. Mutual affection would be ideal, but lacking that mattered little. A real man needn't worry about finding a wife. Establishing his career came first. As for young Li Pingyan, no one asked his opinion, sparing him unnecessary worries with 5 or 6 years still ahead. He appeared to gaze distantly at the scenery, seemingly daydreaming while actually grinding skill proficiency. Xie Yuan secretly glanced at Li Pingyan, her lips curling into a smile more graceful than even Lady Qin's. Flat Peach Town, the fighting arena. The current martial arts craze had spawned makeshift fighting circles where anyone could jump in and spar. Dojo disciples, gang members, wandering martial artists, all local notables had fought in these wild rings to build reputations, attract patrons' attention, or wager on their skills. Li Yuan's sharp-featured face remained impassive while Old 5 and Old 6 beside him wore expressions of stifled anger, glaring at the Yellow Scarf gang members swaggering before them. Know the rules, country bumpkins? Who fights without paying fees? Taunted one. With those amateur skills, you call this fighting? Jeered another. Call us grandpa, and we might teach you a move or two, they sneered, their dozen-strong group erupting in raucous laughter. You, little 7 meow, Kai burned with fury. These local gangs had gone too far, claiming public spaces as their own. As he prepared to charge forward, Li Yuan restrained him, whispering, "Let it go, little 7. Li Yuan recognized their leader, Jiao Shichong, a frequent underground boxing opponent of Ping Fu back in the day, who joined the Yellow Scarf Gang after aging out of the brutal youth fights. Underground rings favored reckless teenagers who fought viciously for silver, creating bloody spectacles that thrilled audiences. Jiao had earned Ping Fu's enmity through particularly dirty tactics before being disciplined several times. Outnumbered now, provoking conflict served no purpose. That's it. That's all you've got. The gang members erupted in mocking catcalls and duck-like cackles as the trio withdrew. "Brother Jiao, what if Li Pingfu comes for us?" one gang member worried aloud. Li Pingfu commanded considerable respect in Flat Peach Town. His black tiger technique, widely feared. "What's there to fear? I've crossed hands with Li Pingfu before. Nothing special." Jiao Shichong scoffed, watching Li Yuan's retreating back. "Besides, our gang leader obtained an immortal pill and will soon break through to the divine execution realm. What's one Li Pingfu? We could make him our dog." The underling grew more concerned. Their 50-something gang leader achieving such a breakthrough seemed doubtful. "Brother Yuan, we can't just let this go," Miao Kai protested. "Avoid unnecessary conflict. Have you forgotten Pingfu's teachings?" Li Yuan cautioned. No need to trouble him with this during his critical breakthrough period. Since establishing his 3 agreements with his father, Li Yuan had matured rapidly. With family resources supporting his martial development, his skills progressed swiftly as his personality grew steadier like Pingfu's. To become his elder brother's reliable right hand and the family's shield, he needed to stand independently. Time flowed like water, and half a year passed in a blink. Li family training grounds. Through these months, Li Pingfu had accumulated energy day and night until his blood qi bubbled like boiling water within him. The cold water pearl at his waist emitted wisps of frosty air as he swallowed the 7-leaf purple-gold treasure her decoction. His chest heaved violently, breaths rapid yet controlled. Li Yuan, Xie Xiaodao, and others guarded the compound against disturbances, while Li Rongzhou, Li Pingqian, Xie Yuan, and other martial practitioners observed. Witnessing a divine execution realm breakthrough offered invaluable insights. It begins. The divine execution realm embodied a warrior's courage. Li Pingfu recalled years of life-threatening trials, the killer instinct from battles, condensing these experiences like a raging dragon as the herb's potency flooded his system. Executing the black tiger technique repeatedly, his pupils gradually crimsoned with accumulating killing intent. Every acupoint in his body opened like stars twinkling, capable of withstanding the clashing divine and execution energies. One sweat droplet fell, then 2, 3. Suddenly, enlightenment struck. Li Pingfu shuddered violently as torrential power surged through his limbs. An invisible barrier shattered instantly. Within his meridians and organs, strands of execution qi swirled and expanded, converging and growing in his dantian. With a mental grasp, he seized these circulating energies. This was true internal force. Li Pingfu felt an immense relief. It was like climbing a mountain, arduous and exhausting during the ascent, but once standing atop the peak and gazing far into the distance, seeing the vast world below, there was a profound realization. All other mountains seemed small from this vantage point. This feeling is extraordinary. After breaking through to the divine execution realm, the killing aura condenses in the eyes. With a single roar, ordinary people's souls would scatter in terror. Even fellow martial artists of the same realm would be stunned momentarily by surprise. The Black Tiger technique was famed for its power gathering. The combined tiger-leopard thunder roar and killing aura impact was enough to create a terrifying intimidation effect. It was a suppression of momentum, a suppression of cultivation level. Sensing the changes within his body, Li Pingfu secretly marveled and carefully shared his insights with his family. The divine execution realm united spirit and flesh as one. Not only did the spirit surge greatly, but the physique reached a monstrous level. Even when faced with sharp blades, ordinary weapons could at most scratch the surface skin and could not penetrate further, unless internal force was attached or immortal spells were used. To Li Pingsan's perception, his elder brother was now a ferocious beast, a tiger king among monsters. "Father, can our family open a martial arts school now?" Perhaps exhilarated by the breakthrough, normally composed Li Pingfu could not help but ask eagerly. Li Rongzhou laughed heartily. "Of course. The eldest son was likely the youngest divine execution realm martial artist in Flat Peach Town, making him the Lee family martial arts school's most impressive signboard. Before that, we need to use your breakthrough to the divine execution realm as an excuse to host a banquet for the experts of Flat Peach Town. In plain terms, it was to probe the situation, understand allies and enemies, and build connections. Previously, being only a blood chi martial artist, he couldn't reach a certain social circle, thus had no right to share the cake. But to form a force, you have to rally and intimidate multiple sides. Otherwise, the moment you open a martial arts school, you risk getting kicked out. Father, I understand. Li Pingfu grasped the crucial point and thought of the Wei Yuan escort agency. Master Zhou had a good relationship with their chief escort, and Wei Yuan was quite reputable in town. Perhaps they could leverage this connection. He wrote invitation letters, informing the martial arts school masters and scattered experts in town of his breakthrough and banquet, while personally inviting Wei Yuan escort agency's chief escort, Zhao Huafeng, through Zhou and Xin's network. Li Pingcan sent Little Black to Yinshui County to share the good news with her second elder brother, who was studying at the academy. With the brush down, a warm joy filled his heart. He himself wasn't particularly elated about the breakthrough, but with his elder brother growing stronger and the family flourishing, nothing was more pleasing. There was no secret in the village. News of Li Pingfu's breakthrough to the divine execution realm spread like wildfire throughout Peach Blossom Village and all the way to Flat Peach Town. Zhou and Xin felt refreshed. The worries between his brows completely vanished. His gaze at Li Pingfu was filled with proud affection, like a father to a son. At the beginning of the year, he finally took a concubine, but there was no news since. Though not ready to give up hope, he had already prepared for Li Pingfu, his last disciple, to be his fallback. He didn't need his disciple to do anything else. As long as the divine execution realm martial artist lived, it was enough to intimidate others and allow him to live out his years in peace. Li Yuan and the other brothers couldn't hide their joy, their heads held high, walking proudly as if the wind followed their steps, sharing in the honor. They always knew elder brother Pingfu was a martial genius who would never disappoint. Yellow Scarf Gang. Jiao Shichang was drenched in sweat, kneeling before the gang's hall entrance. His eyes gleamed with disbelief. Upon hearing Li Pingfu's breakthrough, he was not only shocked, but was overtaken by blatant jealousy. The world was full of martial geniuses. Why was he the only one missing? The heavenly Tao was unfair. But obviously, there was no time now to complain about the Tao. Although the Yellow Scarf Gang leader was about 50, his blood chi was gradually fading, his aura still cold and sharp. His beard and thick eyebrows made him look imposing without anger. Yet he cursed loudly the moment he spoke. Who told you the gang leader will soon break through to the divine execution realm? Why didn't I know about this? You look down on Li Pingfu? I don't even dare to look down on this junior. Taking him as a dog? I say you're just an untrainable dog. The gang leader's mindset was collapsing. They said gangs prey on the weak and fear the strong. Yet Jiao Shichang kept picking on the toughest target. Why provoke a divine execution realm martial artist so recklessly? Once someone entered the divine execution realm, they generated internal force. 1 unit of internal force equaled 10 units of solid blood chi. If high-level divine execution, internal force could be released externally. Even flower petals or flying leaves could injure others. In other words, Li Pingfu truly had the qualification to challenge others in Flat Peach Town. The more he looked at useless Jiao Shichang, the angrier the gang leader got. Fuming, the Yellow Scarf Gang leader shouted angrily to his subordinates on both sides. Strip his clothes, give him the thorny vine whip, go to the Li family to apologize. Apologize with thorns on his back? Jiao Shichang looked up in disbelief. The gang leader had always treated him generously, even more so than nephews. He never expected such a sudden betrayal. To apologize to Li Pingfu, his longtime rival, and suffer such humiliation publicly. How would he ever stand in the gang again? His eyes darted wildly. Slapping his palms, He instantly struck two gang members who came to undress him. His legs bent exaggeratedly like a frog's jump, and he suddenly dashed away. Better to run first. Traitor! The gang leader's eyes blazed with fury. His right palm suddenly glowed cyan, fingers closing as the air exploded with a sharp crack. Jiao Shichang had just reached the courtyard wall when a deafening roar came from behind. The Yellow Scarf Gang's secret technique. Yellow Scarf Mountain, shattering palm. 7th level tiger, splitting mountains and rivers. Though aged, the leader was vigorous as ever, moving like a shadow, instantly appearing behind Jiao Shichang. Jiao Shichang hurriedly turned, but before he could throw the poison-coated iron caltrops hidden in his sleeve, a palm shadow descended. He hurriedly used the wandering frog step to retreat. In moments, the gang leader's second palm struck like thunder. You old bastard bully too much. Jiao Shichang's chest was struck. He spat blood with a puff, and his body collapsed like a broken-winged bird. Seeing this, the gang members surged forward and tied up Jiao Shichang. The gang leader's eyes were cold and ruthless. Considering Jiao Shichang's decent martial talent, he had intended to nurture him carefully, but never expected him to waste the opportunity. Given the circumstances, he wouldn't be soft anymore. The Weather Gang leader knew well that grudges with Jiao Shichang must be wiped out completely to avoid future trouble, especially with such talented but narrow-minded people. He said coldly, break his legs, destroy his meridians, cripple his dantian, and send him to the Leaf family. Right now, the Leaf family was not a force the Yellow Scarf Gang could afford to offend. The Yellow Scarf Gang's thorny apology was handled gently by Li Pingfu. Ignoring Jiao Shichang's hateful glare, he gave him top-quality healing medicine, gaining a wave of goodwill and greatly boosting his reputation. Everyone praised Li Pingfu for his benevolence and broad-mindedness. He was even willing to spare his enemies. With his dantian destroyed and legs crippled, Jiao Shichang wouldn't survive long even if left to his fate. Besides, the scheming gang leader wouldn't let him off. Naturally, Li Pingfu was happy to be seen as the good guy with a prestigious reputation. Meanwhile, far away at Yinshui Academy, Li Pingyan received a letter from home and excitedly read it over and over. Waning, what's making you so happy? A handsome young man beside Li Pingyan held a book, slightly smiling and somewhat surprised. He had never seen Li Waning with such an expression. Waning was Li Pingyan's courtesy name, given by Master Xia, meaning to hold the heart balanced and maintain world peace, embodying the firmness to quell chaos and the calm insight of a wise man. The surname Li represented wood, Pingyan combined water and earth harmoniously, and Waning added fire, completing the 5 elements and symbolizing endless vitality. Xianxia, there's news from home. My elder brother broke through to the divine execution realm. Li Pingyan still held the letter, happily telling his friend Zhou Xianxia. Zhou Xianxia was 5 years older, bright and talented, often discussing governance with Li Pingyan. Both came from humble origins and had witnessed the hardships of the common people, inspiring lofty ambitions to govern and serve the people by punishing the wicked. They were like kindred spirits. A divine execution realm martial artist is extraordinary. Zhou Xianxia was somewhat surprised. Martial artists at that realm could compete for military official positions. The county captain of Yinshui was a peak divine execution realm expert. This breakthrough meant the Li family would rise in status and could support Li Pingyan's future. Yet he harbored no jealousy or condescending attitude towards martial artists. Reaching divine execution realm at such a young age meant Li Pingyan's elder brother had endured hardships no less than their scholarly efforts. Li Pingyan felt joyful and carefully stored the letter inside a book. As the wind fluttered the pages, many letters remained perfectly preserved except for those requiring destruction. For wanderers, the most cherished thing was the condition of their family at home. After a brief moment of happiness, Li Pingyan calmly raised the book with focused expression. My elder brother has made a name for himself. I must also pass the Immortal official examination to bring strength to our family. The academy's scholars taught wholeheartedly, and he absorbed knowledge like a sponge. For a boy from a farming background, every opportunity must be firmly grasped. Drunken Immortal Restaurant, the largest and most magnificent restaurant in Flat Peach Town. In the private room called Between Azure Cliffs, flowing water and winding goblets created a scenic ambience, inspiring the poem Sitting and Watching Clouds Rise, with the soft sounds of silk slippers delighting the ears. To entertain the martial arts school masters, the Lee family specially hosted a banquet here. Lee Pinkin looked at the snow glow soup, actually lotus tofu soup, costing a silver tael per bowl. Quite pricey. He sat below Li Pingfu, discreetly observing the guests, mainly focusing on the martial arts school masters. The White Tiger Martial Arts School's master, Lei Shan, was as burly as an iron tower, with leopard-like eyes ringed by black glossy sideburns covering half his face. His personality seemed bold and generous. He drank his cup full each time. The Vermilion Bird Martial Arts School's master, Lin Fengwu, was a woman wearing blazing red. Her hair was tightly tied up, her sharp eyebrows and eyes like knives, with deep wrinkles at the mouth corners and eye tails, giving an unapproachable impression. The Azure Dragon Martial Arts School's master, Shun Xiaotian, was tall and slender like bamboo, with sunken cheeks. At this moment, he gave a half-smile, half-sneer at Li Pingfu, mockingly saying, "It's always the young heroes who emerge first. Us old bones will soon be washed away by the waves. Where could we possibly have a place in Flat Peach Town?" The masters were all middle-aged or older, roughly a generation older than the newly risen divine execution realm youth, so Shun Xiaotian's words resonated deeply. The atmosphere briefly darkened. Li Pingfu calmly raised his cup, saying, "Thank you, respected seniors, for gracing this banquet. I grew up hearing tales of your adventures. Today's gathering isn't to compete, but to admire your elegant bearing, which truly remains undiminished." Lei Shan and Lin Fengwu's expressions softened slightly. Regardless, the junior's attitude was decent. Shen Xiaotian sneered coldly. "Smooth talk, easier said than done. You pretend at the banquet, but it's really a show of force. If I weren't here today, I'd let it slide, but since I am, I have to teach this reckless kid a lesson." Li Pingfu's smile faltered slightly. "Senior, I have never tried to show off." "Eh." Shun Xiaotian sneered again, cutting off Li Pingfu. "Dare to lie to me? I've seen plenty of young brats like you, humble on the surface but wild underneath, trying to use us as stepping stones to show off. You misunderstand." "Misunderstand? Everyone knows your true intent. No matter how slick your words, you can't hide your ambition. Take this." Shun Xiaotian took the initiative, suddenly hurling his wine cup at Li Pingfu. The wine traced a graceful arc in midair as a scaled blue dragon-patterned hand cut through the liquid, reaching for Li Pingfu's chest. The Azure Dragon cloud-reaching hand was a tricky and cunning technique, its fingertips coated with poison, targeting vital meridians, a signature move of the Azure Dragon Martial Arts School. If you want to frame someone, you can always find a reason. This fight was inevitable. Seeing that the other martial arts masters made no move, Li Pingfu understood this was a show of force. If he lost today, not only would opening a martial arts school be impossible, he might not even establish himself in Flat Peach Town. Though taken by surprise, he had remained vigilant from the start. The moment the attack came, he unleashed the Black Tiger Technique's Tiger Leopard Thunder Roar with a thunderous boom, freezing the 3-foot radius air around him like solid iron. The Divine Execution Realm's Tiger Leopard Thunder Roar was a spiritual intimidation. Compared to physical cultivation, most martial artists' mental states were relatively weak. Shun Xiaotian's dark green robe stirred without wind. His figure suddenly stiffened. Not missing the chance, Li Pingfu struck down with his right palm, internal force surging with thunderous sound, startling Shun Xiaotian awake. Shun immediately retreated with a swift, dragon-soaring step. The next moment, the blue brick ground where he stood cracked explosively under the force. Shun Xiaotian's eye twitched. Young people these days were so ruthless. No respect for elders, no martial virtue. He had hoped to suppress the newcomer's first divine execution breakthrough, but seeing how Li Pingfu wielded his force freely and skillfully, Shen knew this young man was not to be underestimated. Experts make no mistakes on the first move. Continuing the fight might not guarantee victory. He felt a desire to retreat. Suddenly he laughed heartily. No wonder I valued you as a junior. Let me test you. Calm in crisis. Quite the general's demeanor. With just that one phrase, all prior conflicts were swept aside. No wonder he was an old hand. Knowing when to pick up and when to put down, even such an awkward scene was handled smoothly. The two other martial arts masters, stiff like wooden men, now woke up saying, "Why start fighting? We're all divine execution realm martial artists and should stand together. Come on, keep eating, keep drinking." Clearly, the three were united in that. Li Pingfu was not surprised. Being new, it was normal to be challenged. No newcomer was spared difficulties. Given time, he would surely integrate into the circle. He raised his cup again, smiling humbly, smoothly moving past the incident. "I'll toast the seniors once more." After the banquet, "Thank you, Chief Escort Zhao, for backing me up today. Without you, I might have been defeated." Li Pingfu bowed gratefully. Zhao Huafeng of Weiyuan Escort Agency was one of his reserve backups. Controlling the situation within a limit was also to protect himself. If the martial arts masters ganged up on him without martial virtue, Zhao Huafeng was a shield. Though he handled the Azure Dragon martial arts school's trouble himself, the favor from Weiyuan Escort Agency could not be ignored. Zhao Huafeng smiled straightforwardly. "It was nothing, and I didn't even exert much effort. You earned it yourself." He envied his friend Zhou Enxian for having such a promising youth to inherit the martial legacy. Traveling far and wide, he had yet to meet one like him. Such good fortune was truly enviable. But having made good connections today, he need not worry about courting this young man. After sending Zhao Huafeng off, Li Pingfu returned to the banquet, watching Li Pingkan busily packing leftover dishes. "What are you doing?" he asked. "Packing up." Several dishes were barely touched. Li Pingkan counted on his fingers. 3 tails of egg custard, 5 tails of dompa pork. The Li family could afford it, but wasting food was unacceptable. Li Pingfu thought it made sense, and, ignoring the waiter's expression, packed up with his brother. Looking at his brother's side profile amid the clinking of tea bowls, his surging emotions gradually calmed. He had lied to Zhao Huafeng. In the entire drunken Immortal restaurant, the only backup he truly trusted without reservation was his brother Li Pingkan. That was Li Pingfu's true trump card, the unchanging foundation of the Li family. Azure Dragon Martial Arts School. The 3 masters gathered, looking worried. Didn't expect this kid to be that capable. Shen Xiaotian frowned. His methods were shady and tricky, but Li Pingfu's Black Tiger technique was grand and restrained, perfectly countering him. If only that old Lei had made a move earlier. "What should we do now?" Lin Fengwu asked. "What can we do?" With this momentum, the Li family's martial arts school is a done deal. I've said there's no need for such a show of force. Lei Zhinshan shook his head lazily, though he wasn't particularly worried. His family had run martial arts schools for generations. The White Tiger Martial Arts School in Flat Peach Town was just a branch. Such a small matter was nothing to him. Ultimately, they were all opening martial arts schools. Though competitors, they weren't gangs fighting over territory, risking blood feuds. Martial arts schools were business. Harmony brought wealth. Listening to Lei Zhinshan's indifferent words, Shen Xiaotian grew angry. Damn, I took the risk testing him. Now that it's not working out, they start shifting blame? Shen Xiaotian cursed silently, but had no better plan. The Li family's rise was unstoppable. The 3 parted unhappily. A few days later, Shen Xiaotian discovered that the old Lei secretly hosted Li Pingfu, and that Lin Fengwu had allowed her young daughter to associate with the Li family youth. Those 2 old fools, are they even human? Damn, with how I mocked the Li family kid, could I have made enemies? He could handle the divine execution realm. But if Li Pingfu broke through to the innate realm in his lifetime. Thinking of this, Shen Xiaotian felt ants crawling all over, drenched in sweat. He regretted his actions, shooting the bird that sticks its head out. The alliance was full of bad people. No, I can't just sit and wait for death. After thinking for a moment, his eyes flashed with cunning light. Yes, that's what I'll do. The peach brew was the town's specialty, elegantly packaged in exquisite sandalwood boxes that looked very high-end. Xianxia carried 2 boxes of the peach brew as he headed to visit the Leaf family. He was a divine execution warrior. Walking dozens of miles on flat roads on foot didn't tire him at all. His pace was swift and steady, and the gift boxes in his hands didn't wobble even a bit. At the entrance of Peach Blossom Village, due to the recent influx of unfamiliar visitors coming to see the Leaf family, several young villagers stood guard. Seeing Xianxia, one stood atop a wooden lookout platform and looked down, asking, "Where are you from?" Xianxia frowned. In the past, his bad temper wouldn't have tolerated such slight disrespect, but thinking about how those 2 old men had acted behind his back to strike first, the alliance of friendship was now broken like a fragile boat. His thin belly had swollen from anger like a pufferfish. One step slower means every step is slower. He could only endure, speaking gruffly. "I am Xianxia from Flat Peach Town, here to visit the Leaf family." The young villager nodded. He was just a farm boy from the village, rarely visiting the town, and didn't know the name Xianxia, so he remained indifferent. As for the Leaf family, although most families in Peach Blossom Village were surnamed Li, nowadays Leaf family referred only to Uncle Rongzhou's household. Outsiders came only for them, so there was no confusion. The young villager looked at the long sword hanging at Xianxia's waist and said seriously, "Brother Yuan said no weapons are allowed inside the village. Please leave your blade on the sword rack and retrieve it when you leave. I will keep it safe." This was to prevent any lawless troublemakers from causing harm. Seeing the clear gaze of the young villager, Xianxiaotian understood he was not deliberately making things difficult. He reluctantly put down his long sword along with several long needle-hidden weapons. The pulley moved, and the wooden gate creaked open. As Xianxiaotian passed the wooden platform, he couldn't help but snort coldly. Using his movement technique, his body became like a phantom, vanishing from the young villager's sight in the blink of an eye. That fast! The young villager's eyes widened, belatedly realizing this was a martial arts expert. His heart pounded, worried he might have provoked someone he shouldn't have. When Li Yuan came to inspect, he quickly reported the matter in a rush. Li Yuan reassured him, "No need to worry. You did well. Just keep doing what you're supposed to." He glanced toward the Leaf family's direction. Even the most stubborn divine execution warrior had come to make peace, so his older brother opening a martial arts school in Flat Peach Town now faced no obstacles. The Leaf family. The lingering fragrance of silver dew pine tea filled the air. The originally simple reception hall was decorated with various ornaments and calligraphy paintings. Once strength reached a certain level, wealth would flow like a river. Shun Xiaoyan's earlier frustrations eased after taking a sip of the hot tea. He couldn't tell if the tea was good or bad, but he could tell it was expensive tea leaves, which meant Li Pingfu's attitude was still relatively friendly. Without the sarcastic atmosphere present during banquets, Shun Xiaotian was much kinder in private, wearing a warm smile. "Since we parted last time, it's been many days. I missed you very much." Li Pingfu's heart was strange. He thought of the attitudes of the White Tiger and Vermilion Bird martial arts school masters, and now the Azure Dragon. Their attempts at probing had failed, so they switched to a strategy of coaxing. He had to admire these martial arts masters. They were seasoned veterans at changing faces, with their skills at switching from arrogance to humility so refined it was flawless. This was a skill he still needed to learn. No matter how much he inwardly grumbled, he remained courteous and hospitable on the surface. "Senior visiting, is there any urgent matter? If there is anything I can assist with, I will never refuse." Hearing this, Shin Xiaotian was very pleased and said sincerely, "I and Pingfu got along well from the start. After thinking it over these days, why not become sworn brothers and share a bond of brotherhood?" This was his bright idea. Once they were brothers, naturally they would share hardships and victories together. This was better than that woman having her daughter use a beauty scheme. Li Pingfu was shocked and almost lost his composure. At their ages, in a farming family, they were more like grandfather and grandson. Brothers? He quickly said, Senior has been famous for a long time. I dare not compete for glory with you. If you don't mind, why not let me call you Brother Shin? That works. Shin Xiaotian was a little regretful, but knew it couldn't be forced. Although they didn't swear brotherhood, it still eased their relationship. No longer rivals, the goal was achieved. Brother Shun, Junior Brother Li. With the address established, the two no longer felt unfamiliar. The atmosphere truly became harmonious. Shun Xiaotian smiled. Junior Brother Li, just entering the divine execution realm. You can ask me if there's anything you don't understand. The peach brew was just a courtesy gift. This was his real sincerity. Increasing strength and expanding connections allowed one to obtain more information and avoid many detours. Li Pingfu's mind stirred, asking, Brother Shun, why is the divine execution realm so important? It was not just the attitude of the martial arts masters. Today he also met with government officials who came to bring good news. Special approval of martial registration and exemption from land tax. Together, the two brothers, one civil and one martial, were exempt from paying taxes on 100 acres of forest land. This made Li Pingfu vaguely feel the divine execution realm was no simple matter. Junior Brother asked the right person. This is the secret of the divine execution realm. Do you know why the government values divine execution warriors so much? He waited slyly for Li Pingfu to ask more. This was one of his dark pleasures. Whenever teaching disciples core martial arts, he would deliberately leave a mystery, enjoying the sight of his disciples scratching their heads in eager frustration. It gave him a sense of control and satisfaction. Oh, Li Pingfu smiled faintly, calmly sipping tea without much response. Now was Shun Xiaotian's turn to feel uncomfortable, caught in between, wanting to speak but held back. Aha! Junior Brother is really steady. He gave an awkward fake laugh. Seeing Li Pingfu still didn't respond, he had to speak on his own. Ahem, because for immortals, divine execution warriors are capable of injuring or even killing them. The government's attention is less about respect and more about using fame and profit to lure them, strengthening control. Li Pingfu pondered thoughtfully. Immortals were supreme, and those with official status were even more untouchable. He had never considered it from this angle. Can immortals be killed when they are young and weak? He thought silently. As Shun Xiaotian explained, Li Pingfu understood. Divine execution warriors corresponded to first and second layers of immortal energy refinement. Postnatal warriors corresponded to third and fourth layers. Innate masters to fifth and sixth layers, and grandmasters of the divine martial realm to seventh and eighth layers. Whether martial arts had realms beyond that was unknown. Immortals at first and second layers had weak control over spells and fragile physiques. If caught close, they were vulnerable to physically strong warriors, fragile as glass. Whether a divine execution warrior could handle a first or second layer immortal depended on weapons, cultivation methods, and the sub-realm of martial arts practiced. The longer one cultivated immortality, the longer their lifespan, but no matter how strong a warrior was, age would cause blood qi to decline, limiting potential. Shun Xiaotian's words completely shattered Li Pingfu's idealized image of immortals. Don't attack immortals with official status. No matter how stealthy you are, the imperial court has ways to find the true culprit. Shun Xiaotian warned, fearing his newly made junior brother might be overambitious and cause disaster for their whole family. Brother Shun, rest assured, how could I disrespect immortals? Li Pingfu's surface was flawless, hiding his true thoughts well. By the way, do you know of any immortal spiritual lands? I like to pay respects. Pay respects? More like seeking immortal fate, right? Who wouldn't want to cultivate immortality upon hearing the benefits? Shin Xiaotian gave a knowing look and said, spiritual lands are already occupied by major powers, either immortal clans or martial families. These wandering forces, have no chance. The prefect of Yinshui County occupies Lingmai Mountain, a place of profound immortal path. But there's no need to envy. Spiritual lands aren't useful for warriors. Ordinary people can't comprehend the mysteries of the heavenly energy. Information that ordinary people couldn't access was somewhat rumored and passed around among martial arts masters. Seeing Li Pingfu disappointed, he smiled. Though there are no spiritual lands deep in Taichung Mountain, there is a legend that a meteor fell 100 years ago, shining with golden light. Immortal searched but never found it. Also, the underground springs of Wuling Mountain. Drinking from them could turn back time by a day. Their casual chat was like an ocean embracing 100 rivers. Li Pingfu absorbed all these unknown immortal anecdotes. Seeing Shan Xiaoyan's usual expression, he clearly treated it as mere curiosities. An hour later, it's getting late. I'll come again to chat with junior brother Li. Shen Xiaoyan stood to leave. Li Pingfu personally escorted him to the village entrance. No matter what grudges existed before, today Shen Xiaoyan truly came with goodwill. The young villager guarding the gate saw Shan Xiaoyan and quickly held up the long sword with both hands. "You kid, you do have some sense." Shen Xiaoyan took back his sword, regaining face and feeling comfortable. The previous annoyance had long vanished. The Li family. Li Pingfu looked at the panel. LV9 water manipulation. Trait, shape solidification. Shape solidification. The water you manipulate can take on shapes according to your will and possesses destructive power. After day and night of travel, he finally upgraded the water manipulation skill to max level. He once condensed water blades underwater, enough to cut through the hard shells of some treasure beasts, but it was hard to hit agile water creatures. Fortunately, water manipulation could work with shape solidification. The only downside was high mana consumption. While shape-shifting without blocking spiritual energy, it could be used only 30 to 40 times at most. With water manipulation, in the past 6 months, he also gained plenty of blood chi supplements and a piece of precious lotus root plant. Treasure plants were truly hard to find. Unfortunately, the lotus root's water attribute was incompatible with the killer bee's earth attribute. They couldn't coexist, so it could only be transformed into martial blood chi. Calculating the time, it's almost the tide period Little Gold mentioned. Li Pingfu counted on his fingers. In August and September, due to the influence of time and terrain, the Qing River would show a tidal phenomenon. The tide pressed in from the horizon, at first rolling like 1,000 white silk ribbons, then suddenly forming a huge wall spanning the sky and earth. The stones on the riverbank trembled beneath his feet. Magnificent! Without water manipulation, relying only on shape-shifting fish to resist, it would be impossible to withstand the undercurrent. Luckily, it was not yet July, and water manipulation was already max level. He really loved progress. Knock, knock, knock. Big brother. The earth pulse sense detected hurried, heavy footsteps. Li Pingfu dispersed the mist floating in the air and looked toward Li Pingfu. Little brother, I have news you wanted. Among the martial arts masters, Li Pingfu was smooth and diplomatic, cross-checking information channels before telling Li Pingfu the consolidated news. Taichung Mountain? Li Pingfu picked out the information he wanted. The name was somewhat familiar. After thinking carefully, he seemed to have seen it on a simple map at the Weiyuan Escort Agency. Qingshan County and Longquan County were neighboring regions, and Taichung Mountain was outside Qingshan County. It was the stronghold of the Dragon Tiger Bandits. That place was far more chaotic than Longquan Town, but the meteorite stone caught his attention. Rumors were mixed, but what if there was a mortal fate? Better than being completely in the dark. I have plenty of time. I can slowly search and verify the truth. Ordinary people had no chance to access immortal secrets. Thanks to his brother's breakthrough to divine execution, the information barrier was broken. Big brother, what level do you think the Sword Immortal from the Seven Stars sect has? Li Pingfu suddenly asked. Li Pingfu was stunned, silent for a moment. After breaking through the divine execution realm, their father had also told him about Li Qian, to remind him not to be arrogant, that there were always stronger people and dangers in the world. Flying through the air, his realm can't be low. At least mid-level refined energy. Although sect immortals didn't have official registration, killing them wouldn't be detected by government secret techniques. But sword cultivators were mainly killers, so their strength was certain to be formidable. Li Pinkin nodded silently. Before such immortals, the Li family was still too weak, like an ant trying to shake a tree. The next day, Li Rongzhou carried peach brew and went to Zhou and Xin's house. Since the death of Li Dahu, the two families had grown closer. Of course, even if Li Dahu were still alive, given Li Pingfu's current status, he would only have begged for mercy. Brother Li is here. Hunger quickly served tea and water. Zhou and Xian was lying in a recliner, enjoying a concubine's shoulder massage. Seeing Li Rongzhou arrive, he got up smiling to greet him. No need to trouble. Li Rongzhou waved off Hunger's attentiveness. Brother Zhou, I brought peach brew. Let's drink until we're drunk. He didn't like drinking, but recently he felt so happy he wanted to drink until he passed out. So he came to Zhou and Xian. Hunger, bring the wine cups. Yes. Hunger was plain-looking but very shapely, especially her round hips, swaying like a large millstone, fitting the simple idea that big hips mean good fertility. A dish of peanuts, smashed cucumber salad, salted shrimp. With these snacks, Li and Zhou exchanged cups and drank with great enthusiasm. Enjoying the past, after several rounds, Zhou and Xian suddenly asked, Brother Li, is your family going to open a martial arts school? Li Rongzhou smiled in reply. The school premises had been rented, with a monthly rent of 8 taels of silver. The owner of the martial arena, upon hearing their family was renting, enthusiastically reduced the rent by 2 taels. The martial arts school could bring stable income and cultivate connections. Anyone who joined had to serve Li Pingfu as their master, establishing a strong master-disciple relationship. As for the peach orchards on Peach Blossom Mountain, they had no intention to give up. It was one of the Li family's foundations. If the school didn't do well, they had a fallback. I planned to invest. What do you think? Zhou and Xin said. Well, Li Rongzhou hesitated. Even the best brothers could fall out once money was involved. Zhou and Xin continued. I can provide the Black Tiger technique and teach it. You could develop as you wish. I only ask for a monthly share. By this calculation, the Li family could not lose. It was like an angel investor. Seeing Li Rongzhou's puzzled look, Zhou sighed. Hunger is pregnant. I have to think about the child's future. His wife was jealous. The investment wasn't for money, but to build a relationship with the Li family and provide protection for the child. When young, one was full of ambition. When old, one only wanted descendants to thrive. He also had a secret hope. The Li family's kids were all talented. Maybe if his child had more contact, he could become outstanding too. Hoping sons would become dragons and daughters phoenixes. Children were the extension of parents' hopes. Feeling the desolation and hope in Zhou's words, Li Rongzhou agreed. South Street, Flat Peach Town. A newly painted ebony plaque hung high above the doorframe. The 4 gilded characters, Li Family Martial Arts School, shone brilliantly in the morning light. Draped in red ribbons and decorations, with firecrackers scattered on the ground, half the street's townsfolk stopped to watch and gossip. That day, when Li Pingfu opened the school and accepted disciples, some wandering masters came seeking instruction. However, these wandering masters were no match for Li Pingfu. He won 18 consecutive fights, appearing like a martial god before the public. Though this martial arts school is new, the master is fierce. With such a young master, maybe he can break through the postnatal realm. If my son becomes his disciple, he'll benefit. The Black Tiger and White Crane techniques don't suit my child. Maybe the Black Tiger technique is good. The visual impact of 18 straight wins was too strong. Amid the wild cheers, many townsfolk were inspired as if they had won themselves 18 times. They signed contracts on the spot and joined the Li family's martial arts school. Brother Yuan, as you instructed, those wandering masters have been paid off. Miao Kai whispered. Li Yuan nodded. It wasn't a fixed match. There were not many fools willing to bring disgrace upon themselves, knowing Brother Pingfu was divine execution and would be hard to beat. Moreover, The real chance to kill the enemy was fleeting. It was impossible to show divine bravery and build the glory of invincibility. To win the crowd's praise, some performance was necessary. He said, "These days, have the brothers keep watch to prevent troublemakers, and don't provoke the wandering masters. Get to work." Time passed. The sycophants who used to follow behind Li Pingfu gradually grew more capable in all areas. An old farmer stood awkwardly in a corner of the martial arts school. His 8-year-old son gazed brightly at Li Pingfu in the center of the crowd, full of admiration. Feeling his son's emotions, the old farmer bit his teeth. "Young master, how much is the martial arts school per year?" He thought that if it was less than 3 taels, he would sell everything to let his child learn. Business was coming. Xianxia greeted enthusiastically. "Old brother, only 15 taels per year. You can choose any martial art from the black tiger technique or white crane style." Frankly, this price was not expensive. The town was not like the countryside. When Zhou and Xian accepted disciples, he also charged 10 taels per year. Moreover, the Li family martial arts school allowed picking techniques, which others didn't offer. "So expensive?" the old farmer exclaimed. For the family, it was astronomical. The child's eyes immediately dimmed. "Dad, forget it. I don't want to learn martial arts." He pulled his father, wanting to leave this sad place. Xie Xiaodao was a little helpless. Li Pingfu stepped through the crowd and felt a vigorous life force from the ragged child. The child's breathing rhythm was as tenacious as weeds. "Hey, kid," he called to the child, who was not much younger than himself. "Want to learn martial arts? I can find someone to teach you." "This is the child you mentioned?" Li Pingfu nodded, speaking softly. "Brother, I think this kid is a promising talent." What he sensed wasn't the spiritual root or innate talent, but a type of life aura, roughly the combination of mental strength and physical body. Simply put, it was a full and vibrant spirit energy. A person like this would excel at whatever they do with half the effort. But due to the family's poverty and resulting malnutrition, this child was like a wild weed lost among the crowd, unnoticed by anyone. Li Pingfu trusted Li Pingsan's judgment and looked at the old farmer and his son. The old farmer still had bits of twigs and dry grass on him, likely coming to town during the farming off-season to sell firewood. He asked a few simple questions and learned that the two lived in Apricot Blossom Village. The old farmer's name was Sun Daniu, and the child was Sun War. Last year, the family had tested the child's spiritual root, which had left them financially strained. Unfortunately, Sun War's spiritual root test came up empty. This was common among ordinary families, who were willing to go bankrupt and sell everything for just a sliver of hope, praying their child would rise like a dragon, lifting even the chickens and dogs with them. "How many people live in your family, uncle? Is life tough? Does the child want to practice martial arts?" The old farmer stammered nervously, as if facing a VIP, showing restraint and respect. Sun Water's face flushed red, excitement shining in his eyes as he eagerly shouted, "Yes, then come practice with me." Li Pingfu's expression softened warmly. "Teach, then how much silver do we need?" The old farmer shrank back embarrassedly, wishing he could crawl into a hole. "We don't have silver." "Brother, how can you be so silly? Master Li has chosen your child, and he's not asking for your silver. This is truly the luck of a lifetime. Why didn't Master Li pick my second child? I see that black kid, but my second child is even more spirited." The townspeople nearby saw the old farmer's timid state and silently scolded him for lacking backbone. Some even envied Sun War, wishing they could take his place. Realizing this, Sun Dania knelt down excitedly with Sun War and kowtowed, never expecting such fortune, overwhelmed and babbling with gratitude. "Thank you. Thank you, sir." "War will kowtow." Sun War shouted crisply. "Thank you, sir." Xie Xiaodao joked. "You should change that sir to master now." "Master?" Li Pingfu smiled slightly, recalling the scene when his elder brother became a disciple, just as thrilling and heartwarming. At this moment, it was like a cycle of inheritance turning again. The Li family martial arts school had been busy from the start of the month until mid-month. Finally, things settled down. They had taken in more than a dozen disciples, earning nearly 200 taels of silver in a year. The school had just opened. Many people enrolled their children out of curiosity, but after a few months, the enthusiasm might fade and some might drop out. Of course, enrollment fees were non-refundable. Still, more and more children kept joining. For example, the White Tiger Martial Arts School, with a 100-year tradition, had a stable roster of 30 to 40 disciples, maintaining a dynamic balance. At a small restaurant, Li Pingfu invited Xie Xiaodao, Li Yuan, and others to eat and drink. These days, thanks to his brothers running errands and maintaining order, things were manageable. Younger brothers are always the most enthusiastic and sincere, asking for nothing in return. After several rounds of drinks, the atmosphere grew lively. Li Chao asked curiously, "Brother Pingfu, is there anything special about the child you took in?" Sun Jing's physical foundation is good. Although his basics are weak, he's young and can endure hardship. Sooner or later, he'll catch up with those born with innate advantages. He's sure to become the school's flagship, Li Pingfu said with satisfaction. His brother's insight was indeed reliable. Sun War had an easy-to-raise, cheap name. With Li Danyu's consent, he named the child Sun Zheng, hoping he would grow up upright and never forget his original intention. "Congratulations, brother, on finding a good seed." Suddenly, Yin, also known as Old Six, said, "Brother, the martial arts school needs to buy a batch of uniform school clothes from the weaving workshop. It'll cost about 10 taels of silver. What do you think?" He had been helping his parents with bookkeeping in their tofu shop since childhood. He was gifted with numbers and could calculate precise figures in his head. Therefore, he managed the martial arts school's current accounts and reported everything to Li Pingfu. "We need to buy school clothes, but no need for expensive materials. Choose durable fabrics." Li Pingfu thought for a moment. He didn't understand psychological suggestion, but wearing uniform clothes would help disciples develop a sense of belonging to the school. "You handle the money in the accounts. The books are yours to manage. I trust you do a good job." "No problem, brother," Yin said happily. His martial potential was average, so he might as well become an accountant. His brother's trust was his motivation. Yin didn't drink much. Drinking would interfere with his work for his brother. After the feast ended, he went to the weaving workshop and visited 3 or 4 shops, carefully comparing different materials. He found a batch of old fabric at one shop. Because the colors weren't fashionable, it was sold very cheaply. Yin was delighted. He was handsome and smooth-talking, charming the shop owner's wife. The fabric was a burden for her, so both parties quickly agreed on the order, saving the Li family martial arts school nearly half the cost. After closing the deal, Yin felt light and buoyant. Thinking of his brother's approving gaze, he even hummed a tune. As night fell, he paid the deposit and took the contract, then returned home. The moment he entered, he saw the gambling den's men blocking the door, and his face immediately darkened. "Yin, your little brother owes 10 taels of silver again, with signed IOUs. The gamblers glared fiercely, but did not get violent. Even hitting a dog required knowing its owner. Yin was backed by Li Pingfu, so they dared not offend him. However, the debt was real and the interest not exorbitant, quite considerate, actually. Today is the last deadline. If you can't pay, don't blame us for taking your brother away." "Brother, save me. Save me." Yin Yuhao panicked behind his brother, not wanting to go to the gambling den's dark room. "Fair, how can you let your brother be taken by the gamblers? You're his biological older brother. Forget that good-for-nothing kid. I want to beat him to death." Mothers crying, fathers shouting, breaking porcelain. All the sounds exploded like chaotic screams in Yin Yu's mind. "Stop yelling. I'll pay. I'll pay." He painfully pressed his throbbing temples. His little brother was hopeless. What could he do? He took out his last savings, but it wasn't enough. After hesitating with a furrowed brow, he took out the silver he saved for the martial arts school that day. It was money he earned himself anyway. Borrowing a bit shouldn't be a problem. Really rich, huh? 10 taels just taken like that. Your luck's good, following the right, big brother. The gamblers were surprised. The Yin family originally made tofu, a tough, grueling job that didn't earn much. The two boys were destined for a life of hard labor. Unexpectedly, fortune had come suddenly. "What's it to you?" Yin replied curtly. "Ha, look at you showing off." The gamblers exchanged glances and sneered before leaving. After they left, Yin vented his anger at home and scolded his brother bitterly. "If it happens again, I won't care about you." Yin Yuhao, light-boned and cheerful, made a vow with a big smile. "Brother, I promise it won't happen again." "Thank your brother quickly." Yin mother tapped her youngest son's forehead, relieved. Yin father smoked quietly and sighed. "Thank you, brother." Seeing his family's relieved expressions, Yin Yu's mood eased a little. But when he thought of the contract in his arms, his heart grew heavy with guilt and anxiety, with no one to share it with. How did such a good thing turn out like this? The next morning, Yin Yu took the contract to the shop owner's wife at the weaving workshop. After hesitating for a moment, he finally said, "Could you issue a new contract at the original price of the fabric?" Before he finished, the shop owner's wife smiled knowingly. "I thought you didn't want to." "It's simple." "Simple." Yin Yu was puzzled. He had built up his courage for a long time to ask. It's an unspoken rule in this industry. Wealthy families in town all do this. Without skimming a little off the top, where would the money for personal pockets come from? Hearing her casual words, Yin Yu was stunned. "Skimming a little? No, I'm not greedy. I'm just borrowing. I'll repay it once I have the money in the accounts. I'm different from those greedy parasites." Yin Yu exhaled a foul breath, his gaze growing firm. Calmly, he took the newly written contract from the shop owner's wife and left the weaving workshop. Li Family Martial Arts School. Li Pingfu looked over the bill Yin Yu handed him. The income and expenses were very reasonable. Seeing Yin Yu's nervous expression, he patted his shoulder reassuringly. "Don't stress so much. Even if the price is off, it's okay. Everyone makes mistakes. Just admit and fix them." "Yes, brother." Yin Yu lowered his head in response, fingers tightly clutching the account book. Big brother Pingfu really hadn't noticed. This was no surprise. Everyone had their expertise. Big brother was diligent in martial arts, and these market tricks were hard for an outsider to see through. Feeling his brother's trust, Yin Yu no longer felt the light happiness from before. His heart weighed heavy like a stone, sinking deeper. Peach Blossom Village, Li Family. Zhou Yu heard about the Li Family Martial Arts School opening and felt uneasy, afraid the Li family would move the entire household to town and abandon his herb fields. He especially went to inquire and found out the Li family was still settled in Peach Blossom Village. Only then did he relax. Taking advantage of this, he signed a 20-year living contract with the lease. He realized it was better to rest under a big tree than work himself to death alone. The better the Li family prospered, the better his life would be. After all, he was no longer alone and had to consider his wife. Zhou Yu married a local farmer girl. Both were kind and honest. The living contract didn't make him slave. When they had children, it wouldn't affect their education or martial arts learning. Maybe they could even find a decent job in the Li family. He felt the luckiest thing in his life was meeting Li Rongzhou after the disaster, a truly good person. After settling the price and signing, Li Rongzhou said, "Canner, see Uncle Zhou off." "All right, father. No trouble." Zhou Yu hurriedly said, "Hey," shaking his head. But Li Pingyan had already set off, so Zhou had to catch up. They walked and talked. "Uncle Zhou, since you often associate with herb gatherers and mountain runners, do you know any news about strange and rare, spirit-rich places?" Li Pingyan was here to gather information. Everyone had different channels and sources, so listening widely and brainstorming was necessary. Strange and rare, spirit-rich places. Zhou Yu pondered a moment, then shook his head. No spirit-rich places, but there are rumors of spiritual herbs. It's what old Yang, the diviner, told me. In the Yin-Yang boundary area, there's a lingling grass. Consuming it can help communicate with spirits, Zhou Yu whispered. A diviner, also called a geomancer, was a mysterious profession in the martial world. They were said to master feng shui secrets, identifying spiritual treasures in mountains and land veins, using techniques similar to land point division. But unlike tomb raiders, they avoided ancient tombs, fearing the influence of energy and loss of virtue. However, rules are rules. Who knows if they don the diviner's robe to hide tomb raiding? To Li Pingyan, Old Yang's tale sounded like nonsense. If Lingling grass were real, why hadn't he gone to fetch it himself? Besides, common folk often mistake valuable herbs and blood-chi herbs as spiritual herbs, using them for bragging rights. Li Pingyan didn't get any useful information, but was accustomed to that. He sent Zhou Yu off at the gate and was about to leave. Zhou Yu suddenly said, "If you want to search for herbs in the mountains, I can introduce you to the diviner profession, but the price is steep. Where the mountain spirits converge, precious herbs grow. Such places were dangerous and sometimes guarded by fierce beasts. When martial artists sought rare herbs unavailable on the market, they had to find them themselves. The diviner profession emerged as a trade sector for this. It was a favorite treasure hunt, pastime among many wealthy young masters. You give a fixed price, and whatever the diviner finds belongs to the sponsor. With the diviner guild's guarantee and rules, diviners wouldn't break conduct, damaging their reputation or getting banned. In severe cases, they might face legal punishment. Li Pingyan was somewhat interested. Although his mushrooms could expand vision and find herbs unseen by ordinary people, it was like fishing with a wide net. Diviners' treasure hunts were more like targeted searches. They first identified several points, then set out, much more efficient than a wide net. Whether they find treasures or not isn't important. If I can learn one or two targeting techniques, druids aren't omnipotent. At least he couldn't sense where heavenly spirits or earth materials lay. The mountains were vast and deep. Having a direction was better than wandering blindly like a headless fly. No need for two masters on one task. Li Pingyan entrusted Uncle Zhou to help contact the diviners and set a date for the mountain expedition. After long, busy days, Li Pingfu finally had a moment to breathe and returned to Peach Blossom Village for dinner. Lady Qin happily prepared a sumptuous meal. As Li Pingfu and Li Pingyan prospered, the house grew quieter. When the eldest and second sons came home, it felt like a guest's arrival, lively but peaceful. A grown son cannot be restrained by his mother. Watching his eldest son, radiant and spirited, Lady Qin hid the reluctant feelings deep in her heart. At the dinner table, Li Pingfu ate a bite of pickled vegetables. The sour taste instantly whetted his appetite. No matter how exquisite the dishes outside, none were as delicious as his mother's cooking. The family ate and chatted. "You're going to meet the diviners?" Li Pingfu looked at his younger brother. "Father, help me inquire. The diviner guild is very disciplined. That old Yang is reputable and has been doing it for 30 years. The neighbors speak highly of him," Li Pingyan said. "When? I'll go with you." Li Pingfu smiled, worried. "I want to see the world too." Li Rongzhou decided decisively. "Then the three of us, father and two sons, will go see the world." Li Pingyan also thought it was safer this way. Even if old Yang had bad intentions, the three of them fighting together would be fearless. "Brother, how's the martial arts school doing now?" Mentioning this, Li Pingfu brightened and spoke enthusiastically. People who accomplish great things have a desire to share, not to brag, but to gain affirmation and recognition. Li Pingyan occasionally responded with then suddenly paused mid-chopsticks. "Brother, did you hand over the school's accounts entirely to Brother Yin? What's wrong? Is that not okay?" "It's for convenience." Several family members looked at Li Pingyan confusedly. Even the family head, Li Rongzhou, looked puzzled. Seeing this, Li Pingyan sighed inwardly. Their family's peak was a small landlord with no business experience in town. They simply didn't understand that cashier and accountant roles couldn't be done by the same person. They had suffered from lack of experience. "Brother, think about it. If one person handles all income and expenses, and if they fake or balance accounts, you're not an accountant. You won't find out." "No way." Li Pingfu shook his head. Yin Yufei isn't someone who's greedy for small profits. It's not about greed or not. You let someone guard a mountain of silver with no supervision. If they skim a little today and a little tomorrow, desire will grow. Don't you know what kind of person Brother Yin is? Seeing the brothers about to argue, Li Rongzhou stopped them. No need to quarrel. Let's get an experienced accountant to check and we'll know. Li Pingfu frowned. Honestly, he always trusted his brother's character. But with his father's words for the school's sake, he agreed. The next day, Li Pingfu hired an old accountant surnamed Su, who was over 50 with drooping eyelids but piercing eyes. The school had been open just over a month. The accounts were just a few pages. Su glanced over them, then compared fabric prices at the weaving workshop and quickly spotted discrepancies. Masterly, please look. Su spread the school's fabric purchase contract on the table, then showed price lists he'd gathered from several weaving shops in town. Ordinary hemp cloth sells for 700 won per bolt. Old stock is at most 400 won. But this contract says 700 per bolt, inflating prices by 40%. Look at this contract for herbs. The ink's dull color seems deliberately hiding the new contract. If I'm not mistaken, this contract has been altered. Judging by these accounts, this person should have embezzled 20 to 30 taels of silver. Li Pingfu's heart surged, but his face remained calm. He politely sent Su away. He sat quietly on the martial arts school's main chair, recalling bits and pieces of his brother's past. Time flies and people change. When Yin Yufei returned to settle the accounts, Li Pingfu was as usual, calm and smiling. Little Six, you've worked hard recently. If you have any difficulties, you can always tell me. Brother Pingfu, I'm not tired, Yin Yufei hurriedly said. Looking at the account book in his brother's hand, he felt uneasy and just wanted to finish checking quickly. Are you really okay? Li Pingfu's deep voice pressed down from above. Yin Yufei suddenly sensed something was wrong. He looked up in shock to meet Li Pingfu's piercing gaze, bright and sharp like a tiger king's eyes. No thought could hide. He instantly realized his crime was exposed, and his face turned deathly pale. Big Brother has found out. The gambling den's relentless pressure, the younger brother's pleas, mother's weeping, and his repeated hopes for luck, all finally brewed a major disaster. Yin Yufei's entire body was drained of strength, cold sweat seeping from his temples. Li Pingfu's face was expressionless, knuckles white from gripping tightly. The cicadas chirping outside was sharp and piercing, but inside the room it was so quiet that Yin Yufei's swallowing sounds could be heard clearly. The physical evidence was all there, and there were witnesses, no room left for denial. He suddenly stood up, recalling how half a month ago Yin Yufei ran all over town under the scorching sun to compare prices, his chest heaving violently. When the martial arts school just opened, you said you wanted to save me every single coin. Yin Yufei collapsed to his knees, the silver coins jingling and scattering across the floor, his appearance pitiful. Big Brother, I have 1,000 apologies. I have let you down and betrayed your trust. I will repay the money. Regret tangled inside his heart. Big Brother had never treated him unfairly. So why did he let his mind go astray? Seeing Li Pingfu's gaze remain icy cold, knowing he no longer had a chance to be brothers, he fiercely kowtowed 3 times, his forehead bloodied. Thinking of his younger brother still at the gambling den, he resolutely turned and left. Li Pingfu did not stop him. He had already investigated and knew that Yin Yufei was dragged down by his gambler younger brother, which led to the embezzlement from the martial arts school. The reason for the mistake was unimportant. What mattered was Xiao Lu's choice. Faking accounts and embezzling money was a small matter, but the nature of the crime was extremely severe. The previous interrogation had already been his last chance to Xiao Lu. The Li family martial arts school was newly established. If he let this slide lightly, who knew how many sloppy accounts had been allowed in the past? He absolutely could not allow a bad precedent to be set. One wrong step, step after step wrong. Too late for regrets. That night, Yin Yufei's anger surged from his heart. Blood splattered 3 feet in the gambling den. If not for the gambling den's rigged traps and temptations, Yin Yuhao would not have fallen so deep. Under cover of night, he launched a sneak attack on the gambling den leader, took the gambling funds to repay the school's losses, and fled for his life. He considered himself to have been extremely kind to his younger brother, but his parents' repeated urging for tolerance had already exhausted him. He had decided to stop caring. Only his guilt toward the martial arts school grew heavier by the day. "Big brother, if I can return alive, I will repay your kindness." Setting out on the road, Yin Yufei took a deep look toward Peach Blossom Mountain. All the regrets and attachments dissipated with the night wind. The bright moon hung high, silently overlooking the entanglements and grudges on this land. Everyone knows about Xiao Lu's crime, right? Li Pingfu looked at his band of brothers. Li Yuan and Li Chao had the Black Tiger Technique Foundation, teaching the martial arts basics to the school's disciples. Xie Xiaodao was clever and handled communication with the families of disciples. Zhang Hua, skilled in medicine, made trauma ointment. Miao Kai mingled among the folk to gather information. Each had their own responsibilities and monthly salary. Li Pingfu never treated his brothers unfairly. Hearing about Yin Yufei's matter, Miao Kai and Li Chao were incredulous. Zhang Hua's eyes flickered. Xie Xiaodao was righteously indignant. Li Yuan's brows furrowed. The shock this brought was not just that Yin Yufei embezzled money, but more about Big Brother's iron-fisted handling. Everyone tightened up, putting away their lax attitudes. Li Pingfu said, "From now on, the school's purchases must be done with 3 people together. The accounts will be audited every 10 days or month, and a special person will handle the income and expenses. Purchasers don't manage accounts. Accountants don't touch money." Thus, a new rule was added to the Li family martial arts school. Without rules, nothing can be done properly. After establishing the new regulations, Li Pingfu privately instructed Li Yuan, since the gambling den can't find Yin Yufei, they broke Yin Yuhao's leg. Let's end it here. If the gambling den harasses Xiao Lu's family again, you go pay the visit. Understood, Li Yuan responded. Big Brother was ultimately soft-hearted toward these brothers he had known for 6 or 7 years. But his handling was fair and loyal, which was why he was willing to follow Li Pingfu. He sighed deeply inside. Old 6, how did it come to this? If only you had admitted your mistakes to Big Brother earlier, why worry about settling with the gambling den? In the end, Yin Yufei overestimated himself and simply did not trust Big Brother enough. Peach Blossom Village, Li family. A long unseen, uninvited guest arrived. "Brother, long time no see." "Brother Tiger." Li Rongzhou was suspicious. After several years, Brother Tiger's face now bore a long scar running through it. The wound blackened and grotesque. Though it had scabbed over, it was still horrifying. With such injuries, Brother Tiger actually survived? Recalling that 8 years ago, Brother Tiger had said he was going hunting treasure beasts and then vanished. His sudden return to the Li family always gave a sense of foreboding. Li Pinkin helped pour tea, but secretly scrutinized Brother Tiger. He remembered this man was involved with the Three-Eyed Cult and had once tried to develop their father as an underling. He was pondering whether to poison the tea to hand Brother Tiger over to the authorities. "Didn't expect you've advanced to the blood chi realm." Brother Tiger pulled at his skin, causing the scar to stretch and making his whole face look even more grotesque. "Even your son has reached divine execution realm. Truly, tiger fathers have no dog sons." Flattering, flattering. Li Rongzhou remained polite. After some casual chat, Li Pinkin noticed Brother Tiger was subtly probing their family situation, remaining tight-lipped about his own disappearance over the past 8 years, increasingly making him feel the visitor's intentions were unfriendly. Brother Tiger said, "Being able to easily break through blood chi realm means you brothers have considerable talent. I came to invite you to join the Treasure Hunting Alliance, to hunt treasure beasts together for guaranteed profit." Li Pinkin found these words very familiar and thought carefully. Wow, the same old trick from 8 years ago. Truly never forget the original intention. Li Rongzhou naturally refused Brother Tiger's offer. Multiple blood chi realm warriors cooperating to hunt treasure beasts wasn't overly dangerous, but compared to treasure beasts, humans were far more dangerous. Treasure beasts were unpredictable and hard to track, extremely valuable. If the distribution of resources was improper, even a successful hunt could arouse others' greed, trapping them in the deep mountains. Conspiring with someone as sinister as Brother Tiger was tantamount to hunting with a tiger to lose your skin. Fine. Just like 8 years ago, Brother Tiger left disappointed. Watching Brother Tiger's retreating back, Li Rongzhou felt something was wrong. This person's appearance was too sudden. Kenner, this matter is too strange. Have Little Black follow him and check it out. Father, I was thinking the same. Although Father said the cult normally wouldn't harm ordinary people, that was because there was no profit in it. The Li family's rapid rise and growth inevitably drew the attention of those with ulterior motives. Caw! Little Black flapped his wings and followed Brother Tiger, discovering Brother Tiger also visited Xianxia, but was similarly rejected. Brother Tiger wandered frustratedly through the dense forest. As he went deeper, his steps grew more hesitant, like a husband who would rather stay in the car after work than go home. After a long while, he arrived at a mountain cabin and knelt before a man. Your subordinate greets, Left Protector. The man called Left Protector was an elder, white-haired and bearded, with a peaceful face. His white robe was spotless, carrying an aura of Taoist immortality. Yet as soon as he spoke, the atmosphere was broken. Little Tiger, you made a big mistake earlier. If I hadn't pleaded for you, you'd still be mining in the Demon Mountain. Don't disappoint my expectations. Brother Tiger's cheeks twitched involuntarily. 8 years ago, when he failed to develop underlings and nearly missed his task, he tried to contribute a treasure beast, but the intelligence was wrong and he was injured, losing both men and money. Not only did he have to give up all previous resources, but the cult assigned him to mine demon ore. Mining, being treated like a beast of burden. The demonic energy would also shorten one's lifespan. Thinking of Demon Mountain made Brother Tiger tremble. If he hadn't desperately sought an opportunity and fabricated news of a rare treasure in Peach Blossom Mountain, Left Protector might not have saved him. He planned to take things step by step, tricking Blood-Chi realm warriors to hand over refining pills. But the other party was not fooled. Makes sense. Only fools fall for the cult. So where's the cultivation treasure you mentioned? Left Protector asked, as he had come secretly and had little free time. Seeing Brother Tiger hesitate, his thin fingers gripped his throat. Brother Tiger gasped, Protector, your wisdom. I discovered the Li family hides spiritual medicine. Li Rongzhou and his son owe their breakthroughs to this. They also secretly keep treasure beast cubs. Dead comrades don't make the living pity them. It's because your Li family shows off the most. The pressure on his throat suddenly eased. Left Protector's black robe fluttered with no wind. Explain in detail. That Li Rongzhou holds cultivation secrets. Otherwise, how would a mere farming family produce divine execution realm warriors? Brother Tiger took the chance to exaggerate. Hearing divine execution realm, Left Protector's eyes showed slight caution, but Tiger's words made sense. The Li family's 2 warriors, with Li Pingfu so young at divine execution realm, could be coincidence or mastery of secret arts. Worth investigating. Like fishing, you cast your line regardless of a bite or not. At worst, even without secret arts, Blood-Chi realm warriors are raw material for human pills. This matter just needs to avoid that divine execution warrior named Li Pingfu. If you dare deceive me. Left Protector's expression was cold. Though your cultivation was forcibly advanced and impure, I will still make you into a human pill to feed the dogs. Brother Tiger forced a pained smile. Your subordinate is willing to be the vanguard. That Li family is located. Before he finished, Left Protector's pupils flickered. He raised his palm and cast Gale Technique. The sharp wind pierced like arrows at Little Black. Caw, caw, caw. Little Black suddenly soared high, but still lost a few black feathers. Where did this crow come from? Such bad luck. Left Protector frowned. Even cultivators have their superstitions. This crow's appearance was a bad omen. But after thinking it over, besides Li Pingfu at the Peach Blossom Town Martial Arts School, the Leaf family posed no threat. With that thought, he relaxed. Where is this Leaf family located? The next day, the sun rose in the east, shining brilliantly. In a morning mist shrouding the distant mountains, dazzling spiritual light occasionally appeared, spiritual energy unreachable by ordinary people. Such light bursts were the best time to enter the mountains to seek treasures. Li Pinkin looked at Old Yang, a typical diviner's attire, with a black belt slanting a brass-handled Luoyang spade. The leather sheath smeared with smoke and fire marks overlapped by fresh mud stains, and a black iron bagua mirror hanging half-exposed at the collar. His sword-like brows pressed down over eagle-sharp eyes, surprisingly youthful. The diviner's rule: never pick fruit. His voice was low and hoarse. Deposit 10 taels, 20 taels upon success. No refunds regardless of the haul. Li Pinkin knew these rules well and cheerfully paid the silver. After bidding farewell to his parents, he followed Old Yang briskly into the deep mountains. Reporting to Left Protector that Li family's youngest son is imitating the town's young masters, going into the mountains to divinate treasures. Brother Tiger said politely, I heard the Li family deeply loves this child. Capturing him means holding Li Rongzhou's lifeline. I checked, and that Li family martial arts school master has been staying in Peach Blossom Town these days. Good. Well done. Left Protector stroked his beard and smiled. He was pondering how to probe the Li family secrets, and this unexpected gift came just as he was about to doze off, truly a perfect opportunity. The two entered the dense forest, following behind, observing their pace. Left Protector was always cautious. Seeing the only variable, Old Yang, was merely a Blood Chi realm novice, he completely relaxed. Under Divine Execution realm, all were ants. Ordinary spells could crush them. When they reached a remote spot, attack! Brother Tiger stepped forward, half a step out, but suddenly was shocked. The voice was not Left Protector's, but came from Old Yang. Big brother, be careful. Li Pinkin stepped back half a pace, letting Li Pingfu take the main fight. His physique was not as tough as Big Brother's, so he wouldn't take risks. And Old Yang was actually Big Brother's disguise, meant to lure Left Protector out. Good tactic. Left Protector laughed anxiously, looking at Little Tiger, truly a worthless snack. He had thought he was the hunter, and Li family's youngest was the prey. But unexpectedly, he was the one trapped. He did not know what cultivation method the Li family used to block internal energy and disguise martial cultivation levels. But he wasn't too worried. He was refining Chi Stage 2 and had plundered many resources from the cult these years. A newly entered Divine Execution realm youngster might not be his match. Even if he lost, he could escape. Brother Tiger's face showed despair. Why was his intelligence never accurate? Once Left Protector dealt with the Leaf family youngster, he would never spare him. Might as well escape now and break free from the cult's control. Thinking this, Brother Tiger ran desperately back the way he came. The mountain wind brushed his face, and he felt the long-lost warmth of freedom. In the mountains and forest, no one cared about Brother Tiger fleeing for his life. Li Pingfu's expression was cold and stern. Divine Execution realm blood chi exploded from him, his fist flashing with knuckle claws, the aura like a black tiger howling to the sky. But before he could approach Left Protector, the forest suddenly darkened. A fierce wind arose, turning into wave-like air arrows attacking Li Pingfu. This was Left Protector's signature instant technique, Gale Technique. Fragile saplings snapped in half, dry leaves swirling wildly. Use Dance of the Wind. Trait, Spinning. Li Pinkin counted his mana, unleashing the skill 5 times in one breath. The swirling wind pressure instantly destroyed the airwaves. Left Protector's face showed shock, his calm instantly shattered. What strange spell is this? He felt no ripple of spiritual energy, nor saw any talisman ignite. It was as if the wind came from nowhere, twisting his face. Before he could process this shock, Li Pingfu closed in, knuckle claws flashing black, killing aura. Black Tiger plucks heart. Earth binding technique. Left Protector shouted fiercely. This was one reason he was not afraid of divine execution warriors. The earth-binding technique could trap opponents' movement underfoot. His wind and earth affinity was highest, and earth spells were more effective in the mountains than wind. Suddenly, two moving quicksands rose at Li Pingfu's feet, coiling like snakes, then solidified into hard mudstone. These cultivators were truly hard to deal with. Casting spells from afar was troublesome. Li Pingfu frowned, trying to crush the mudstone with brute force, but Left Protector's right arm suddenly opened, revealing a delicate mechanical crossbow. Trapped and unable to retreat, Li Pingfu was in danger. At the critical moment, he heard his brother shout, "Big brother, jump and charge." Though restricted, Li Pingfu chose to trust, giving up the chance to block and charging up fully. At the leap, the mudstone turned loose, falling off easily, and he dodged the crossbow bolt. Impossible! Left Protector was dumbfounded. Everything that happened today overturned decades of battle experience. This ends now. Li Pingfu's eyes shone fiercely. Like thunder moving, his knuckle claws burst forward, the black tiger's shadow wrapped in a torrent of shattered stones, smashing Left Protector 3 feet underground. Cough, cough. 3 faint white lights bloomed on Left Protector's body, marks of a protective talisman. However, protective talismans worked well against spells, but only slightly reduced damage from real weapons. He spat blood, his face full of unwillingness. Using his last spiritual energy, he cast a close-range fireball technique. "If I die, you won't live easy either." Li Pingfu was startled. After hastily blocking and retreating, the burst flames scorched his clothes and hair, reddening his skin and causing many small blisters. But such injuries were common for warriors. Looking at Left Protector, his cheeks were burned and blackened, features almost melted together. This fireball was clearly no weak technique. Li Pingfu breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he had prepared Big Brother with resistance boost. He snapped his fingers. Countless thorns slithered like snakes, wrapping Left Protector like a dumpling, immobilizing him. Is he going to die? Through blurred vision, knuckle claws flashed black light and slammed down mercilessly. At death's door, Left Protector had no regrets. His mind flashed with Little Tiger's words, his eyes only filled with greed for secret arts. If heaven gave him another chance, he would seize the Leaf family, strip them bone by bone, and force out their secrets. Li Rongzhou, Brother Tiger, fleeing in panic, was ambushed and shot. His left arm bled profusely. Thinking of Left Protector's fate today, realization appeared in his eyes. The Leaf family had probably been waiting for him a long time. He wasted no words and violently crashed into Li Rongzhou. Anyone who blocked his path was his enemy. Both sides were at a do-or-die stalemate. Once he passed this, freedom awaited. But the more they fought, the more anxious Brother Tiger became. Li Rongzhou, a coward, used delayed tactics and refused to fight directly. Why was that? Waiting for reinforcements? Suddenly, Brother Tiger thought of a possibility. Could it be you think your eldest son can beat Left Protector? That's a refining chi stage to Immortal. Li Rongzhou's eyes were cold. Then why would that refining chi stage to Immortal suddenly attack my family? He would never let Brother Tiger go. Brother Tiger was speechless. After stalling for another incense stick's time, he grew increasingly restless. Li Rongzhou was slippery as an eel. Couldn't hit him, couldn't shake him. Just as he was about to act ruthlessly, 3 crow calls sounded from the sky. Li Rongzhou's cold expression softened, and moments later, 2 figures appeared from the forest. Brother Tiger's face was horrified. The ones who emerged were not the feared Left Protector, but the 2 Leaf family brothers. This bewildering result made him even more terrified. Let's finish this. Li Rongzhou's short spear flashed with cold light as he thrust forward. His white crane style was renowned for its agility, allowing seamless advances and retreats. What had been probing attacks now became a full assault, swift as the wind, cutting off Brother Tiger's escape routes and forcing him into continuous retreat. Simultaneously, Li Pingfu and Li Pingqian closed in from both sides. their fists hammered against Brother Tiger's neck and spine with precision. Under the coordinated assault of 3 blood chi martial artists, Brother Tiger stood no chance, like a trembling cub facing 3 full-grown tigers. He collapsed in defeat. Keep him alive. We need to know why a second-layer chi refining demonic cultivator targeted our family, whether it was coincidence or... Li Rongzhou's voice carried grave seriousness. The 3 Li men exchanged glances, seeing the same weight in each other's eyes. The interrogation proved brutal. Blood flowed freely as Brother Tiger's agonized screams filled the air. Li Pingfu showed some regret. His eagerness for answers and lack of torture experience led to excessive force, accidentally killing their captive. Fortunately, critical information had been extracted first. The disaster that befell the Li family was entirely Brother Tiger's doing, an attempt to use them as sacrificial scapegoats, with many embellished details mixed in. The Left Protector originated from a demonic cult as one of its 8 protectors. With limited resources and intense internal competition within the cult, unorthodox methods became necessary for advancement. These combined factors created the current situation. In truth, Immortal-level figures wouldn't deign to notice a mere divine execution realm martial artist. Though low-level chi refining immortals and martial artists might be evenly matched, cultivators who'd stood aloft for so long now universally looked down upon crude martial brutes. Father. Li Pingfu removed his disguise of a goat hair beard and produced a wanted poster from his robes. The portrait bore an 80% resemblance to the Left Protector. This demonic cultivator was indeed a wanted criminal. Public notices posted prominently in towns carried important decrees and wanted bulletins. The Left Protector had committed grave crimes in Yinshui County a year ago before vanishing. Li Pingyan had recognized him through Little Black's observations. Consulting the martial arts school master revealed their opponent as a second-layer chi refining cultivator, intel that shaped their fishing tactics. Yet if a mere second-layer cultivator could become a protector, this cult worshipping the 3-eyed idol couldn't be particularly formidable. Li Pingfu suddenly sighed. Cultivators truly are formidable. The earth-shaping technique prevented close combat. Gale technique enabled ranged attacks. And hidden crossbow bolts came unpredictably. That kamikaze fireball technique especially left an impression, nearly turning the tide. Though divine execution realm martial artists possessed far greater physical resilience than low-level cultivators and excelled in melee, the challenge remained: how to endure magical assaults long enough to close the distance. Fortunately, Breath of the Tree could conceal auras, masking divine execution realm pressure and luring the Left Protector into carelessness. Otherwise, the cultivator might have fled untouchable. Li Pingyan also felt lingering fear. He'd discovered cultivator spells surpassed his own abilities, requiring 5 max-level Dance of the Winds to neutralize the Left Protector's Gale technique, and 8 Earth Shapings plus Water Manipulations softening effects to dismantle the Earth-shaping defense. This proved max-level cantrips couldn't match cultivation spells. The Fireball technique's limited damage to his elder brother owed both to enhanced resistance and the cultivator's frail physique, making the Left Protector appear more devastated, plus the spell wasn't his specialty. For this battle, Li Pingyan had prepared thoroughly with ample mana reserves. When quality falls short, quantity compensates. With father and elder brother, we might withstand a 3rd-layer chi refining cultivator at our limits. Of course, that would be an all-or-nothing gamble with uncertain outcomes. Though this demonic cultivator incident was accidental, our family must remain vigilant. Lay low when possible. When not, we 3 will fight together. Li Rongzhou established the Li family's future strategy. Human existence inherently involves social dynamics. Even appearing harmless couldn't prevent attracting covetous eyes when others' interests were involved. Unless the Li family confined themselves to Peach Blossom Village forever. Li Pingyan agreed. The recent demonic disaster in Phoenix County had been horrifying. Even with immortal intervention, the county became a wasteland. None could predict whether accidents or tomorrow would come first. Otherwise, why seek opportunities? Wouldn't quietly raising livestock and planting trees suffice? When calamity struck, even if his druid abilities allowed avian escape, what of his martial-less mother? The imagined helplessness twisted his heart. Rather than regret, better cherish every moment of growth to control destiny. Li Pingfu thoroughly searched both corpses, pocketing their belongings before suggesting, "Father, let's cremate them." Dumping or burying bodies risked discovery. Complete incineration was safest. Bone remnants could then be tossed into water. With many cult protectors competing internally, the left protector's disappearance might be blamed on infighting. Brother Tiger's 8-year absence already made him forgotten. After disposing the bodies and bloodied clothes, the three returned home. "Brother, let me repair your knuckle dusters." Li Pingfu noticed the fireball technique's heat had partially melted his elder brother's weapon. Using restoration, he restored the knuckle duster's luster. He avoided using the brand-new trait. The weapon's daily use marks would seem suspicious if erased completely. Li Pingfu examined the restored dusters joyfully. Intense heat typically made iron brittle. He'd thought to retire his old friend, never expecting recovery possible. Seeing this, Li Rongzhou eagerly presented a short spear. "Do mine next." Certainly. With weapons repaired, they secured the courtyard, doors and windows to examine their spoils. From the left protector, 10 taels of gold, a hidden crossbow, 2 talismans, several faintly glowing gravel-like stones, a red pill in a porcelain vial, and a basic qi refining manual. Brother Tiger's possessions proved paltry. Just a few silver taels, negligible. The compact sleeve crossbow hid easily beneath robes, its power sufficient to injure divine execution realm martial artists. Unofficial crossbows are heavily prohibited. Using this requires utmost secrecy. Li Rongzhou warned his eldest. Li Pingfu's travels made the weapon invaluable for emergencies. Li Pingfu examined the talismans, 1 protection talisman, 1 golden arrow talisman. The golden arrow talisman packed considerable power, but required distance and activation time. The left protector's initial carelessness had prevented its use. Ordinary humans lacking spiritual energy couldn't activate talismans. Yet Li Pingfu wanted to try, given his ability to intercept spiritual energy. Those fingernail-sized gravel stones contained stable spiritual energy. Undoubtedly the cultivator's currency. Spirit stones, called spirit stones, yet so small, more like spirit sand, he mused. Despite their size, 9 spirit sand pieces would sustain underwater exploration without energy concerns. The porcelain vial's pill elicited disgust from all Lis. Interrogation revealed this human elixir was refined from blood qi martial artists. 1 pill could elevate realms. Depending on materials, like a 3rd transformation blood qi martial artist, consumption could break through to divine execution realm. This was how the left protector controlled subordinates. His particular pill likely came from a 2nd transformation victim. If Li Pingfu consumed it, he'd immediately reach 3rd transformation. "I won't take this." Li Pingfu waved dismissively. Basic morality mattered. This was cannibalism, an unconscionable act. Besides, who knew the side effects? Black market sales were equally unwise. Human elixirs attracted dangerous attention. After consideration, he suggested, "I'll keep it as bait." His fondness for entrapment operations shone through. Li Rongzhou and Li Pingfu agreed, handing him the vial. Finally, they examined their last prize. This basic qi refining manual should be genuine. Without current cultivators in our family, we'll preserve it. Li Rongzhou spoke softly, excitement barely contained. The left protector had no reason to carry a fake cultivation method. Though the family currently lacked cultivators, future generations might manifest spiritual roots. Agreed. Both brothers deferred to their father. Li Rongzhou added, "Today's events stay between us. Don't tell your mother or Ping'an. Fewer know, the better." Li Ping'an would never inform his mother. In her eyes, they were mere martial artists. To have secretly killed an almighty immortal would haunt Lady Qin's nights. As for his second brother, a potential future immortal official, while trusting his resilience, immortal interrogation methods surpassed mere willpower. Discovery meant extermination. Secrecy bred success. Even future descendants shouldn't casually learn of the Qi refining manual. Over a month passed peacefully. With no further incidents, the lease finally relaxed. During leisure, Li Pingcan studied the talismans. Their crimson runes formed bizarre patterns on flexible material resembling animal hide rather than paper. Long examination yielded no insights. His hope to decipher talisman secrets through observation proved naive. Such things couldn't be so simple. If only I could learn immortal crafting techniques someday. Talismans, formations, alchemy, all immensely valuable. With Druid abilities, raw materials wouldn't be an issue. Wealth, companions, methods land. Whether martial arts or cultivation, wealth fundamentally came first. Several days later, choosing an auspicious date, Li Pingfu accompanied Li Pingcan and the genuine old goat for treasure hunting in deep mountains. As they trekked through ancient forests, Old Goat led confidently. Puffing his pipe, the gap-toothed man moved effortlessly while boasting. Back when I hunted ginseng in Snow Ridge, encountered a snow python thick as bowls. That beast coiled round a crystal ginseng, eyes glowing green like lanterns. We battled 81 rounds, shaking heaven and earth. On a 10-point scale, his tale registered 9.9 parts fiction, 0.1 part truth. More mountain tour than treasure hunt, Old Goat played the role of entertaining guide, his actual money-making strategy. Taking wealthy ewes into genuine danger risked injuries. Better spin tails while finding common herbs to satisfy curiosity safely and profitably. Uncle Goat, you're exaggerating, right? At your age, outrunning a snow python? Unlike gullible rich boys, Li Pingcan pressed relentlessly, irritating Old Goat enough to demonstrate real skills. Treasure hunters follow Heaven-Earth-Man triad positioning. Suddenly lowering his voice to a rasp, he chanted, "Moonlit ridges reveal the dragon's rise. Stone-strewn streams show the tiger's eyes. Setting sun points to the dragon's gaze. 9 bends hide violet mists ablaze. 3 yards mark where forces meet. 5 steps show the treasure seat." Producing a compass from his pouch, Old Goat continued. The chant pairs with Qi observation techniques. You martial artists with vigorous blood Qi should stand at the Sun position. Following his gaze, Li Pingcan saw the compass needle tremble and shift, its vermilion tipped and flickering strangely. An actual reaction? Narrowing his eyes, he detected subtle Qi fluctuations between the chant and compass. In the indicated direction, faint spiritual lights glimmered. Li Pingcan realized natural treasures concealed their Qi. Old Goat's treasure-locating technique enhanced perception to identify spiritual concentrations. Staring at his compass, Old Goat blinked in surprise. Today's reading is unusually clear, normally requiring 12 directional checks for faint hints. This first attempt gave startling clarity. Come, let's investigate. Old Goat hurried excitedly. What treasure hunter could resist? Even just seeing treasures brought joy. After 2 incense sticks time trekking, they indeed found a blood Qi herb. Actual loot. Old Goat carefully unearthed the plant with its surrounding soil. Li Pingfu's eyebrows rose as he received it. A mystic origin grass for consolidating foundations. Market value 16 silvertails. Treasure hunting inherently involved gambling. Having budgeted 30 silver loss for his brother's interest, recovering half already counted as profit. 1 precious herb could mean windfall. Even 5 failed attempts became worthwhile with 1 success. This psychology made treasure hunting immensely profitable. Their search continued. Old Goat worked with redoubled enthusiasm, his usual workwear indifference gone as he eagerly located treasures. Just as he prepared to follow the compass again. Uncle Goat, wait. Li Pingcan suddenly stopped him, then used his staff to flick away a green snake camouflaged on bamboo. Old Goat froze. a bamboo viper nearly indistinguishable from leaves. He'd almost stepped within striking range. His excitement cooled instantly. Good eyes. Thank you. Caution benefits us all. Li Pinkin smiled. As a druid, animal affinity, let him sense hidden creatures. Ordinary snakes wouldn't attack him. Right. Old Goat agreed gratefully, now more amiable. Determined to find better herbs for his clients, he redoubled efforts while explaining some tricks to Li Pinkin. Partly from gratitude, partly believing brief explanations couldn't be mastered. If treasure hunting were so easy, why wouldn't everyone do it? 2 more attempts yielded only premium common herbs. Phew, just slightly off. Old Goat gripped his compass tightly, growing dizzy from prolonged calculations, yet unable to pinpoint the spiritual glow. Then Li Pinkin, following the taught chant and finger-counting method, checked the compass and suggested, "Try this direction, Uncle Goat." Here, Old Goat doubted. He saw nothing special. Could this youngster surpass a professional? 200 paces inward, then 30 paces toward the South Star. Not far. All right, not wanting to discourage him, Old Goat humored the suggestion. Staff ready against snakes, once bitten, twice shy, he advanced cautiously. Reaching the spot, he soon spotted a blood-red herb. Blood-chi herb. Crimson jade grass worth 20 silver taels. Treasure. Old Goat stood amazed. How'd you guess right? Despite his professional efforts yielding only 1 mystic origin grass, Li Pinkin's casual pointing hit the mark. Must be luck, he thought. Then Li Pinkin calculated again. Uncle Goat, check here. Skeptical but following, Old Goat discovered wild ginseng in a cliff crevice. Now, thoroughly impressed. How could this youngster surpass him? Prior training? Read some ancient texts. Li Pinkin couldn't admit to instant mastery. Too conspicuous. I see. Natural talent, then. Want to apprentice under me? I'll teach real treasure hunting. Our founder located spirit mines. Old Goat's eyes gleamed covetously. Not everyone could become treasure hunters. It required both destiny and talent, the former more critical. A prodigy like Li Pinkin interested him more than even a divine execution realm martial artist. Li Pinkin declined politely, not doubting Old Goat's skills, but finding them unnecessary. His borrowed techniques already located treasures roughly, supplemented by mushroom markers. Discovering spirit mines sounded great, but keeping them was another matter. Old Goat sighed, but didn't press. Over the next hour, their luck began to wane. However, guided by Li Pinkin's directions, Old Goat managed to find another blood-chi medicinal herb, several unusual stones, and some age herbs that would fetch 1 or 2 taels of silver each on the market. Old Goat clicked his tongue in amazement at Li Pinkin's skills, utterly impressed. Out of every 10 searches, 5 would yield results. This level of talent was nearly on par with his own sect's founding ancestor. Though all the herbs belonged to his employers, Old Goat felt satisfied just having witnessed such ability, gaining bragging rights for future stories. After all, who would care who actually found the herbs when he could claim credit for leading the expedition that returned with 3 blood-chi herbs? This would surely boost his reputation. As evening approached, the 3 prepared to return. Li Pinkin had been secretly wary of Old Goat throughout. While one shouldn't harbor harmful intentions, vigilance was necessary. Though Old Goat had proven trustworthy, who knew if he might be tempted by sudden wealth? So-called principles could become quite flexible when faced with substantial riches. Only at their parting did Li Pinkin relax slightly, smiling as he said, "Old Goat, here's 10 taels for your trouble. Let's keep the details of today's treasure hunt between us." No problem. Old Goat understood Li Pinkin's concerns, protecting his younger brother from attracting unwanted attention. He happily accepted the reward, knowing deep down he neither wanted nor dared to offend the Li family. With their fortunate youngest son, the Li household was destined for greatness. Watching Old Goat's retreating figure disappear into the mountains, Li Pinkin suddenly revealed with a sly grin. "Big brother, wait, let's go back into the mountains. I just discovered a treasure grade plant earlier." He'd intentionally withheld this information since finding blood chi herbs and discovering a treasure-grade plant were entirely different matters. Best to avoid unnecessary trouble where possible. Initially, their treasure hunting success had stemmed from the good fortune trait of nature's gift, granting exceptional luck for finding valuables, like that first treasure-grade plant that had practically glowed at him. But fortune wasn't infinite. It depleted with use and required time to replenish, hence their later dry spell. All right, Li Pingfu blinked, then smiled approvingly. His brother had learned to hold cards close to his chest. Guided by Li Pingqian, they soon located the glowshroom-marked treasure plant in a hidden valley where moist cliffs dripped with moss. The plant's amber-like stems shone gold and translucent, emitting faint radiance in the secluded spot. The moment Li Pingqian saw it, his long-dormant system panel activated, displaying information about the plant and the killer bee queen through natural symbiosis vision. Name: Amber Jade Blossom. Attribute: Earth. Status: vigorously striving. Name: Killer Bee Queen. Attribute: Earth. Status: just wants to laze around. 2 compatible Earth attribute treasures detected. Initiate symbiosis. One brimming with energy, the other utterly lazy. How is this a match? Complementary personalities? Li Pingqian internally mocked. Since coming to his home, the Bee Queen had lived like royalty, fed by subordinates, eating and sleeping without care. After Li Pingqian assumed control of the hive, she'd sunbathed lazily, not even bothering to scout wild bee colonies. This won't do. I need her to find wild honey, not laze about. Too busy to hunt bees himself, he needed someone to manage the queen. The Li family didn't tolerate idle bees. Confirm natural symbiosis. As the bond formed, the drowsy bee queen in Li Pingsan's pocket suddenly awoke, radiating startled confusion through their mental link, though no hostility. Fluttering wings, she landed on the amber blossom stem, clinging like glue. Surprisingly, the plump queen could still fly. Then again, she was a treasure beast. Simultaneously, their symbiotic abilities manifested. Consuming amber jade blossom petals grants perception of ley lines and earthquake premonition. Enhanced killer bees gain Earth attribute treasure detection. Treasure-seeking bees? The term popped into Li Pingsan's mind, lighting his face with excitement. He planned to cultivate the hive, breeding powerful killer bees into dedicated treasure hunters. While he could shoulder early family development, human energy had limits. Treasure hunting consumed precious time. Passing this ability to descendants meant enjoying endless resources as a retired family elder. First, breed generations of treasure bees, then entrust them to reliable family members for gradual expansion. Rome wasn't built in a day. Currently, only the queen qualified, but her laziness made her inefficient. He'd have to hope the next queen was more diligent. Never thought I'd become one of those parents living vicariously through their offspring. The blood chi centipede and 7-leaf Paris herb had birthed dual attribute treasure medicine. Now 2 treasures would yield treasure bees. Another promising venture. Stay humble. Work hard. Persevere. Days after returning from the mountains, Li Pingqian resumed his routine, eating, sleeping, planting trees, honing skills. He couldn't overuse good fortune for treasure hunting. Excessive luck expenditure brought misfortunes like fishbone choking, terrifying Lady Cheen into swearing off fish, or unavoidable bird droppings. Annoying, if not catastrophic. Apparently, the universe maintained balance. For every boon, a bane. This made him wonder, as a druid favored by nature, was worldly fortune finite? Did the heavenly Tao allot fixed portions, reclaiming excess? If cultivation required more fortune than allotted, could one seize it against heaven's will? Dangerous thoughts best left unexplored. Best accumulate fortune quietly, might help avoid future calamities. The deeper into cultivation, the more superstitious he became. Confirmed, old goat's spirit grass and xianxia's underground spring were just rumors. Soaring as a golden eagle, Li Pingqian scoured Yinshui County's supposed spiritual sites. Even with treasure detection skills, he found no metal or fire spirits. Rumors misled. Any real treasures had long been claimed. Considering Peach Tree, Grandpa controlled the Earth Spirit, and White Lady held 3 water spirits. Most spiritual treasures belong to the powerful. Are wild immortal opportunities really so scarce? Impossible. Likely, Peach Blossom Mountain's depths have been thoroughly picked over. Finding treasures here was like fishing needles from oceans. True secrets lay where neither mortals nor immortals ventured, like the Dayu River. He quietly anticipated Little Gold's promised dragon immortal ceremony. Several days later, Qing River's waves roared. Li Pinkin opened his eyes as spore scents projected an image. Distant peaks darkened as if ink-drenched, the sky abruptly dimming. The river rumbled ominously, waters churning with debris as turbid currents surged. The tide finally rises, concealing 9 spirit sand grains and carrying 2 wooden sticks, 2 talismans, and 7-leaf purple gold herbs as offerings. Li Pinkin transformed, first to a storm-battling seagull, then to a red-white crucian carp plunging into raging waters. Shape-shifting seams tied to physical strength. Navigating torrents, his fish form bobbed like a leaf, yet held firm. A far cry from 6 months ago when mere blood chi first transformation left him struggling. After consuming the treasure fish and reaching second transformation, even violent currents couldn't hinder him. Soon reaching Little Gold's hideout. Long time no see. Brother, you came. The 2 fish circled playfully before Little Gold declared. The ceremony begins soon. Come meet the Dragon Immortal. Ignoring his red algae garden, swept away by currents, Little Gold snatched 1 strand as offering and darted ahead. Following through chaotic whirlpools where raging undercurrents sent Little Gold spinning, Li Pinkin activated water manipulation to steady his friend. Without this guide, he'd never locate the ceremony. Within the vortex, even breathing felt strained as tumbling rocks formed deadly cascades. Many blood chi and treasure-grade aquatic creatures struggled. A single grazing stone meant instant death, their remains swallowed by darkness. Just as Li Pingsan's vision failed, warmth enveloped him. Turbidity cleared, revealing a fissure spewing geothermal springs amidst jade-white sands where golden water plants glowed radiantly. An underwater fairyland. We're here! Little Gold cheered. Spitting out grit, Li Pinkin marveled at the dreamlike scene. Finally, a genuine spiritual sight beyond rumor. Roar! A draconic cry echoed from the fissure's depths as shrimp soldiers and crab generals formed ranks. Upon a coral throne coiled a blue-black flood dragon, scales refracting rainbow hues. Hail the Dragon Immortal. Carp formations spelled blessings with pearl bubbles while clams played musical shells. Little Gold vibrated excitedly. Last month his majesty scared off eastern bandits with his aura. A real flood dragon, China's 5,000-year totem, alive before him, utterly awe-inspiring. Even this blue-black dragon dwarfed White Lady's serpent lineage. Following Little Gold's lead, Li Pinkin respectfully offered his treasure herbs. The dragon's approving roar rippled the waters, but as initial awe faded, Li Pinkin noticed something odd. Having faced White Lady's pressure, this dragon felt underwhelming. Activating animal affinity. Name, Scoundrel Snake. Mood, giddy excitement. Li Pinkin. All reverence evaporated instantly. How? Why? The cultivation world's greatest scam artist. Post-ceremony, the Dragon Immortal retreated to its chambers, dramatically shedding its dragon skin to scratch its scaly back with a broken horn. Ugh, playing dragon sucks. So itchy. Lobster, where's my back scratcher? Biting back laughter at the oblivious imposter, Li Pinkin noted the green snake's intelligence, clearly superior to Little Gold, nearing spiritual awakening. According to Little Gold, this Dragon Immortal had protected Qing River for decades, earning genuine respect. Who wouldn't enjoy adoration, even through deception? A powerful, promising green snake. Perhaps this Dragon Immortal could become the Leaf family's unique ally. With that thought, Li Pingyan swished his tail, directing water plants to coil into thorny vines toward the snake. "What's this?" The imposter tensed until the thorns scratched its itchy spots. Then its entire body stiffened in ecstasy. "Yes. Harder. Don't stop." A humble offering, Immortal. Li Pingyan revealed his carp form, showing peaceful intent. He felt confident. This dragon hadn't reached spiritual transformation, posing less threat than left protector. "Call me Brother Green Flood," the snake insisted post-scratch, eyeing the wilted thorns lovingly. "You understand me and have these miracle scratchers? We're blood brothers now." Green Jiao. Note: homophone for green pepper. Li Pingyan nearly laughed again before asking, "Where do you get the dragon costume?" Unlike guarded humans, the snake whispered conspiratorially, "Just for you, brother. I'll show you the real treasure even those eastern bandits couldn't find. The Dragon Palace." Reassembling its disguise, it brushed the jade sands, dispersing mist to reveal nothing. Dragon Palace? A true dragon's legacy. Maintaining carp form, Li Pingyan's water manipulation detected an invisible barrier. Feigning calm, he asked, "Brother Green Jiao, does this conceal a dragon's heritage?" "Patience." Suddenly, the snake dragged him through chaotic currents that somehow followed hidden patterns. "We've reached Dayu River." The fissure connected to the massive river system. Li Pingyan noted this astonishing fact as the rock wall before them rippled open like living flesh, revealing a dark passage. Fu. Even if cultivators blasted this place apart, they'd never find the entrance. Though Green Jiao boasted animal affinity, revealed its tense muscles, this fraud was scared. "Endure briefly, brother, and gain countless treasures." Endure what? Darkness. Then visions. Skyscrapers. Traffic. A hospital's sterile stench as white-coated men pronounced his death sentence. Lonely walks through cold streets. The world an inescapable cage. Bone-deep isolation. Despair. Just as these emotions crested, his family's faces surfaced, breaking the spell. An illusion. No wonder Green Jiao warned him. This trial dredged one's deepest pain. His was past-life loneliness. Only present-life love had anchored his escape. As the illusion shattered, a majestic palace materialized, its halls echoing ancient words he somehow understood. Humanly Pingyan has passed the heart-testing platform's first tier. Mortal flesh, yet unwavering Tao heart, graded heaven class. Awarded Tao Spirit Pill. Before the carp appeared a white pill. Tao Spirit Pill. Ancient spiritual pill forged by Dragon Treasure Sage. Refined soul elevates beyond mortality. A golden tier item. Anything affecting the soul was extraordinary. Li Pingyan's fish eyes bulged. Green Jiao hadn't lied. Perhaps because a pre-cultivation mortal achieving heaven class was exceptionally rare, hence the generous reward. To eat or not? After consideration, he swallowed it. In this world, he was insignificant. Why would any powerhouse bother scheming against him? Even a mid-stage Qi refining cultivator could obliterate the Li family effortlessly. If this were a trap, far simpler methods existed. For a Druid, this pill meant expanded mana pool. The pill's heat flashed through him, then vanished abruptly. Fake medicine. Baffled by the lack of sensation, Li Pingyan didn't realize the most potent pills worked subtly, their effects permeating gradually to refine body and soul beyond immediate perception. Li Pingyan didn't experience the arrogant pride that came with the sudden breakthrough of swallowing a golden pill to defy the heavens. The Tao Spirit Pill worked silently and gradually, tempering his soul bit by bit. Only over time did he begin to notice subtle differences. In other words, the delayed effects were kicking in. Within just half an hour, his spiritual power had strengthened significantly. Skills like water manipulation and plasticking that previously drained him heavily now felt much easier to execute. Based on the current absorption rate, when fully digested, this pill should increase my blue energy capacity by 5 layers. This was an elevation of his fundamental limits, equivalent to those legendary medicines in stories that cleanse one's meridians and refine one's constitution. Li Pingyan felt that right now. He could take on two left protectors simultaneously. Once he fully absorbed the Tao Spirit Pill, he might even achieve multitasking with three minds. Glancing at his green Jiao brother, he noticed faint ripples undulating around the serpent's body. When his fishtail lightly brushed against it, the ripples repelled him, some sort of protective barrier. It seemed the Dragon Palace provided safeguards during heart-testing platform trials. Seeing Green Jiao's pained expression gradually fade into clarity, Li Pingyan knew his companion would awaken soon. Failed again. Green Jiao opened his eyes, disappointment written all over his face. The first layer of his heart-testing platform illusion had been endless, itchy bumps, truly unbearable torture. Brother, you failed too? Given the short duration, breaking through the illusionary trial was impossible. Green Jiao comforted. No worries, first-time failures still get consolation prizes. Last time I got a Li Yuan point. Years ago, the then clueless green snake had stumbled upon dragon skin and horns by chance. While being hunted, he barely survived a near-death experience to reach the Dragon Palace through draconic power. Awakening his intelligence as a treasure beast opened a whole new world for him. The price for obtaining dragon power wasn't this body covered in bumps. I didn't exactly win either, just lucked in a heaven grade and got a Dao Li Yuan. Li Pingfu didn't hide his gains. Without bliss, he wouldn't have reached the Dragon Palace. Bliss had been utterly sincere as a snake, completely genuine, and the Dao Li Yuan was already digested. Damn! Heaven grade! A Dao Li Yuan! Bliss's golden snake pupils widened with unconcealable envy as he circled around Li Pingfu. Dao tier pills are among the best rewards here. Heaven grade means you can proceed to the second layer. His best result had only been Earth grade, never reaching Heaven grade. How could this little Crucian carp have such steadfast Dao heart? Truly snake jealousy-inducing. Quick, try the second layer. Bliss urged excitedly. I'll guard for you. Li Pingfu could feel Bliss's genuine sincerity. His gaze turned toward the Dragon Palace, burning with anticipation. If the first layer yielded such treasures, what might the second or third hold? During their chat, he'd already absorbed most of the Dao Li Yuan. Time to attempt the second layer. Second layer, Bliss Platform. The Dragon Palace scenery dissipated like smoke, replaced by scenes showcasing the most blissful moments one could experience in a lifetime. Fame in youth, astounding the great you. Mastery of both arts, topping the imperial exams. Beautiful lovers, nightly revelries. Power overwhelming, ruling as regent. A dynasty passed down through generations. A smooth, immortal cultivation path. Heaven's favorites, celestial darlings, fairy maidens, goddesses, demonesses, all effortlessly conquered. Chi refining, foundation building, golden core, nascent soul, until finally grasping the great Tao itself, achieving eternal life. Hee. Within the Bliss Platform, Li Pingyan wore an idiotically happy grin. Green Jiao covered his face with his tail, lamenting, Damn, brother, you've fallen. This is way too amazing. Li Pingyan awoke, still grinning foolishly, savoring the fading dream. Then he remembered he was undergoing an illusion trial, and his expression changed instantly. They're testing an old 10-part official with this? What veteran official could resist such temptation? The second layer's too hard. It directly stimulates humanity's most primal desires. Li Pingyan considered himself relatively indifferent to material temptations, yet even he failed the test. Not that his willpower was weak. The illusion was simply too perfect. Fortunately, everything experienced in the illusion felt like a vivid dream upon waking, like watching a movie without actually living through centuries. Otherwise, the stark contrast between illusion and reality might have shattered his Tao heart. Don't feel bad, brother. The trials have no limits. You can keep trying. Green Jiao wanted to say, you're enjoying bliss while I'm still suffering in hardship, but held his tongue. Unaware of Green Jiao's envy, Li Pingyan nodded solemnly. Since one attempt failed, he'd just have to keep trying to temper his Dao heart. Just then, a consolation prize appeared in his hand. Not a pill this time, but a golden talisman. Evil warding talisman. Gold absorbs lingering miasma and turbid energies from surroundings or individuals. Deals minor damage to approaching weak evil spirits. Makes lower-tier evil spirits avoid the bearer. Green Jiao exclaimed, "That's a treasure. If you encounter water ghouls or other evil spirits, this will keep you safe." The vast Au River's abundant resources came with dangerous areas, like one perilous zone filled with floating, upside-down corpses, extremely unnerving. Getting entangled with such spirits could change one's nature entirely, leaving them neither human nor ghost, a ruined life. Remembering escort leader Fong Lin's similar warnings, Li Pingyan happily pocketed it. Evil spirits were troublesome. This talisman added another layer of protection. Having gained much today, excitement eventually gave way to exhaustion. In this mental state, another Bliss platform attempt would likely be wasted effort. Li Pingyan decided to return home, rest, strengthen his willpower, and return with Green Jiao in a few days. It's not like the Dragon Palace would grow legs and run away. The serpent and fish returned through underwater currents to the canyon. The canyon was unbearably hot. In its dark depths, clusters of glaring scarlet light hurt the eyes. The fairyland-like white mist was actually scalding steam. Any ordinary fish or shrimp that somehow reached this place during high tide would have been cooked alive passing through here. A thought struck Li Pingyan. Could there be fire spirit energy beneath this canyon? But the extreme heat was prohibitive. Just the upper layers were unbearable. He had no desire to become grilled fish. Once my fire control skill maxes out and my resistance improves, I'll explore this canyon's depths. Such anomalous places often housed anomalous spirits. While water and fire were both merciless, water could suffocate, but fire's physical destruction was more violently terrifying. Green Jiao, where do I find you after the tide recedes? Li Pingyan asked. Once Qing River's high tide ended, the underwater passage would close. Simple. Green Jiao plucked a scale from his hidden dragon skin. Hold this and call my name. Got it. Thanks, brother. Dawn approached as Li Pingyan prepared to leave, when Green Jiao blushed, if snakes could blush. Brother, could you, give me another round? Thorn whip? Easy enough. After all Green Jiao's help, Li Pingyan wasn't about to refuse. Countless water weeds transformed into thorns, dancing wildly around the green serpent. Green Jiao rolled his eyes back, mouth agape with drool, wearing an expression of ecstatic bliss. Watching this ridiculous scene, Li Pingyan covered his face with a fin. Too embarrassing. It's just an itch-scratching session, brother. Why are you acting like you're high? Morning mist swirled as a bird pierced the clouds, returning to the Li household through faint light. Seeing the untouched letter on the table, Li Pingyan controlled candle flames to burn it completely. Had he been delayed, this letter would have eased his parents' worries. But since everything went smoothly, better to burn it. In the following days, Li Pingyan's life remained fulfilling, even busy. The Bliss platform failure made him examine his inner desires. The heart-testing platform was painful, but his 2 lifetimes' experiences differed greatly. This life's unprecedented familial love helped distinguish illusion from reality, allowing quick awakening. The Bliss platform was different, filled with endless worldly desires, truly blissful. Desires arise from lack, yet human wants are endless, never truly satisfied. To pass the Bliss platform, he didn't need to suppress desires, but learn delayed gratification. Li Pingyan began special training, delaying gratification for all desires, starting with small things like delicious food or victories, calming his mind first to achieve spiritual clarity. Time flowed like water. Another autumn arrived. Li Pingfu had firmly established himself in Flat Peach Town. His 9-year-old disciple son, Zheng, showed remarkable talent, boosting Li family martial school's prestige as it quietly became the town's top school. Refugee. Li Yuan hurried into the school's meditation chamber with an invitation, finding Li Pingfu sitting quietly. In 1 year, the once ferocious beast had become utterly unassuming, aura completely contained, showing no trace of divine execution realm's might. This very subtlety made Li Yuan even more respectful. It signaled Pingfuji had reached perfect qi control. Despite Li Yuan's own diligent training, reluctantly funded by Li Feng to purchase a blood qi pill, successfully advancing to blood qi realm at the cost of marrying a young lady who was now pregnant, the gap between them remained vast. What is it? Li Pingfu didn't consider himself important, treating brothers as always. Yinshui County's Martial Alliance sent an invitation. The new magistrate is organizing an autumn hunt pitting civilian experts against military officers to see who can bag more treasure beasts in Spirit Mountains. Spirit Mountains wasn't a specific peak, but a term for mountains with relatively dense spiritual energy. These gifted lands were already Immortal's private properties, inaccessible to commoners. Natural ranges like Peach Blossom Mountain and Taichung Mountain lacked restrictions, but also lacked valuable resources. Ordinary blood qi herbs were considered treasures, while true spiritual plants and beasts were virtually unfindable. Of course, some dangerously unrestricted places like the Yu River existed, but even martial artists and immortals might not return from such expeditions. This might not be good news. Li Pingfu accepted the invitation pensively. New officials always made displays. This immortal magistrate's generosity in allowing Spirit Mountain hunts might be a ploy to purge local military factions. Best not get involved in such schemes. But refusing a Martial Alliance invitation would offend them, while attending might prove troublesome. Reply that Li Family Martial School will participate. Life was like sailing against currents. Stagnating meant regressing. One simply weighed options to make the most advantageous choices at each juncture. Li Pingfu instructed Li Yuan, check if the other 3 school heads received invitations. If so, send them invites. The Spirit Mountain hunt situation was unclear. Forming alliances with familiar faces was prudent. As Li Yuan acknowledged, noisy commotion erupted outside, including a woman's shouts. Li Pingfu! Li Pingfu! Come out! Li Yuan frowned. Lin Xiaowu, daughter of Vermilion Bird School's Lin Fengwu, was here to harass Pingfuji again. Li Pingfu looked equally resigned, waving Li Yuan off. I'll handle this. Exiting the chamber, he saw a red-clad young woman aggressively confronting Li's school disciples, chin raised proudly like a haughty swan, whip lashing to leave white marks on stone tiles. Li Pingfu, if you don't come out, I'll smash your school's stone qilin. Her usual tactic. Hee, she knew his weaknesses. As her whip threatened to strike a disciple, a hand materialized from nowhere to catch the lash mid-air. Li Pingfu's dark outfit fluttered slightly, expression calm. What does Miss Lin want? Lin Xiaowu tugged futilely at her trapped whip, ears reddening as she glared. I want to join your county hunt. Refuse, and I'll destroy your stone qilin. That's not my decision to make. Releasing the whip sent the straining Lin Xiaowu stumbling backward. Li Pingfu said coolly, since I can't fulfill Miss Lin's wish, go ahead and smash the qilin. He stood impassively, watching to see if she'd actually dare. You bully. I'm telling Mother. Stamping her feet furiously, Lin Xiaowu tried whipping again, only to have it caught once more. Feeling humiliated, she covered her face and fled the school in tears. Bewildered disciples exchanged glances. Xie Xiaodao teased, Big bro, your romantic karma's terrifying. How'd you provoke this? Being Lin Xiaowu's crush was misfortune. While pretty, her temper made her whip-happy nature unbearable. Compared to her, even a shrewish wife seemed gentle. The terrified disciples nodded emphatically. Li Pingfu sighed helplessly. Devoted to martial arts, he'd never courted trouble. This was simply rotten peach blossom luck. Apricot Blossom Tavern. Flat Peach Town's 4 martial school heads gathered to share information. Shun Xiaoyan's drink couldn't wash away his gloom. My Yinshui county contact revealed the new magistrate wants to purge local elites, military appointees, hence this hunt. Would county powerhouses surrender quietly? If the magistrate was a powerful dragon, Yunshui's established families were local snakes. Such conflicts inevitably turned bloody. When immortals fought, mortals suffered. Li Pingfu said, with over 10 towns participating, chaos is certain. Only by allying, helping each other, moving cautiously together can we withdraw safely. Lei Zhinshan agreed. His White Tiger School was just a branch. He'd eventually join Yunshui's main school, but more allies never hurt. Initially resentful of Li Pingfu surpassing their schools these past 2 years, they'd gradually accepted it. Now, facing life-or-death situations, they secretly hoped Li Pingfu would grow even stronger. No objections to allying. Lin Fengwu glanced meaningfully at Li Pingfu. School heads can bring 2 assistants. I'm taking Xiao Wu. She's blood qi realm now. Promising future, but too emotionally invested. Li Pingfu frowned slightly, but remained silent, considering his own choices. Despite risks, hunting treasure beasts and sharing their flesh represented incredible opportunities. Li household. Li Pingfu explained the hunt to his family. The new Yunshui magistrate is mid-stage qi refining, specializing in formations. Yunshui has 3 major families, Zhao Wang Zhou. The Zhao family opposes the magistrate most, having their own mid-stage qi refining cultivator, hence their confidence. The hunt lets all sides employ tactics. Regardless of outcome, casualties will be civilian martial artists and family-trained divine execution officers. No core losses. At the immortal magistrate's level, power struggles became more civilized, while town-respected school heads were merely pawns in their games. Who will you bring? Li Yuan or? Li Rongzhou asked, glancing at Li Pingyan. Li Pingyan considered. Elder brother. Who are the others bringing? Lin is bringing his daughter. Lei his son. Shun his brother. Li Pingfu immediately realized. To school heads, the hunt represented opportunity more than danger. Not bringing family would be unnatural. All endeavors carried risk. With alliances, this hunt was relatively safe. Second brother studies, father guards home. I'll go. Li Pingyan decided. He kept low profile, but wasn't a recluse. Overhiding would raise suspicions. As long as he avoided using active skills like talismans before the magistrate, passive abilities like animal speech and nature's gift could still help. Early qi refining cultivators couldn't project spiritual sense. Their perception might not even surpass his own. Moreover, after 2 years of accumulation using treasures from Qing River, his martial arts had reached blood qi realm's peak, ready to break through to divine execution anytime. Late night. Must find a way to break through to divine execution. While proud of his son's excellence, Li Rongzhou felt unprecedented pressure. Gazing at distant stars, he took a deep breath. In their glorious future, his usefulness would diminish, from cornerstone to potential burden. But even so, any strength gained could contribute to the family's growth. The autumn hunt's date was set by the county magistrate for 7 days later. Magistrate has invited martial arts schoolmasters to hunt in Spirit Mountain. What an immense honor. Even the immortal officials' home must be made of spirit stones, right? Martial training is great. You might even meet legendary immortals. The townspeople of Flat Peach Town were filled with envy, oblivious to the hidden dangers, seeing only the glittering glory. Their enthusiasm grew stronger. They'd sell everything to fund their children's martial training, sparking a martial arts frenzy. But that would come later. Dragon Palace. Second trial level, Bliss Platform. Li Pingyan straightened his body, swishing his fishtail, barely suppressing laughter as bubbles of glug-glug escaped his mouth. Before him, the green Jiao lay on the ground with a foolish grin, vacant eyes, mouth opening and closing as drool dripped, making ABA sounds of diminished intellect. Days earlier, the green Jiao had advanced to spirit beast rank. Not only had its bumpy skin smoothed into an elastic texture, It could now properly utilize its dragon-like hide and horns to unleash greater power. Perhaps due to this advancement, its itchy bumps disappeared, finally breaking through the long-standing trial of conscience to enter the bliss platform. Who knew the green Xiao would look so stupid in the illusion? Ha ha ha. Then his expression suddenly changed. Wait, when I first broke through, did I look this ridiculous too? How embarrassing. Soon the green Xiao regained consciousness, sucking back drool with excitement. Brother, that was amazing. You became a real dragon. Phoenixes and peacocks worshipped you. You had wild, passionate encounters and bred many little dragons. It reminisced. If it feels this good every time, who cares about breaking the illusion? Getting addicted already? Li Rongzhou frowned in warning. Green Xiao, with that attitude you'll never break through bliss platform. Illusions remain illusions. I know. We made a pact to cultivate together. Our friendship lasts as long as sun and moon. The green Xiao turned serious. Car brother, when will you go for the Earth Core fire spirit? Concerned for its sworn brother, knowing his opportunity lay in the Rift Valley's core, it gritted its teeth. If necessary, borrow my dragon hide. It can block some fire. Water creatures naturally fear fire. The scorching energy from the Rift Valley's depths was pure torture for them. Li Rongzhou was touched. This was one of Green Xiao's most precious possessions, yet it offered to lend it. The unpredictable underground fires might damage or even destroy the hide. While he wouldn't refuse out of pride, unfortunately this dragon hide could only be used by creatures like Green Xiao with faint dragon bloodline. Likely not true dragon, but lesser dragon or pseudo-dragon hide weakened over centuries. Though Li Rongzhou's crucian carp form had legends of carps leaping the dragon gate, his true nature was human, unable to activate the hide's power. He shook his head. No rush for the Earth Core fire spirit. Confirmed to exist, we'll retrieve it eventually. The Rift Valley's location was also secluded. Only annual tide currents allowed treasure fish to gather for rituals. Ordinary Qing River creatures couldn't reach it. Speaking of which, treasure fish were rarely seen except during rituals. Li Pinkin once considered rounding them all up, but in reality, this place was protected by Dragon Palace influence. Attacks were nullified and restrictions impossible, maintaining peace. Li Pinkin reluctantly abandoned the idea. His fire control technique had reached max level, gaining fire immunity. But the Earth Spirit wouldn't surrender easily. Maximizing fire resistance to increase magic defense would improve success rates. I've also found clues about Metal Spirit. The meteorite that fell on Taichung Mountain seemed to contain metal energy, but before immortals could claim it, some mysterious entity took it. This was Li Pingsan's recent discovery. Incidentally, frequent Dragon Palace trials had surprisingly helped him comprehend a new skill. Yes, it's Timo's favorite mushroom planting. LV0 hallucinogenic mushroom, 77/99, spores. Red caps, white stems, eat together, lie together. Generates red and white mushrooms with strong hallucinogenic effects. Depending on guidance, can achieve truth serum or memory erasure, effects lasting 1 incense time. Multiple mushrooms don't stack effects. Leveling increases potency and duration. Like truth serum, tests showed ordinary humans couldn't resist. Blood Qi realm, Li Yuan only had partial memory loss, while someone like his divine execution realm brother with formidable physique and willpower showed minimal effects, requiring massive doses for barely satisfactory results. As realms advanced, cantrips' limitations became apparent. But Li Pinkin wasn't discouraged. Hallucinogenic mushrooms still had room for growth, and he only expected cantrips to match first/second layer Qi refinement cultivators anyway. Higher Druid levels would grant first circle spells, naturally solving current power limitations. Let's try Bliss Platform again. Li Pinkin refocused and entered the euphoric illusion. Won't you pamper me, Cultivator Lord? A fox demon girl with alluring eyes and 9 fluffy tails nestled into his arms. Li Pinkin shook his head. Did this servant displease you? The fox girl waved her tails tearfully, pitiful and charming. Recalling the tail carpet, seductive voice, soft body, and exquisite massage techniques, Li Pinkin praised. FoxClan's reputation is well-deserved. Then seriously added, but I'm still too young. Losing vital essence early may lower offspring quality. Determined to expand the Li family, no descendants would be unacceptable. The fox girl's beautiful eyes widened in shock. The illusion shattered instantly. Bliss platform, Earth grade, no reward. Li Pinkin sighed slightly. Though he passed, without achieving heaven grade, he couldn't unlock the next level or gain rewards. The illusions contain not just lust but also power, family, wealth, and other temptations. Perhaps due to his young age, carnal desires were weaker than other temptations, making it easier to stay clear-headed. But the evaluation was comprehensive. This specialization pulled down his overall score. Just keep trying. After numerous illusions, Li Pingsan's temperament remained steady, growing calmer without arrogance or impatience. Li family residence. Calming incense emitted faint fragrance, mist-like in the quiet room, soothing the spirit. Beside 3 sticks of incense, a cold water pearl glowed blue like rippling waves, emitting threads of chilly air. Li Pinkin took out a blood chi pill. At his level, these pills couldn't help break through to divine execution realm, only serving as supplements to increase breakthrough chances. 7-leaf, purple gold treasure herbs effects were now insufficient, and years of use seemed to have built resistance, greatly diminishing effectiveness. Li Pingfu had begun selling them externally to great popularity. Swallowing the pill, he focused completely on breathing techniques and white crane-style practice. When exhausted, he drank prepared tonic soup and amber jade blossom sap. 2 days passed like a blur, his body like a bottomless pit absorbing precious supplements even martial school masters would begrudge using. More breathing techniques, more white crane style. The graceful white crane transformed into a fierce mountain leopard, movements domineering and vigorous, utterly unlike lightweight techniques. His blood chi surged like crashing waves, crimson mist steaming from his body forming coiling dragon-shaped auras. As the chi dragons circulated, time flowed silently until a sudden epiphany. Li Pinkin felt meridians clearing, grasping the critical moment. Breakthrough opportunity. Seizing this inspiration, his heartbeat accelerated as he concentrated fully on controlling the erupting blood chi. Quantity transforming into quality. Hiss! An ethereal tearing sound seemed to echo. Instantly, his entire body's blood chi condensed into pure white crane internal energy. New, formidable power flooded through him. Success. Joy filled Li Pinkin as he contemplated the divine execution realm's mysteries. Pressing on his usual training stone, hard rock yielded like rotten wood under 5 deeply imprinted fingers. With divine execution realm breakthrough, the autumn hunt seemed more assured. But my breakthrough felt easier than Big Brother's back then. Li Pinkin pondered. His brother had been stuck at Blood Chi Peak for a month before breaking through, while he encountered no legendary bottleneck, progressing smoothly without resistance. 2-3 days of seclusion hardly counted as a bottleneck for martial artists. He suspected moonlight microbeams and nature's gift ensured no lack of talent or inspiration on his martial path. Exiting seclusion for a refreshing bath, Li Pinkin discovered his father had also entered closed-door cultivation. Father reached Blood Chi Peak 2 years ago. Even with ample resources, isn't attempting divine execution too risky? Anxious, he couldn't understand his father's sudden recklessness. Though relatively young among martial artists, this wasn't due to talent, but family prosperity providing abundant resources. From this perspective, attempting breakthrough carried risk. But Li Rongzhou had already been in seclusion 2 days. Interrupting was impossible. Helpless, Li Pinkin could only quietly place the cold water pearl beside his father. 3 days passed. Li Pinkin kept vigil outside, daily casting, nature's gift, weak but better than nothing. Finally, on the autumn hunt's eve, as Li Pingfu and Li Pinkin prepared to depart, Li Rongzhou emerged radiating formidable aura. "Father, you succeeded." Li Pingyan rejoiced. The Li family truly had good fortune. Li Pingfu also relaxed, joking, "Had you delayed further, little brother might have skipped the hunt." Naturally, no hunt opportunity outweighed their father. "My apologies for worrying you." Li Rongzhou exhaled deeply, unaccustomed to his transformed body. Remembering the breakthrough's dangers, he felt belated fear. Some ethereal inspiration had guided him, thoughts of his wife and sons giving him strength to endure near-meridian rupturing pain by biting his tongue. Fortunately, perseverance paid off. The path ahead now lay smooth. Noticing Li Pingyan, his joy redoubled. Sensing his younger son's divine execution breakthrough through shared breath of the tree resonance. While people called his eldest a once-in-a-century martial genius, his younger son was truly a monstrous talent. 3 divine execution experts in our family could qualify for martial registry, greatly reducing land taxes. Li Rongzhou paused, "But I've reconsidered. We shouldn't reveal all our cards. Canner's peculiar talents shouldn't be exposed publicly. Having Pingfu as the family's public face suffices. As for me, I'll remain a hidden safeguard protecting our foundation." Li Rongzhou understood clearly. If he ever couldn't keep pace with his children's growth, he'd willingly become nurturing soil for their sapling selves. No other reason, he loved them. A father's duty. Neither son objected. Their family's current prosperity made tax reductions negligible anyway. The peach grove was just insurance, only necessary for Li Pink and the Druid. "It's time. Go to Yinshui County. Father, mother will return." Waving goodbye, Li Pinkin boarded the carriage with his brother. As the carriage rocked, curtains fluttering in alternating light and shadow, he saw his parents' figures watching until they became distant dots. He suddenly understood, while parents live, children don't wander far. Trees long to stay, but wind won't cease. Sons wish to care, but parents may depart. Regardless of time's passage, this familial warmth would forever remain like a gentle stream in his heart. Spirit Mountain's perpetual mist concealed spiritual energy amidst layered peaks. Countless carriages gathered at its base, awaiting Yinshui, county magistrate, and 3 great families. The bustling crowd inevitably caused friction. Hot-tempered martial artists shouted insults, creating quite a scene. Li Pingyan memorized one particularly loud offender's face. The man's darkened forehead suggested short lifespan. Best keep distance during the hunt to avoid misfortune. Martial arts masters from Flat Peach School gathered together, mutually protective. Lin Xiaowu scrutinized Li Pingyan with sharp eyes he disliked, like assessing merchandise. "You'd rather bring your brother than me?" Pouting resentfully, she addressed Li Pingfu in honeyed tones, as if deeply wronged. Li Pingyan was speechless. Would his brother abandon his own flesh and blood for some strange woman? Li Pingfu had been discreetly observing other martial artists for strategic insights when Lin Xiaowu's unreasonable complaint left him dumbfounded. Seeing his usually composed brother's undisguised, "I hate stupidity" expression made Li Pingyan laugh aloud. He hadn't seen such vivid emotion from him in ages. Miss Lin was truly special in her own way. Ignored, Lin Xiaowu pointed at Li Pingyan. "Bringing the yuan is one thing, but what cultivation does your little brother have? Won't he drag us down?" Li Pingyan had suppressed both internal energy and breath of the tree, maintaining Bone Realm peak cultivation. Dual precautions Lin Xiaowu couldn't penetrate. "That's none of your concern." Li Pingfu lowered Lin Xiaowu's arm, addressing Shun Xiaotian. "Brother Shun, should we share our specialties and cultivation levels? Knowing strengths and weaknesses improves coordination." School masters each brought assistants, mainly to announce their levels. Shun He, Blood Chi's second transformation, excels at Azure Dragon Cloud Grasping Claw. Lei San, Blood Chi third transformation, adept at Sun Tiger Fist and Thunderous Leg. Lei Yunyun, Bone Realm Peak, specializes in White Tiger technique. Lei Jinshan's youngest daughter spoke timidly, lacking confidence due to her lower cultivation. Lin Shiyuan, blood cheese second transformation, flame dance movement technique. Li Yuan, blood chi first transformation, skilled in black tiger technique. The masters also announced their own cultivation. Li Pinkin noticed that apart from his brother's single black tiger technique, other masters had 2 or even 3 complementary techniques. How nice to have a unified technique incorporating fist, movement, and breathing methods without compatibility issues. If his brother lacked additional techniques, was it by choice or a lack of suitable options? Black tiger technique's overwhelming ferocity made finding compatible supplements difficult. One misstep risked chi deviation. When Li Pinkan claimed Bone Realm, Lin Xiaowu rolled her eyes twice. After all announcements, the atmosphere warmed considerably, finally feeling like a team. Lei Yunyun, a year older than Li Pinkan, gave an encouraging smile, whispering, "Little brother Li, I'm Bone Realm Peak. If fighting starts, hide behind me. I'll protect you." Also, she added softly, "Stay away from Sister Lin. She's mean and bullies younger kids." "Thanks, Sister Yunyan." Li Pinkan smiled innocently. Comparisons were odious. Grown Lin Xiaowu paled next to this kind-hearted girl. Suddenly, drum beats announced the Immortal official's arrival. The Immortal's plain robes fluttered wide sleeves, jade pendant matching flowing clouds. About 30 years old, his brows carried dignified authority. Behind the Immortal's carriage came the 3 great families, Zhao, Wang and Zhou, their embroidered banners fluttering proudly. "Magistrate!" Before the Immortal could speak, the Zhao patriarch sneered. "You've spared no effort for this hunt." The Immortal remained unperturbed, not compared to Patriarch Zhao's exhaustive sleepless nights. Their locked gazes filled the air with explosive tension. Yinshui County is an upper-tier county with a complete core power structure, including several positions such as county deputy, county captain, chief clerk, registrar, and educator. Among them, the county captain oversees 3 squads of officers: the Black Squad for ceremonial duties and punishments, the Swift Squad for arrests and investigations, and the Strong Squad for guards and enforcement. The Swift Squad officers were the ones who initially came to Peach Blossom Village to detain the rioting refugees, while the corrupt tax collectors known as Ghost Feet belonged to the Strong Squad. These violent enforcement agencies are often controlled by the influential families within the county, weaving a complex and dense network that tightly covers all of Yinshui County. County Magistrate Liang, as the county head and an Immortal, naturally did not want to be controlled by these forces and had to make a bold move to test the waters. The title of Immortal official was like a floating big pancake that could win many surrenders. Moreover, the 3 great families were not a united front. Liang gently waved his sleeve, causing the mist on Spirit Mountain to surge, and calmly said, "Spirit Mountain harbors a spiritual beast named the 9-colored spirit deer. This autumn hunt, whichever faction can bring back the spirit horn of the 9-colored spirit deer wins. The time limit is 7 days. Spirit Mountain is a resource of the county seat, and for him, if he could not gain full rights over it, its value would be limited." Clan leader Zhao narrowed his eagle-like eyes and said, "Very well. If the warriors representing the Zhao family secured the 9-colored spirit deer, it would be a huge blow to Magistrate Liang's prestige. The other side would no longer interfere with the nails the 3 families planted in the county seat, effectively rendering the magistrate a powerless figurehead, completely hollowed out by the 3 families. Fortunately, we are the neutral faction." Li Pinkan exhaled slightly, looking at the green ribbon on his arm. Whether managing the 8 clans in the county or the Immortal officials, the smallest neutral forces were never unduly troubled. As long as they maintained an average level in the autumn hunt, they would not attract unwanted attention. He glanced at the retreating teams. According to the assigned numbers, each group retreated from the same position after a certain period, minimizing later resource disputes. Outside that Spirit Mountain, the real challenge isn't the spirit deer or beasts, but rather our own kind, Brother Shin thought with some melancholy. No one fights where no one is. It seemed this had been an unchanging truth since ancient times. Du Dongfu's voice was deep. Try to keep distance from my team, especially those representing the 8 clans and the magistrate's team. Everyone nodded in agreement. After another 2 incense sticks worth of time, the announcer finally called out their sign number. Du Dongfu took the lead, leading the team into Spirit Mountain. Such dense spiritual energy. As soon as Du Dongfu entered, he felt his whole body wrapped tightly by spiritual energy. In the past, he had to wait until early morning when heaven and earth first opened to catch a few streams of spiritual energy at the mountaintop. Outside of that, a few streams of spiritual energy wandered freely. In the Druid's perception, the vibrant, flourishing vitality of Spirit Mountain stretched out freely, truly embodying the feeling of all creatures competing for freedom under the frost sky. If he could cultivate immortal arts here through meditation, the efficiency would be far higher than on Peach Blossom Mountain. Judging by Magistrate Liang's confident demeanor, the spiritual energy of Spirit Mountain was also average and extraordinary to him, who enjoyed even better spiritual veins. Those immortal officials really had no money. Suppressing the urge to absorb the spiritual energy, Brother Shun looked at Brother Xiao and the other warriors. Although they all felt the air was fresher and more pleasant than other places, there was no other significant reaction. The treasure-seeking bees were assigned positions. You White Tiger skill is weak, lead from the rear. Du Dongfu's Azure Dragon hand is agile and versatile, so let him press the front line. In a team, the safest positions are not the vanguard or the rear guard. He assigned Xianxia to the rear because he did not fully trust the other 2 martial arts hall leaders. Shun Xiaoyan's close relationship with them made him the most suitable candidate. Lei Zhinshan and Lin Fengwu understood this well, but had no objection since they did not have to bear high risks. Everyone formed their formation carefully and proceeded cautiously. Li Pinkin stepped on the moist, soft withered grass, and layers of frost mist quickly coated his shoes. Fortunately, Lady Qin had thoughtfully purchased a pair of cowhide shoes modified for him in advance, which were both fitting and comfortable. He thought of his mother and then another matter, the treasure-seeking bees. To be safe, he did not intend to use the treasure-locating technique or expend destiny energy to search for treasure beasts, as that would only add uncertainty. After more than a year of breeding, except for the queen bee, the worker bees had transformed into treasure-seeking bees. Although their accuracy in locating treasures was not as good as the queen's, they had a general target range, greatly improving search efficiency. Now, when thinking of the treasure-seeking bees, he did not plan to release them for the martial arts hall leaders to find treasures, but wanted to keep 2 of these worker bees in Spirit Mountain. Through shared mental connection, they could map out a treasure map. Even cultivators would regard these worker bees as nothing more than ordinary killer bees, hardly attracting attention. Spirit Mountain was vast and dense. Magistrate Liang was a mid-stage chi refinement cultivator whose divine sense could not reach far. How could he possibly detect a special killer bee? Currently, the Spirit Mountain's restrictions could not be broken, but in the future, once he cultivated immortality, it might be possible. Ultimately, the restrictions were more like an illusion, not a great protective formation, meant only to guard against ordinary warriors and some poor scattered cultivators with opportunities to exploit. First, let the treasure-seeking bees find treasures and map the treasure. Wait for the right moment to pocket all the treasures of Spirit Mountain. Even if some worker bees were lost accidentally, it was only the loss of 2 treasure-seeking bees. As long as the queen bee existed and there was enough time, more treasure-seeking bees could be continuously bred. Although thinking this way, Li Pinkin did not rush to release the worker bees and decided to proceed steadily, observing for a while longer. Night of the first day. After a full day of looking at green trees and plants, everyone's eyes were a little dazzled. The mountain situation was complex, and any rustle or movement attracted everyone's attention. Excessive caution and excitement consumed too much energy. Except for Li Pingsan's pretended stamina, Most of the followers looked somewhat exhausted. I clearly saw that golden monkey. How did it get away? Lei Shan was a bit regretful. Their group's purpose was treasure beasts, and they did not dare touch the spirit beasts. The golden monkey moves fast, can leap through trees, and is familiar with the environment. It's normal not to catch it, Li Pingfu said. Our target is the large terrestrial treasure beasts. Larger in size meant higher value and more flesh to share. Terrestrial beasts, unlike birds, are harder to break through ground encirclement, making hunting more successful. Suddenly, a woman's scream made everyone tense up sharply. Several sharp sounds of metal clashing sounded as everyone looked toward Lin Xiaowu, the source of the scream. A centipede is crawling on my foot. Lin Xiaowu's face paled in fright as she leaned into Li Pingfu's arms, speaking in a coquettish voice. Brother Pingfu, I'm scared. Everyone fell silent. A white centipede about the length of a finger stirred, quickly burrowing into the fallen leaves. Originally, they thought it was a blood-cheese species centipede whose bite was painful, but it clearly was an ordinary small centipede, posing no threat to warriors. How many times has this been today? Li Yuan muttered unhappily. Lin Xiaowu screamed and fussed over even bugs the size of fingernail clippings just to get Brother Pingfu's attention. Li Pingfu calmly brushed Lin Xiaowu's hand aside and warned, Miss Lin, don't startle everyone and waste the group's rest time. I'm scared. Lin Xiaowu blinked her watery eyes. With Brother Pingfu here, I'm not afraid. Everyone was speechless. Lin Fengwu was also silent. Years ago, she was strong-willed and had been lax in disciplining her daughter. The usual tantrums were one thing, but causing trouble at such a tense moment was truly foolish. She secretly regretted it. If not for the fact that Lin Xiaowu had some talent and a desire to get closer to Li Pingfu, she would have locked her at home. But now it was too late. After this incident, no one dared let Lin Xiaowu keep watch at night. Instead, she was allowed to sleep comfortably. Morning of the second day, the team continued eastward, going deeper as the forest thickened and the wild grass grew taller, limiting visibility. Li Pingsan's footsteps paused as his passive animal affinity sent new information. Name, purple-tusked boar. Mood, frenzied. At the same time, Lei Shan pointed at a dark, mud-like object. This is the feces of a large terrestrial beast. He approached carefully, noticing ants and insects avoiding it. His expression grew excited. It's treasure beast feces. Correct. Li Pingfu crouched low, spotting 2 rows of hoof prints in the decayed leaves. He whispered, this is a hoofed beast. Judging by the marks on surrounding tree trunks, this beast is fierce and huge, probably weighing between 300 to 500 gene. Li Pingfu admired them. Though he could obtain some information through animal affinity, his elder brother and home master Lei relied on life experience to judge the ferocity and type of treasure beast, which was impressive. It seemed relying solely on skills could foster thinking and nurture's limitations. He quietly noted the treasure beast's name and location in his brother's palm. Li Pingfu understood, thought briefly, and devised an encirclement plan based on combat strength. Roar! The sound of snapping dry branches came faintly. About 100 feet ahead, a brown-black wild boar with bristly hair like steel needles lowered its head to nibble mushrooms. Its raised back and 2 deep purple tusks at the mouth looked terrifying, like 2 trident-sharp spikes. A purple-tusked boar. Lin Fengwu's face changed slightly. Her flame dance movement technique was most vulnerable against such a wild beast. Lei Shan looked serious and glanced at the bow on Li Pingfu's back. For such thick-skinned treasure beasts, ranged weapons are almost useless unless you shoot the eyes. Shooting at a small target at long distance in complicated forest terrain was no easy feat. Even an expert marksman might not hit precisely. Let's try first. Better than nothing. Li Pingfu took off the bow from his back, gripping it in his hands. After I shoot, no matter what happens, Brother Shun, circle behind and block the retreat. Hall Master Lei, set up a net on the left wing. Hall Master Lin, support us. The rest blocked the iron net. He pressed 3 fingers to the ground, signaling everyone to hold their breath and advance quietly. As they closed in, the purple-tusked boar seemed uneasy, snorting twice, then suddenly raised its head. Now was the moment. At a distance about to be discovered, Li Pingfu drew the bow into a full moon shape and shot an arrow. Whoosh! The arrow struck the boar's eye dead center. He actually hit it. Lei Zhinshan said incredulously, but felt somewhat used to it. After all, Li Pingfu always surprised him. Seize this opportunity and kill him while he's down. Without further words, the martial arts hall leaders rushed forward. Shun Xiaotian stepped lightly in the azure dragon ninefold step, sliding along the rock wall to a hollow, readying his cloud-reaching hand. Lei Zhinshan gathered white tiger power in both palms, hair and beard bristling, fists and palms creating a terrifying momentum. Lin Fengwu held cold iron darts soaked in anesthetic powder, slowly shifting as the boar raised its head. Suddenly, the crisp crunch of crushed leaves exploded. The boar, hurt, charged violently. Its 400-gene body slammed like a cannonball at a gap in the encirclement where Li Pingfu stood blocking the way. The boar lifted its two front hooves high, the purple tusks shining fiercely, seemingly intent on trampling Li Pingfu to death. Li Pingfu barely glanced at its eyes. Known for his strength, he did not advance, but retreated instead. His footsteps swayed back and forth, creating afterimages. He lightly leaped, performing a diagonal cross step, and spun to strike the boar's lower back. His thick palm grabbed the right purple tusk, then pressed down on the entire pig's head, forcefully pushing and twisting it. The purple-tusked boar faltered. Its charging force twisted and changed direction. The massive body couldn't stop, its hooves slipping like a runaway carriage, tumbling to the ground. Still with momentum, it slammed into 4 or 5 trees before finally stopping. "Brotherly, well done," Shun Xiaotian praised, seizing the chance to leap up, aiming his azure dragon cloud-reaching hand at the boar's neck. Unexpectedly, the beast's ferocity did not diminish. It twisted and shook its head, its tusks scraping against the iron wrist guard, sparking a shower of sparks. Seeing this, Li Pingfu lightly stepped aside around most of the boar's head, swinging his arm with full force to strike the spine. The sound of bones cracking was clear as the boar twitched and groaned. At that moment, Lei Zhinshan combined white tiger inner strength with his fingertips, delivering a palm strike that tore out the purple-tusked boar's heart. "Don't waste the vital blood." Lin Fengwu tossed out a specially made copper pot. Lei Zhinshan precisely stabbed the heart chamber with a short knife to collect the blood. The group's movements were skilled, like butchers cutting up a cow, carefully bagging precious materials. "This harvest is exceptional." Du Dongfu's face was full of joy. Rarity made items precious. Spirit deer were already rare, and a huge beast like this purple-tusked boar growing on Spirit Mountain could be worth hundreds of silver taels. Among the 7 martial halls, after edible parts were distributed, each person could get 70 to 80 gene of meat. Smaller spirit deer were less likely to produce rare treasures, but this pair of purple tusks, if crafted, would become powerful weapons. Everyone relaxed with smiles. Seeing the battle end safely and with the elder brother unharmed, Li Pingfu also loosened up slightly. Suddenly, his brow furrowed. According to Animal Affinity's alert, someone was approaching. "Alert!" Li Pingfu sharply ordered upon receiving his younger brother's secret signal. The martial arts hall leaders were momentarily stunned, but quickly took their positions in a cooperative battle formation, formed by the tacit understanding from the fight. After a moment, shadows swayed closer in the forest. Shunshine's azure dragon hand suddenly reached out, grabbing a short-statured warrior, shouting toward the hidden part of the forest, "Cowards hiding half their heads, show yourselves quickly." Rustle, rustle, rustle. Several figures no longer concealed themselves, revealing their forms. The leader held a large broadsword, wore soft armor, and had an arrogant, lofty gaze. "This tiny flat peach town, your warriors are sensitive, but hurry and release our people." The captured short scout shouted, We're from a Zhao family. Release your grandfather respectfully. Li Pingsan's thoughts stirred. These warriors were well-equipped and arrogant, showing the unique pride of the powerful. Could they be core members of the Zhao family rather than recruited warriors? No wonder they had such confidence, daring to ambush and then openly demand release. Shun Xiaotian showed a frustrated expression, looking at the Zhao embroidery on their clothes as if he had just eaten something disgusting. Having been influential in Flat Peach Town for half a lifetime, today he was threatened by inexperienced kids. But higher official rank always trumps, so what could they do if they refused to release them? Should they really start a conflict with the Zhao family? Power really is a good thing. Brother Shun, just release them, Li Pingfu said calmly, bowing to the Zhao family members. We apologize for any offenses today and ask Master Zhao for forgiveness. Zhao Yun's lips curved into a satisfied smile as he glanced at Li Pingfu. He had been searching for the 9-colored spirit deer and found out they just killed a purple-tusked boar. He had planned a swift ambush to seize the treasure, but since they were discovered, that plan was lost. He didn't want to waste effort on unrelated people. You're a good kid. Here's an opportunity. Come to my Yinshui Zhao family and mention my name, Zhao Yunbua, to become the head bodyguard. The Zhao family's threshold was high. The head bodyguard position was coveted by ordinary warriors. He considered it a favor. Thanks for your kindness, Master Zhao. Li Pingfu responded with his usual humility, neither refusing nor rushing to accept, calm and polite. This attitude made the Zhao members look favorably upon him, thinking this countryside boy was quite interesting. Too bad he wasn't smart enough to present the purple-tusked boar to them, limiting his future prospects. Let's go. Zhao Yunbua didn't pay much attention, waved his hand, and seeing no profit, quickly led the Zhao clan members away. These Zhao family people are really too arrogant. Shen Xiaotian complained in a low voice after Zhao Yunbua left a while ago. It was clear they were almost ambushed, but avoided the invisible crisis thanks to Li Pingfu's early alert. Thanks to Brother Li, with tiger-like eyes, no evil can hide. Lei Zhinshan truly admired this after being pushed around by juniors for so long. If he had accepted fate reluctantly before, this time he was genuinely impressed. Lei Yunyun looked at Li Pingqian with admiration. Your brother is amazing. Of course, Li Pingqian wholeheartedly praised his elder brother. Li Pingfu felt helpless. What was he amazing at? The real talent was the youngest brother, but that was not something to say out loud. He changed the subject. Let's leave here first, then divide and eat the treasure beasts on the spot. Lei Zhinshan agreed. They all planned to take it easy, not competing for the top 10 spots. Dividing the treasure beasts on sight was sufficient. This was also why Lei Zhinshan brought his Peakbone Realm young daughter. Being close to the water means getting the moon first. The benefits stay with insiders. The more transfers, the more unexpected troubles. Everyone quickly changed positions, lit a fire, and roasted the pork. Li Pingqian bit into a piece of pork belly. His elder brother was skilled. Even with a dagger, he could slice thin pieces that he rolled with slightly blanched wild vegetables. The meat was fatty but not greasy, full of fresh flavor. Just a slight sprinkle of salt made it much tastier than ordinary tavern fare. He ate bite after bite with a huge appetite. The treasure beast's flesh and blood gradually nourished his body, generating inner strength and surging power, making him feel warm all over. For a while, only the sounds of ravenous eating filled the air. Even Lin Xiaowu, who usually tried to maintain a lady image, was biting into the treasure meat heartily. The warriors, tired from half a day's exertion, enjoyed this rare, peaceful, joyous feast. After eating and drinking their fill, Shun Xiaotian suddenly looked at everyone and said, "In this hunt, Brother Li contributed the most. Should we give these purple tusks to him?" Does everyone agree? What made the purple-tusked boar valuable was not just its flesh and blood, but also that pair of sharp purple tusks. Warriors at the Divine Execution Realm possessed internal energy protection. Ordinary blades couldn't even pierce their skin. To break through such defense, one needed divine weapons. Thus, the true worth of those purple tusks lay far beyond the boar's flesh. Shen Xiaodian wanted to plan something for his younger brother. This was Li Pingfu's peak moment of prestige, the perfect alignment of timing, place, and people to neutralize the Zhao family's threat. I have no objections. Lei Zhinshan was the first to speak up, genuinely impressed with Li Pingfu this time. Both looked toward the silent Lin Fengwu. At this point, it was 3 votes against 1. Mom, just agree, please. Brother Pingfu deserves it. Lin Xiaowu coquettishly clung to Lin Fengwu's arm and said to Li Pingfu, Brother Pingfu, don't worry. I'll definitely convince my mother. Lin Fengwu had been planning to agree all along. Though she felt reluctant and missed out on benefits, she couldn't oppose everyone, right? Hearing Lin Xiaowu's words now, she was caught between a rock and a hard place. Not only was her arm being pulled away, but she was also made to lose face. Her face darkened. She could only swallow her pride and forced a smile, saying, You're so impatient, child. Your mother never said no. See, I told you Mom would agree, right? Lin Xiaowu beamed proudly, as if all credit was hers. Li Pingyan secretly shook his head, staring at Lin Fengwu's stiff expression. As the head of the Lin Martial Arts School, a woman accomplishing such a feat was weaker than many young women. So how did she give birth to such a relentless troublemaker like Li Pingyan? Lin Fengwu showed no reaction. I never took Li Pingyan to heart. She addressed the 8 others. Thank you, young ones, but this junior must decline the honor. I asked Li Yuan to bring the spoiled autumn hunt. Secretly thinking of Li Rongzhou, that soft and sharp Fei Jia was perfect to be crafted into a short spear. I planned to take it home as a surprise for my father. The next 8 days, the martial arts school heads of Flat Peach Town continued hunting in the Spirit Mountains ley line area. Luck was poor. They trapped 2 spirit beasts again, but obtained 2 rare treasures. The blue ox's belly didn't contain a special treasure, but a small medicine formed by spiritual energy soaking through the veins. After Zhao Yunhua's identification, combined with 800 years' worth of cold marrow grass refining, it could be ingested to make divine execution realm warriors' internal energy flow like a river. The other item was a pangolin's back scale, useful for making soft armor. They ate as much spirit beast flesh as possible, curing and salting what they could to prolong preservation. With the small amount of spirit beast meat nourishing them, the entire team's blood qi was steadily climbing. For example, Fei Jiashu, at a higher martial cultivation level, surged directly into the 7th transformation of blood qi. While Li Yuan reached the peak of the 7th transformation, his mood elated. Give me another 80 pounds, 70 pounds of spirit beast meat, and I can reach the 8th transformation of blood qi. The martial arts school heads also felt their long-stalled bottleneck loosen. Even Lin Fengwu couldn't hide her joy, sensing her internal energy changing rapidly. When Fei Jia returned home to enter seclusion, her realm would undoubtedly advance. Everyone united with one heart. Knowing the hunting deadline approached, they pushed themselves harder. Unfortunately, the treasure plants were all very concealed. Without using the treasure locating technique, Li Pingyan couldn't find a single one. Brotherly, haven't you broken through the blood qi realm yet? Lei Yunyun looked at Li Pingyan sympathetically. This younger brother's talent must be poor. After eating so much meat, he still hadn't advanced. Li Pingyan shook his head. Breaking through the blood qi barrier in the bone realm is too difficult. His current cultivation was peak bone realm, already a major breakthrough. I can teach you some of my experience. Hopefully, it'll help you. Lei Yunyun carefully shared her insights from her breakthrough. Li Pingyan was both amused and exasperated, but accepted her kindness. Occasionally, they met other hunting teams, usually exchanging greetings from afar, and only sharing simple information when acquaintances were present. For example, Lei Zhinshan encountered people from the White Tiger Martial Arts School's main hall. They learned that the 9-colored spirit deer had appeared in the eastern mountain of Spirit Mountain. The Zhao family and others had already allied and gone ahead. Then we shouldn't head toward the eastern mountain. Li Pingfu said, the upcoming battle would undoubtedly be fierce. As neutral parties, They had no reason to intervene in the county's upper-level conflicts. Report clan leader. Young Master Zhao Yunbo has killed several ill-intentioned scattered sect experts who dare to ambush us, all slain under his horse. A complete victory. Report. Young Master Zhao Yunbo has confirmed the exact location of the 9-colored spirit deer. He is now gathering with the Wang and Zhou families. Report. Young Master Zhao Yunbo has captured the Zhou family's traitor and executed him on spot. Hearing the constant good news, the Zhao clan leader's face lit up with a joyful smile. Yunbo had been outstanding since childhood and truly hadn't disappointed him. Liang the Celestial official's tactics of recruitment, defection, and ambush were all countered by Yunbo. The opponents had run out of tricks. No one in Spirit Mountain obeyed Liang, County Magistrate, anymore. County Magistrate Liang, you have no trump cards left. Defeat is inevitable. It's better to concede now and save face. The Zhao clan leader offered his kind advice with an openly joyful expression. Good tea. Liang the Celestial official remained expressionless, rubbing his teacup. Inside was clear green snow bud tea, with several silver needle leaves floating and sinking. As if he had never tasted such exquisite tea, he praised, steamed to perfection in plain porcelain, truly excellent tea. Seeing Liang's performance, the Zhao clan leader scowled in contempt. At this point, still pretending elegance? Let's see how long you can keep it up. He was about to order the hunting team to slaughter the spirit deer and settle the matter decisively. Clan leader Zhao, don't be impatient. County Magistrate Liang said quietly, if the tea isn't steeped long enough, no one knows which leaf will float or sink. His gaze was distant, the rising tea mist obscuring his face, making it faint and mysterious. In the deep mountains, Zhao Yunbo was surrounded and revered by the crowd. Slaying traitors, countering ambushes, finding the 9-colored spirit deer, his achievements had him riding high, regarded as an invisible leader. Luckily, I have a soul-locking plate Father gave me. Feeling the cold plate on his chest, Zhao Yunbo radiated confident light. This was a treasured family artifact, one of the few left by a Zhao immortal cultivator from a sect. It could lock on his spirit beast's auras. This was also why he could repeatedly find rare beasts. I won't just kill the 9-colored spirit deer. I'll claim all resources of this spirit mountain for the Zhao family. His ambition and desire grew, and Zhao Yunbo even felt a thrilling sense of unchecked freedom. Of course, the top priority was still the spirit deer. The 9-colored spirit deer was only a low-tier spirit beast. Though strong, it could not escape the tightly woven net of divine execution realm warriors. Spirit mist drifted through the green pine forest, rainbow light shimmering beneath its fur. As its hooves lifted, the 9-colored radiance blossomed in its eyes like a worldly spirit, scattering fractured light across the mountain. What a beautiful spirit beast. Charge! Kill the spirit deer, drink its blood. Whoever takes the antlers, the Zhao family will reward 1,000 taels of silver and bestow the Zhao family's legitimate daughter. Fueled by Zhao Yunbo's encouragement, both family scions and guests seemed injected with adrenaline, excitedly rushing forward. The 9-colored spirit deer was intelligent and knew when life was cut off. It glanced at the sky one last time, a shadow of black light tinting the rainbow in its pupils. Then, like pollution, it quickly dispersed. Lin Xiaowu's startled scream rang out again. Yet the Flat Peach Town hunting team showed no reaction. After several days, everyone had grown used to Lin Xiaowu's habit of screaming for attention. Even Lin Fengwu showed disdain, perfunctorily saying to the forest, Xiaowu, when you have to relieve yourself in the wild, you just endure it. No one else paid attention to her. Suddenly, Li Pingcan sat up sharply, looking toward where Lin Xiaowu had screamed. That's not right. This really was the wolf coming. A sinister feeling rose in his heart. He felt sick all over, as if the deathly spiritual energy that druids most hated was continuously churning and spreading in this spirit mountain. Along with it, Lin Xiaowu's screams became even more piercing, almost shattering everyone's eardrums. Everyone realized the problem, leaping up in an instant to look toward the dense forest. The next moment, everyone was terrified beyond measure. Behind Lin Xiaowu, several treasure beasts were driving away a horde of ordinary beasts, forming a chaotic sea of animals flooding from all directions. Beast tide uprising. Shen Xiaodian was shocked. How could there be a beast tide on Spirit Mountain? Who had blown up the treasure beast's nest? No, this isn't a beast tide uprising. It's a demonic disaster. Li Pingsan's expression changed. The disgusting aura was getting closer and closer. The surging beast tide carried a stench of rotten corpses. Everyone's pupils constricted sharply. The iron-backed gray wolves leading the charge had eerie green glowing eyes, their sharp claws and teeth rotting and oozing pus. This was a sign of demonic contamination frenzy. Lin Xiaowu's figure was ragged. She looked toward Li Pingfu and others as if seeing saviors and ran toward them, but she brought a large number of ferocious beasts with her. Run! Shen Xiaodian shouted anxiously. Li Pingfu commanded, "We can't escape. Head to the western cliff, retreat there. There's still a chance." That was where they had rested yesterday, with a deep ravine in the middle and a narrow exit, easy to defend and hard to attack. He waved the purple tusks, knocking 3 black mountain martens aside. The spear tips sparked dark purple flames against the beast's bones. These demons had greatly increased strength. No need to say more. Everyone desperately ran downhill toward the cave's narrow entrance. Lin Xiaowu suddenly pushed Lei Yunyun, who was running ahead of her. A vicious look flashed in her eyes. "Don't block my way." Lei Yunyun was caught off guard and fell to her knees, nearly tumbling down the ravine. Li Pingcan behind her grabbed her firmly. "Thank you." Lei Yunyun looked at the empty air beneath her feet and said with lingering fear. Lin Xiaowu was about to leap into the air, but inexplicably slipped. Before she could scream, she lost her footing and fell into the ravine. The sudden change shocked everyone. "Don't freeze up. The demonic disaster is coming," Li Pingcan said to Lei Yunyun, who looked pale and jumped forward. "Younger brother, you jump first." Li Pingfu planned to cover the rear, but Li Pingcan suddenly said, "Big brother, you first." "All right." Li Pingfu didn't hesitate and entered the cave first. Li Pingcan waited a moment, then jumped in as well. The beast tide howled past, rolling over the scattered remains of human arms and legs in a vast flood. Phew! Everyone gasped for breath, faces full of lingering fear. Who would have thought that an ordinary autumn hunt would trigger a demonic disaster? Immortals fight for power with the 3 clans, and don't care if we live or die. After a long time, Shen Xiaodian angrily pounded the stone wall, his light nearly extinguished. Autumn hunt, beast tide, demonic disaster. Where did so many coincidences come from? Smart people never believe in coincidences. Without a doubt, it was either Liang the celestial official's doing or the 3 major clans. Lei Zhinshan said nothing, tightly holding Lei Yunyun's hand. He had cherished this only daughter since childhood, and now she almost suffered at the hands of our own people. More chilling than the demonic disaster was what Lin Xiaowu had done. Lin Fengwu stared at the mountain ravine for a long time before saying, "Brother Lei, I'm sorry to you for giving birth to such a beast that nearly harmed your daughter. Now that she has fallen off the cliff and her fate is unknown, it's a form of atonement." She was usually proud, but rarely showed such sincere remorse, bowing her head regretfully. Lei Zhinshan sighed and helped Lin Fengwu up, sincerely saying, "Sister Lin, don't say that. You devoted yourself to cultivation and couldn't know some people are born evil by nature, unrelated to upbringing. Our many years of friendship shouldn't be ruined by this." The two reconciled as if it were a trivial matter, casually brushing it aside. But Li Pingcan sensed 2 strong waves of hatred through animal affinity and was speechless. To Lin Fengwu, no matter how bad Lin Xiaowu was, she was still her daughter. She could discipline her, and no one could question that. In some ways, mother and daughter shared the same prideful, arrogant temper and ignored others' thoughts. To Lei Zhinshan, though, "You harmed my daughter. This couldn't be so easily forgiven. Now that Lin Xiaowu was dead, the debt had to be paid by her mother. These old folks, no matter how much they hated inside, showed no trace on their faces. Or rather, only deep hatred made them more composed. Thanks, Kiffinley family. If you hadn't held Union back, I would have lost my beloved daughter. Lei Zhinshan's gratitude was genuine this time. If you ever need anything, the White Tiger Martial Arts School will help. Then I want the White Tiger Divine Charm Chart. Lei Zhinshan's expression changed slightly, then he smiled bitterly. That was a treasure passed down by the school's founder. This kid was really not polite. Li Pingcan suddenly changed his tone. Just one look. You sly little devil. Lei Zhinshan breathed a sigh of relief, almost feeling guilty toward the founder. After this episode, the atmosphere lightened somewhat, no longer so gloomy. This isn't truly a demonic disaster, Xin Xiaodian suddenly said. If it were a great demon, the entire spirit mountain would wither and lose vitality. But in fact, only the beasts were affected. We just don't know how many people will die. Li Pingfu was heavy-hearted, feeling the pain of foxes and hares. As for the end of the demonic disaster, everyone guessed it would end within 3 days at most, as that was when the celestial officials had set the autumn hunt's end. Report: all 18 direct descendants of the Zhao family died in the demonic disaster. Clan leader, young Master Zhao Yunbua, was the first to fall, also dead in Spirit Mountain. The Zhao clan leader spat a mouthful of old blood upon hearing the news. Zhao Yunbua, the Zhao family's most outstanding scion in this generation, had no immortal cultivation roots, but was brilliant in martial arts and destined to be a congenital grandmaster. Yet he died in the Spirit Mountain autumn hunt at only 26 years old. There's no such thing as a demonic disaster. Yinshui County is not the abandoned Phoenix County. The Zhao clan leader spoke with certainty, glaring at the calm and confident Liang, the celestial official. You old bastard, such cruel intentions. You want to destroy the Zhao family's foundation. The Zhao family's best disciples died in Spirit Mountain. Their century-old foundation was destroyed overnight. The future was bleak, maintaining only the former Immortal clan's dignity. Liang, the celestial official's so-called recruitment, defection, and ambush were all smokescreens to make them believe this was a proper, first-time probe. It wasn't a snake bite, it was a dragon's bite. The real killer was probably on that spirit deer. At this moment, the Zhao clan leader was filled with regret and anger and feared Liang's deep scheming. He questioned, "Aren't you afraid of offending the Zhao family's immortals? No immortal officials hold the dynasty's destiny. A mere sect immortal is a toothless tiger. Why should I fear?" Liang smiled faintly, casually as if swatting mosquitoes. What were these people? Just stronger ants and insects? Nothing to him. The Spirit Mountain autumn hunt was meant to teach these so-called families a lesson. In this world, only dynasty immortals had the right to set the rules. A bird swiftly darted through the forest, heading east with clear purpose. Li Pingcan had little time. His big brother could only cover for him for a while. There was something that truly concerned him. The farther east he went, the hotter his evil repelling talisman became. During the day, he jumped a step behind his brother into the cave, using the talisman to measure the source of the demonic disaster. That faint, wavering sobbing still echoed in Spirit Mountain. After taking the Tao Spirit Pill, Li Pingcan's spiritual perception soared. At least, Liang, the celestial official, could not detect his special state. After confirming he was not being watched, he transformed into a bird and tried to find the source of the sound. After a moment, he landed on a tree and saw a tiger, crane, ape, and bear helplessly watching the 9-colored spirit deer's pitiful screams. A strong sorrow spread from their hearts, flowing through their affinity into the bird's heart. Tears streamed from Li Pingcan's eyes, not because he wanted to cry, but because he was infected by the sadness. Without a doubt, these 4 beasts were highly intelligent spirit beasts of Spirit Mountain with rich emotions. "You came to find me. What's the matter?" he asked. Noticing the bird stop, the 4 beasts looked at each other, surprised at the pure natural spirit sensed by the old mulberry tree. The existence they saw as their savior was just a small bird. Incredible as it was, they dared not doubt and clumsily bowed and knelt, saying, "This request is excessive. We are willing to trade precious treasures in exchange. We earnestly beg you to save our friend, the nine-colored spirit deer." The spirit mountain was shrouded in misty clouds, entangled with wisps of black light. The originally radiant fur of the nine-colored spirit deer was now stained with mud, its mouth foaming black, viscous fluid. Its appearance resembled a wolf, eyes wide open but devoid of consciousness. Looking eerily similar to the zombie beast from apocalyptic movies, Li Pinkin silently thought. Suddenly, the motionless deer abruptly stood up, antlers pointing skyward, and charged toward the spirit bear. "Forgive our rudeness." The four spirit beasts bowed slightly, watching the spirit deer with a mix of helplessness and sorrow. They positioned themselves at the four cardinal directions, radiating spiritual energy ripples. The ape leaped lightly, the white crane fluttered, and the striped tiger roared fiercely, causing the forest leaves to tremble like waves before settling down. This roar also momentarily stunned the charging deer. The spirit bear, as the target of the attack, rose on its hind legs, its massive frame instantly overshadowing the deer. Just as the antlers were about to pierce its leg, the bear's paws struck the deer's neck with tremendous force, causing it to convulse briefly before collapsing unconscious. Li Pinkin narrowed his eyes, observing how seamlessly the four beasts had coordinated their movements. Their techniques were clean and precise, subtly aligned with nature while embodying the essence of spiritual beasts. Inspiration flashed through his mind like countless stars, giving him a profound sense of mystery. An idea took root in his heart. Could he observe the movements of these five spirit beasts to comprehend a new martial technique? Since ancient times, there had been records of humans adapting animal movements into exercises for strengthening the body, the famous five-animal play being one such example. But Li Pinkin didn't need health-preserving exercises like the Seven Departures play. He wanted something far more powerful. Most martial arts masters only mastered one or two related techniques. For instance, the Azure Dragon Hall master could practice both the Azure Dragon cloud-reaching hand and the Azure Dragon fourfold steps, making his combat style unpredictably versatile. In contrast, his elder brother Li Pingfu, due to the overwhelmingly fierce nature of the Black Tiger technique, found it difficult to match with other compatible techniques, resulting in a rather one-dimensional fighting style. While overpowering all techniques with sheer force might work in one-on-one combat, facing multiple opponents with just fists would inevitably lead to disadvantage. If he could comprehend a technique incorporating punches, body movements, palm strikes, footwork, even combinations like Tiger Crane dual form, it might resolve the historical limitations imposed by solely practicing the Black Tiger and White Crane techniques. Li Pinkin could tell that these five spirit deer coordinated flawlessly, likely having trained together in this battle formation regularly. In combat, the five spirits would unite as one, unleashing power far exceeding their individual capabilities. Yet despite this insight, his inspiration remained frustratingly elusive, as if something crucial was missing. The missing piece, he realized, was probably due to the absence of the fifth spirit. His gaze involuntarily turned to the unconscious deer. Noticing the bird's stare, the spirit bear grumbled, "Knocking it out is just a temporary measure. Under the demonic energy's corruption, the little deer will soon wake up and continue its rampage, neither fully deer nor completely demon." The white crane's pure white feathers stood out starkly against the dark energy. "If not for the old mulberry tree's guidance, we wouldn't have known about you. We have no other options. Please save our little deer." Having lived together for centuries, the five spirits were practically one entity, leading carefree lives on the spirit mountain until this sudden calamity shattered their peace. As a druid, Li Pinkin could perceive all natural spirits across mountains and rivers. Conversely, The purer a mountain spirit was, the better it could sense a druid's presence. The mountain spirits were astonished, delighted, and blessed by this natural avatar's existence. Merely knowing of his presence filled them with indescribable joy. The ancient mulberry tree had initially hesitated to disturb this revered being, but after the spirit's desperate pleas and careful consideration, it established a bridge for communication between the five spirits and the druid. Hearing their plea, Li Pinkan felt helpless too. It wasn't that he refused to help. The spirit mountain housed the largest concentration of spiritual beasts he'd encountered, many ancient and likely privy to numerous cultivation secrets that could greatly aid his future immortal path. Setting aside long-term benefits, just considering the immediate rewards, according to the four spirits, saving the deer would earn their gratitude, allow him to observe their complete five-spirit battle formation, and receive their treasure offerings. Li Pinkan was genuinely tempted. Mixed with compassion for the suffering deer and disgust toward the demonic energy, how could he refuse? Was he unwilling to help? Truth was, he didn't know how. I'll try first. After some thought, Li Pinkan gave them fair warning, but my abilities are limited. Success isn't guaranteed. Thank you so much. Please do your best. Regardless of outcome, you'll forever be Tiger Elder's benefactor. Even so, the four spirits were moved to tears, eyes sparkling with boundless gratitude. Such sincere friendship was truly touching. Influenced by their emotion, Li Pinkan grew serious, examining the nine-colored spirit deer's eyes closely. Within its pupils, a crystalline object continuously emitted demonic energy, the root of this corruption. For safety, Li Pinkan would never directly contact this source, though his evil-repelling talisman provided substantial protection. Attempting animal speech to communicate proved futile. The deer had completely lost rationality. After consideration, he decided to combine nature's gift with resistance boost, creating an immunotherapy approach. Healthy spirit beasts could resist demonic energy. The deer had been vulnerable because its vitality was already weakened before infection. By enhancing its resistance to supernatural forces and bestowing a luck blessing, it might overcome the corruption. Medically speaking, without specific treatment, we can only boost immunity. Activate resistance boost. An invisible light enveloped the deer. As resistance increased, the black energy visibly faded slightly, delighting the spirits. Activate nature's gift. A refreshing breeze rustled leaves as the deer received a recovery blessing. Under both skills' combined effects, the dark energy receded noticeably. It's actually working? Li Pinkan exhaled slowly. Frankly, the pressure had been immense. Failure would have left no alternatives. Using his precious, golden, evil-repelling talisman wasn't worthwhile, especially since demonic energy resembled cursed pollution more than conventional evil spirits, making the talisman's effects limited. From beneath the trees came the spirits' cheers. The little deer is saved. The old mulberry tree was right. Look, it's waking up, vigilant against potential relapse. They watched as the deer blinked dazedly. Tiger elder, bear second, ape third, crane fourth. Why are you all here? Memories gradually returned, its pupils focusing as human-like fear and gratitude surfaced. Thank you, benefactor. Li Pinkan fluttered his wings modestly. No need for formalities. I merely tried my best. Might we know your honorable name, benefactor? Bear Second asked respectfully. Outwardly, Li Pinkan appeared just an ordinary songbird, inconspicuous on the spirit mountain. Yet the five spirits dared not underestimate him. Any being roaming the mountains so effortlessly while concealing all aura must be an ancient, formidable spirit. They never imagined he was truly just a mortal bird, only sensing profound mystery. Call me Nightingale, fellow cultivator will suffice. Li Pingsan's current form was a common nightingale. Tiger Elder and company hesitated to address him so casually, chorusing instead, Venerable Nightingale, giving Li Pinkan a taste of immortal prestige. Exchanging names deepened their rapport. Li Pinkin inquired about the demonic disaster's origins. The five spirits scowled. Tiger Elder growled. Had that cultivator not tricked me away from the mountain, leaving the deer vulnerable, his cultivation wouldn't have let him challenge all five of us. Their description matched Li Pingsan's impression of a mortal official Yang. While a lone spirit beast couldn't oppose a mid-stage chi refining cultivator, the complete five-spirit formation could overpower him. Their defeat stemmed from being outmaneuvered, resulting in the deer's suffering. Seeing their indignation, Li Pinkin balanced on a wingtip, testing. Do you want revenge on a mortal official Yang? Revenge. Tiger Elder shook his head, the others sighing. Though furious enough to swallow the official whole, they were powerless against him. Spirit Ape explained gloomily. Dynastic destiny protects officials. Killing them triggers imperial pursuit and karmic backlash. Moreover, officials can activate dynastic treasures in emergencies, unleashing transcendent power and mobilizing Earth Pulse arrays for offense or defense. Li Pinkin grew solemn. If true, didn't this make Great Yu Dynasty officials virtually invincible? While ninth-rank officials might be killable, the true threat was the imperial system itself. Even successful assassins would face endless pursuit. No wonder every cultivator coveted official positions, unless defecting to another dynasty. Not exactly easy. He probed further. Any way to evade the dynasty's destiny detection? Not impossible, Tiger Elder rumbled. Establishing a sacred site can shield one from imperial perception. Sacred site. The Great Yu Dynasty itself is a colossal sacred site. After submitting to the dynasty, sects gain permission to establish smaller ones. Heretical cults and demonic paths secretly create tiny sacred sites to siphon dynastic destiny, enabling opposition. Li Pinkin pressed for details, but Tiger Elder, being outside the imperial system, only knew superficial information. Critical knowledge like construction materials remained secret. He pondered deeply. Even if he cultivated successfully, he could never join the imperial system. Exposing his spiritual roots would mean familial destruction. Thus, boarding the Great Yu's mighty vessel was impossible. Moreover, while officialdom offered privileges, nothing came free. An official's rise and fall depended entirely on political achievements benefiting the destiny-enriched dynasty. Successful officials prospered. Failures faced confiscation and worse. The White Crane once witnessed an official committing a grave error. Not only was his family exterminated, but his cultivation and lifespan were stripped, reducing him instantly from a lofty foundation establishment expert to a mere first-stage chi refining cultivator. Essentially enslaved to superior satisfaction. Far worse than his previous life's 996 work culture. The Great Yu's ship might be grand, but one needed exceptional skill to stay aboard. The sacred site's secrets are hard to obtain from officials. Probably only heretics and demonic cultivators possess such knowledge, but that's distant future planning. As a rogue cultivator avoiding imperial conflicts, I'd remain safe. Moreover, while I can't enter the system, my descendants might, there must be ways around destiny tracking. Having saved the deer and gained these cultivation insights already satisfied him immensely. Gaining accurate intelligence through worldly experience would require countless setbacks. Noticing it was nearly time to rendezvous with his brother, Li Pinkin composed himself and made a final request. Could you five demonstrate your formation for me? With pleasure. Delighted to finally repay Venerable Nightingale, they considered this simple demonstration grossly inadequate repayment. You observe the five spirits' formation on the Spirit Mountain, comprehending the tiger's ferocity, deer's serenity, bear's steadiness, ape's agility, and crane's grace, all embodying spiritual beast's essence. Deeply inspired, you successfully awaken the skill Beast Form Intent. Li Pinkin flew back through the cave's ceiling hole, bat-like and dodging stalactites before resuming human form and sneaking quietly into the main cavern. Only Lei Yunyun, who'd been watching for him, noticed and whispered sympathetically, Stomach trouble? Can't be helped. Only dry rations left. The remaining meat was reserved for martial arts masters, maintaining combat readiness. Her gaze was understanding. Childhood vegetable aversion and subsequent digestive difficulties made her empathize deeply. Li Pinkan shot his elder brother an exasperated look. Couldn't he find a better excuse? After brief small talk, he feigned discomfort and closed his eyes to meditate, instead examining beast form intent. Description. You can execute techniques embodying the five spirit beasts' essence, unleashing their unique powers and stimulating bodily potential. This ability breaks through martial arts' conventional limits. Breaking martial limits. Li Pinkan thrilled. Conventionally, martial arts peaked at Grandmaster level, comparable to 8th-stage Qi refining cultivators. If he could continually surpass this ceiling, might he reach Foundation establishment equivalents? This truly pioneered immortal body refinement cultivation. The Great Yu Dynasty's destiny system is overwhelmingly dominant. A single spell can erase warriors effortlessly. Thus, martial artists are merely grassroots stabilizers, even battlefield cannon fodder. Suppressing martial arts while promoting immortality has always been state policy. Before embarking on martial arts, Li Pinkan had held some admiration for it. But as he learned more, he realized the entire dynasty looked down on crude martial brutes, simply because in this strength-worshipping world, martial artists weren't strong enough. If beast form intent could truly break limits, even just reaching Foundation establishment equivalents might shift imperial dynamics. First, record the insights to teach elder brother. Solving the Black Tiger technique's limited versatility. Immersed in contemplation, Li Pinkan mentally replayed the five spirits' movements, attempting to derive an unparalleled technique. Naturally gifted in martial arts, with the skill's assistance, every insight solidified into proficiency, leveling up to generate new insights. A virtuous cycle. Silence reigned, broken only by rapid notifications. Beast form intent proficiency +1. Before the demonic energy fully dissipated, while martial artists remained scarce, Li Pinkan revisited the Spirit Mountain to observe the formation again, gaining more martial insights. In gratitude, the five spirits presented precious herbs, fruits, human cultivators' notes, martial manuals, and weapons. Li Pinkan declined regretfully. While consumables were safe, carrying cultivators' notes risked discovery, especially given Immortal official Liang's ruthless handling of county elites. Caution was paramount. As long as the five spirits remained, he could retrieve the items later. Asked whether ordinary people could relocate the mountain after leaving, the spirits shook their heads. The mountain's illusionary array was extremely deceptive. Only with powerful spiritual sense and the old mulberry's leaf might one rediscover it. Sighing, Li Pinkan acknowledged his spiritual sense, while decent remained mortal tier. Returning would likely require formal immortal cultivation. Releasing the treasure-seeking bees, he watched the usually aggressive insects perch docilely on the deer's antlers, true bullies only at home. Smiling, he entrusted the bees to the spirit's care to minimize losses. After consuming 3 spirit fruits and 2 herbs, he asked routinely before leaving, "Do the 5 elemental spirits exist?" Initially just casting a wide net, he was stunned when Tiger Elder revealed. At Taichung Mountain's western slopes lives a spirit beast called Tunneling Turtle. It might possess metal spirit energy. Li Pinkan froze. Taichung Mountain sounded familiar. Then it clicked. Wasn't that where the legendary meteorite had been taken by a mysterious being? So was the turtle. Taichung's a mundane mountain. Spirit beasts live there. Bear's second explained. The turtle enjoys underground hibernation. Sleeping constitutes cultivation. Rock-like and nearly undetectable when dormant, it's notoriously grumpy when awakened. If you seek it, we can provide items to mitigate its temper. They feared the turtle's foul mood might offend the venerable one. No wonder his previous search failed. Underground, with earth pulse senses, it registered as mere stone. Accepting the bear fur and crane feather gifts, Li Pingqian gazed intently at the distant mountains, spirit soaring. As the demonic mist shrouding spirit mountain gradually dissipated, all martial artists keenly sensed the change. Like ants cautiously extending their antennae, they carefully began exploring the path home. More and more martial artists gathered, setting aside previous conflicts over hunting treasure beasts, spontaneously forming alliances to descend the mountain together. The beast tide has receded. We can leave now. Shen Xiaodian returned from scouting, bringing news that excited everyone. Though they had initially been eager for treasure hunting, after experiencing the beast tide, everyone just wanted to quickly leave this dangerous place. Li Pingfu had already learned about the demonic disaster's retreat from Li Pingqian and wasn't surprised. "Let's go down together," he said. No one objected as they quickly packed up and joined a large group heading down. Growl! A frenzied boar suddenly charged into the crowd. Li Pingfu's expression turned serious. Even ordinary blood-chi species could have the offensive power of treasure beasts when frenzied, especially fierce animals like wild boars. The large group was a mixed bag, so caution was necessary. Acting rashly might expose weaknesses or reveal techniques to observers. But no avoiding it now. Quick battle. His knuckle dusters gleamed as he prepared to strike, but a moment's hesitation made others think he couldn't react in time. "Watch out!" A light feminine voice urgently shouted. "Don't space out. Get behind me." A woman in white robes appeared, her eyebrows like distant mountains, skin like congealed fat. Her sword danced lightly like a butterfly as she nimbly closed the distance, leaving several bloody marks on the boar's body that forced it to roar in pain. Impressive, Li Pingfu thought to himself. The woman's swordsmanship wasn't bad, but she clearly lacked experience fighting frenzied beasts. The boar charged forward instead of retreating, enduring sword cuts to its neck as it aimed its tusks at the unprepared swordswoman. Frenzied beasts felt less pain. The swordswoman was suffering from inexperience. At the critical moment, Li Pingfu kicked off the ground, shooting forward like an arrow. White tiger internal energy infused his knuckle dusters as he leapt over the swordswoman, directly smashing the boar's neck. Black blood sprayed like rain, coating Li Pingfu in a bloody sheen. Holding the boar's head in one hand and its body in the other, his expression remained calm, a stark contrast to his brutal methods. The swordswoman stared blankly at this godlike/demon-like figure before showing an ashamed expression. "I disturbed you." Had she not intervened, this martial artist could have handled the frenzied boar. Instead, her meddling had created complications requiring his rescue. "I should be thanking you." Li Pingfu's smile softened his intimidating aura. Had he been an ordinary person, the swordswoman would indeed have saved him, though at risk to herself. Such self-sacrificing nobility was rare among martial artists. "Ling," a voice called from behind, an older man in pine smoke-colored martial attire. "Father." Linger sheathed her sword and hurried over. Seeing his daughter safe, the man exhaled in relief before cupping his hands toward Li Pingfu. "I am the master of Jiang Family Sword Crane Dojo. Many thanks for your assistance. May I ask your name?" Junior Li Pingfu of Flat Peach Town's Li Family Martial Arts School. Li Pingfu accepted a handkerchief from his younger brother to wipe his face, greeting the elder respectfully. Dojo Master Jiang narrowed his eyes. What kind of place named their school after their family name like his did? Countless martial arts schools existed, most using famous techniques as their names. Only those with profound heritage or extreme confidence used family names. Coming from Flat Peach Town, this young man clearly couldn't be the former. Li Pingfu. The name rolled in his mind until realization struck. "You're the martial arts prodigy known as Tiger Tyrant Li Pingfu?" "You flatter me, senior." Li Pingfu didn't wish to elaborate. Though aged, Dojo Master Jiang carried an imposing aura, the black greatsword at his waist exuding heavy pressure. Divine Execution Realm Peak? No. Possibly even a postnatal realm martial artist. Li Pingfu tensed instinctively. This was primal instinct facing powerful beings. No need for tension, young friend. Just making conversation. Noticing Jiang Linger's slightly flushed cheeks, the dojo master laughed heartily. You saved my daughter. I should be thanking you profusely. His gaze kept shifting between Li Pingfu and Jiang Linger. Li Pingfu found the dojo master's look peculiar, growing warier. At noon break, brotherly, Jiang Linger offered Li Pingfu roasted beast meat. Father asked me to bring you some. Nervously tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear, she added, I roasted it myself. Li Pingfu smiled. Thank you, but I've already eaten my fill. Then give it to Pinkin. He's full too. Oh, then leave it here for later. Jiang Linger set down the meat and fled before further refusal could come. Let me see what she cooked. Curious, Li Pinkin lifted the leaves covering the still warm meat. Heart meat, the most precious part of a treasure beast. How thoughtful. No wonder Lin Fengwu had Lei Jinshan collect the purple-tusked boar's heart blood in bronze vessels, all valuable materials. Li Pingfu stopped his brother, frowning. You'd eat food from strangers? Li Pingkin paused. He hadn't planned to eat it, just being curious. The 5 treasure herbs he'd obtained were enough to help him break through to postnatal realm. But his brother's reaction, completely oblivious. Couldn't he see Jiang Linger's overflowing affection? Li Pingkin pitted Jiang Linger's retreating figure, foreseeing her arduous pursuit ahead. Meanwhile, Lin Fengwu also silently watched Jiang Linger depart. She couldn't understand why Li Pingfu would accept Jiang Linger's meat, but reject Lin Xiaowu, preventing her from controlling Flat Peach Town's martial arts factions. However flawed her daughter might be, she didn't deserve that tragic fall into the abyss. Above Spirit Mountain, the moon waxed and waned. Below Spirit Mountain, joys and sorrows parted. Seeing Zhao Yun's severed arm, the Zhao clan leader spat blood publicly, face ashen, eyes wide, as if watching a towering building collapse. The Zhao clan's most elite, outstanding talents had all perished in the beast tide, their core strength obliterated. They'd also lost clan treasures, expended vast silver and connections, a total defeat. Facing Immortal official Liang, he couldn't accept this outcome, yet dared not show hatred openly. Having assumed certain victory, he hadn't anticipated Immortal official Liang pulling the rug out, refusing to play by established rules. Compared to the Zhou and Wang families who'd escaped with peripheral members, the Zhao clan suffered devastating losses. After a long silence, the Zhao leader unclenched his fists and sighed. Spare our Zhao clan a path to survival. Possible. Immortal official Liang smiled slightly. If the Zhao clan surrenders treasure ponds, shops, gardens, defeated parties naturally ceded territory and begged for mercy. However unwilling, surviving under Immortal official Liang's watch forced compliance. Secretly, the Zhao leader thought, once their clan's Immortal became an influential sect figure, today's humiliation would be repaid. As long as the mountain remained, firewood would come. Don't bully the old and poor. Immortal official Liang repeated this extortion with the Wang and Zhou families, thoroughly squeezing them before feeling satisfied. You've done well. He smiled at the Zhou family branch leader. With Zhao and Wang crippled and your main branch half-dead, you could replace them as Yinshui County's leading clan. For decades, the Zhou branch had been suppressed, all key positions barred to them. Even the main family's dogs lived better than branch members. Long-term resentment had festered, so when the Immortal official extended an olive branch, the branch leader accepted immediately, though the initial betrayal failed and the traitor was tortured to death. Fortunately, Immortal official Liang's superior skills turned the tide decisively, all thanks to Immortal official Liang's foresight and wisdom. The branch leader fawned obsequiously. This humble one admires you. You'll lead the Zhou family. Bored by flattery, Immortal official Liang accepted the Zhou branch as dogs, a trivial matter. Many thanks, Immortal official. Zhou Shan was ecstatic. From today, he was Zhou family head. Only one family banner would fly over Yinshui County. The Zhou family, second only to one, above 10,000. Waving dismissal. Immortal official Liang's triumphant expression faded, replaced by puzzlement. Timing-wise, something was wrong. Why had the beast tide dispersed so quickly? The Wang and Zhou families hadn't been fully purged, reducing his extortion gains. Could someone have interfered with my plans? His mind flashed to old rivals from academy days, expression growing solemn. If those old foes had sabotaged his scheme, it wouldn't be surprising. His methods weren't particularly brilliant, just exploiting county folks' ignorance of immortal pills. Yet it never occurred to him that martial arts schoolmasters or spirit mountain spirit beasts could be involved. To him, they were mere ants beneath notice. If Master Li visits Yinshui County, come to our Jiang family sword dojo. At parting, Dojo Master Jiang regarded Li Pingfu warmly. The more he saw this outstanding youth, the more perfect he seemed for his daughter Linger. Last night's discreet questioning revealed Linger's clear affection, though too shy to speak it. What you want, you pursue, Dojo Master Jiang's philosophy. Moreover, his daughter Jiang Linger was kind-hearted, sword-skilled, gentle-tempered, and while not nation-topplingly beautiful, counted among Yinshui County's famous beauties. Given time, even this dense young man would surely be moved. Li Pingfu's expression also softened. His initial wariness toward the Jiang family had been reflexive in unfamiliar circumstances. Over hours, he'd realized Jiang Linger's feelings weren't ulterior motives as he'd suspected. The Jiang family sword dojo was renowned in Yinshui County, well-connected with profound sword arts. Dojo Master Jiang's bold, chivalrous reputation was widespread in martial circles. Facing such a senior's goodwill, Li Pingfu had no reason to rebuff him, honored by Senior Jiang's regard. If I visit Yinshui County, I'll surely pay respects. Brother Li, if you're busy and can't visit, I'll come find you. Jiang Linger smiled. They say Flat Peach Town's honey peaches are the sweetest, best eaten fresh. Please show me all the delicacies. Li Pingfu smelled romance in the air. Sister Jiang, it's not peaches you want to eat, but my brother. Seeing gentle Jiang Linger, Li Pingfu inexplicably thought of his mother, voice softening. If Miss Jiang visits, I'll do my utmost as host. Watching their flirtation, Lin Fengwu snorted coldly, expression icy. Immortal official Liang sat in his carriage, face sorrowful. Who could have foreseen Spirit Mountain's beast uprising causing such tragedy? This was my oversight. The thoroughly broken Zhao leader quickly said, no one could predict such disaster. Immortal official needn't blame yourself. Meanwhile, the Zhou family's new leader Zhou Shan arrogantly scanned the crowd. Life and death are fated. What hunt isn't dangerous? Dying from inability is their own fault. Martial artists exchanged glances. While technically true, this beast tide wasn't accidental. It was man-made. A hot-tempered martial artist exploded. Bullshit. Your mother's a whore. Your family dogs. Before he finished, one of Immortal official Liang's martial artists descended, palm striking his chest. Blood sprayed as his aura dimmed. Li Pingfu recognized him, the dark-forehead warrior he'd noted earlier. Quite the eloquent speaker. Surviving the beast tide only to fall to the immortal official. How tragic. After this, no more angry outbursts came. Some even seized the chance to flatter immortal official Liang, creating a harmonious atmosphere as if nothing happened. Most remained silent. What else could they do? That immortal official Liang bothered with excuses was already generous. Besides, the true victims were mostly the three clans' vanguard forces. Li Pingfu and Li Pingkan exchanged glances. In that moment, the Li brothers truly felt the barrier between social strata, low profile, moderation. Li Pingfu murmured. Flat Peach Martial Arts School ranked 16th in hunting achievements. Jiang Dojo Masters Group ranked 12th. Mid-tier positions, neither seeking limelight. Li Pingkan retracted his spiritual sense, suddenly feeling watched. Hair standing on end. Pretending nonchalance while secretly tracing this gaze, he discovered Immortal official Liang's rotating jade plate. A detection-type treasure, but weaker than my spiritual sense. Can't detect my anomaly. As long as he carried no obvious treasures and passed the body search, he'd be fine. Li Pingqian feigned ignorance. In the carriage, Immortal official Liang put away his treasure. Ever suspicious, even while dismissing these ants as threats, he had to verify personally. As expected, nothing unusual. Did those old rivals really interfere? Eyes flickering uncertainly, soon turning vicious. Ruining my plans? You'll pay. Peach Blossom Village, Li household. Father, mother, we're back. Safe return is enough. Li Rongzhou set down his long pipe. My sons. Lady Qin embraced both brothers. Sleepless nights filled with nightmares had plagued her. Grown-up Li Pingfu stood 3 heads taller, so he stooped for his mother's embrace. A tearful family reunion. I'll cook a feast. Lady Qin's joy made her seem youthful, vibrant as a 16-year-old. What would you like? Mushroom soup. Oddly nostalgic for his most hated dish, Li Pingfu smiled. Those mushrooms had sustained them during their refugee days. Stuffed snail shells. Home at last, Li Pingqian relaxed completely. Nothing like parental love. In their small courtyard, autumn winds whispered as leaves spiraled down. Weeds stubbornly grew between bricks. Mother and sister stepped over them, hand in hand into the kitchen as smoke soon curled skyward. This picturesque domestic scene made hunting dangers, immortal official injustice, and worldly vanity seemed distant. This was home, his peace of mind. After dinner, instead of resting, Li Pingqian entered meditation to study beast form intent at divine execution realm. Ordinary food provided negligible energy. Family meals were about bonding. Spirit Mountain's chaos had prevented proper practice, leaving theoretical knowledge shaky. Now home, he could focus entirely. Recalling the 5 spirits' movements, Li Pingqian began practicing, sometimes like a bear leaping and swiping, sometimes like a deer crossing streams, sometimes like a tiger roaring at waves. All movements memorized and integrated, gradually forming a new martial art, as if truly transforming into various spirit beasts. Crack, crack. Deep in practice, energy surged through his body, exhilarating comfort spreading everywhere. A complete new martial art took shape in his mind. Finally opening his eyes, Li Pingqian was thrilled. 5 spirits dance. Inspired by 5 spirit beasts, this shall be called 5 spirits dance. Clearly superior to black tiger technique or white crane style. After several flawless practice rounds, he taught it to his father and brother. This 5 spirits dance is incredibly powerful. More talented than Li Rongzhou, Li Pingfu immediately recognized its excellence after one attempt. The seamless combination of moves far surpassed crude techniques like black tiger technique. Moreover, practicing 5 spirits dance didn't conflict with black tiger technique. Learning it came from observing spirit beasts left both father and son amazed. Li Rongzhou advised, Pingfu practice 5 spirits dance secretly. Use black tiger technique publicly. Li Pingfu nodded. This came at the perfect time to resolve a looming threat. New techniques increase success odds. Thinking of Lin Fengwu's recent movements, he focused entirely on mastering 5 spirits dance. 3 days later, Li Pingfu, who had already reached the peak of the first layer of divine calamity, after accumulating a large amount of treasure beast flesh and diligently practicing the 5 spirit play, successfully broke through to the 2nd layer of divine calamity. Not only that, his internal strength continuously thickened and nourished his limbs and lungs, making each strand of black tiger internal strength robust and radiant, nearly reaching the peak of the 2nd layer. Dear fool, Li Pingfu's muscles and bones cracked explosively as he felt the tiger and crane internal strength within his body, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Since he had long practiced the black tiger technique, his understanding of tiger play was the deepest. The power of the black tiger had advanced another level. The crane play was an unexpected delight, probably because he often sparred with his father and younger brother. Watching them so much, he understood it well. Now, practicing the crane play himself, he advanced quickly, integrating it thoroughly. All kinds of inspirations in his mind surged rapidly like bubbles. The fierce tiger lies on a mountain ridge. The white crane spreads its wings. His figure stood tall and upright as he contracted his internal strength. The tiger form cultivates chi and strength. Movements are heavy and powerful, commanding awe, like dragons soaring and tigers leaping. The crane form cultivates essence and spirit. The body is agile, movements nimble, graceful, and ethereal. Combining the two achieves a balance of strength and flexibility, forming a move called Tiger Crane Dual Form. A smile appeared on Li Pingfu's face. The Tiger Crane Dual Form was agile in both offense and defense, deeply defensive amid attack, possessing the tiger's fierce strength and the crane's flexibility and swiftness, unlike the Black Tiger technique's pure brute force. It was excellent. No wonder it was the 5-spirit play learned from observing spirit beasts. Just practicing 2 plays gave him such a powerful move. Feeling the benefits brought by the 5-spirit play, Li Pingfu sank his internal strength and continued to cultivate the other 3 plays. Until this day, Li Yuan came calling. Brother Pingfu, Lei Jinshan, and Lin Fengwu had arranged a duel at Lin Lake, but unexpectedly Lin Fengwu was dishonorable and ambushed on the way. Fortunately, Lei Jinshan was equally unscrupulous and brought enough men, so they avoided a heavy defeat. Li Yuan's expression was strange, and he sighed. If he were the one challenged, he definitely wouldn't resort to such dirty tricks in public. These old veterans were cautious enough. Li Pingfu pondered. Between these 2 martial arts schools lay Lin Xiaowu's death. Even dogs must look at their masters. Someone as proud as Lin Fengwu wouldn't easily let bygones be bygones. Back in the cave, it was a desperate situation forced by circumstances. Now that safety was restored, the score had to be settled. Lin Fengwu's vengeful heart was heavy. More actions were likely in the future. Li Pingfu recalled the old woman's narrowed eyes when she looked at him. Strike first to gain the advantage. Strike later and suffer. That night, the moon was dark and the wind howled. A perfect time for killing. Li Pingfu, wearing a black mask and clothes, set out from the Li family martial arts school, circled several times, and quietly waited on Lin Fengwu's unavoidable route. Under the broken moon in the dark alley, Lin Fengwu's expression was cold and stern as she walked with her 2 senior disciples, one ahead and one behind. She practiced the flame dance movement technique, confident that given reaction time, even if outmatched, she could escape immediately. The other 8 schools had people slower than her. Even if you attack Li Pingfu, avenging a man's grievance, I might easily let you go. But if you strike first, you are weak. Unless the heavens and earth's net trap you, who can do anything to you? Whoosh! A crossbow bolt suddenly broke through the darkness, coming from the east behind, with a faint mechanical sound that was startling in the night. Lin Fengwu reacted instantly, pushing the 2nd disciple behind her back. With a muffled shout and a burst of bloodlight, her phoenix-patterned red boots cracked the green bricks. Turning back toward the bolt's direction, she threw out 3 poison needles. Unexpectedly, the needles missed their target. In the night sky, a pitch-black figure leapt down swiftly, almost blocking the sky, and in an instant appeared before Lin Fengwu. What quick movements! Lin Fengwu was startled. Her speed did not seem much slower than the other parties. Where in Flat Peach Town did such a master of movement come from? The masked man, propelled by his dive, punched toward her neck. Lin Fengwu instinctively used her senior disciple to block, but the girl's neck snapped like a watermelon rind. What ferocious internal strength! Lin Fengwu felt uneasy. In such a short time, she had lost 2 disciples and felt immense pressure. Maybe today was the day she would pay the price here. Brother, how much did the White Tiger Martial Arts School pay you? I'm willing to pay double. Lin Fengwu shouted loudly, but the masked man ignored her, his fierce punches like relentless waves, truly merciless. Lin Fengwu's anger flared, her waist twisted oddly backward, shooting 3 poison needles again, Then using her hand as a pivot, her right foot kicked upward like a fiery phoenix ascending, the sharp toe viciously striking the masked man's waist and abdomen. This move, Phoenix Dance Ascension, was the signature technique of the flame dance movement technique. But the masked man neither dodged nor avoided. With the tiger crane dual form's balance of strength and flexibility, using a 4 ounces deflects 1,000 pounds technique, he flicked Lin Fengwu's calf aside while his internal energy rippled, causing a sudden gust of wind in the alley. The phoenix-patterned red boots cracked instantly, releasing a hidden powder that drifted toward Lin Fengwu, causing her pupils to contract sharply. In close combat, all the carefully prepared poison powder had stuck to her skirt. If not for her antidote, she would now be writhing in pain, unable to defeat him and unable to poison him. Lin Fengwu fought fiercely on the surface, but her eyes glanced left and right, thoughts of retreat stirring. Yet before she could act, the masked man charged again without giving her any opening. His fists, like leaping tigers, landed a direct punch on her chest armor. PFT. Lin Fengwu muffled a grunt. The masked man pressed his advantage, suddenly lunging forward, grabbing her arm with a crane claw, pinning her beneath him, twisting her back with a sickening, cracking sound of bones. Before Lin Fengwu could scream, another punch hit her face, causing her skull to collapse and several blood-stained teeth to scatter onto the green bricks crevices. Lin Fengwu's death quickly spread throughout Flat Peach Town. It was said her bones were broken, her face destroyed, and no part of her body looked normal. The White Tiger Martial Arts School's master is too ruthless. Lin's schoolmaster is also a woman. How could she be treated so cruelly? I don't even know which expert it was. No mercy at all. Could have been a demon cultivator. Some spoke fearfully. At the White Tiger Martial Arts School, Lei Jinshan laughed heartily upon hearing Lin Fengwu's tragic fate. Good begets good, evil begets evil. Retribution comes eventually. Lin Fengwu, you deserve this. Then his expression changed as he realized he might be framed. Everyone in town knew about the conflict between White Tiger and Vermilion Bird. Sure enough, even the county officials sent officers to question and warn them. Lei Jinshan nearly strained himself holding in anger. It was a huge black pot to carry. After settling Lin Fengwu, Li Pingfu felt relaxed in body and mind. When Lin Xiaowu slipped and fell off the cliff, he initially thought his younger brother did it, as the brother seemed to know the secret technique to soften the Mud King. But thinking again, if his brother wanted to harm Lin Xiaowu, there were 100 ways to make her disappear without anyone noticing. That was truly an accident. Unexpectedly, Lin Fengwu targeted Lei Jinshan because of it, and with her vengeful personality, it would inevitably affect the Li family martial arts school. It was better to strike first. With the newly learned crane style, even if he couldn't defeat Lin Fengwu, he wouldn't reveal his identity and could retreat easily. At the White Tiger Martial Arts School, Li Pingyan came to visit. Uncle Lei, I've come to observe the White Tiger charm painting. Glad to have you. Lei Jinshan smiled, though stuck with a black pot on his head. As long as Lin Fengwu was dead and the officers couldn't find proof he caused it, what was there to be unhappy about? In fact, he was grateful to that righteous person who helped solve such a big problem. From the wounds, no sex signature style could be identified, so it was a pity he couldn't meet that righteous person. With the big problem resolved, he felt refreshed, watching Li Pingyan, who had saved his daughter, with approval. Yin, Li's younger brother is here. After a moment, Lei Yin stepped quickly into the reception room, surprised then understanding. You're here to observe the White Tiger painting? I'll take you. Thank you, Sister Yin, Li Pingyan said gratefully. Watching his daughter and Li Pingyan leave, Lei Jinshan suddenly smiled and felt a desire to forge ties. Though Li Pingsan's martial talent was ordinary, and even after eating so much treasure beast meat hadn't broken through the blood chi realm, his older brother's talent was good. As the saying goes, when one attains the way, the chickens and dogs ascend. If the older brother thrives, he should help the younger brother. Moreover, Li Pingyan, though average in martial talent, was polite, sensible, handsome, and had the proud aura of a noble family's son. Peach Blossom Village isn't far from Flat Peach Town. At worst, I'll buy a house for the 2 kids in town and let them live comfortably. He didn't need Lei Yunyun to reach higher. He just wanted happiness for life. In the White Tiger Martial Arts School's quiet room, Lei Yunyun lit a calming incense for Li Pingyan, gently closed the door, and then stood guard outside. Observing the charm painting required focused mind and calm qi, free from disturbance, or the cultivation could easily fail. I must personally guard brotherly, she thought. Inside the room, blue smoke gathered above the charcoal brazier. Li Pingyan gazed intently at the vividly lifelike white tiger painting. Under the swirling brushstrokes of flying sand and rolling stones, the fierce tiger seemed ready to pounce. Black ink surged between its claws and teeth. As a slant of sunlight filtered through the window gap, the tiger's eyes suddenly brightened in the dimness, following the light's movement. The ink stains between the white tiger's fangs slowly spread, bleeding intense, killing aura onto the rice paper. This white tiger is not an ordinary beast, but a spirit beast, though not as high a rank as the spotted great tiger. Li Pingyan immediately judged. The White Tiger Martial Arts School's charm painting contains some of the white tiger's spirit essence. By transforming that into enlightenment, it could raise the proficiency of the beast form intent. After all, the charm painting contained the previous generation martial ancestors' own insights condensed into the image, making comprehension easier than his own. Unfortunately, the White Tiger Martial Arts School's charm painting radiated very little spiritual light, far below Li Pingyan's expectations. If I have the chance, I must collect other charm paintings. The 5-spirit play was a martial technique. Collecting charm paintings and comprehending their spirit essence could raise one's ceiling. Seeing no new spiritual light, Li Pingyan prepared to return home. As he was about to leave, Lei Shan eagerly asked, "Did you gain any insights?" Li Pingyan showed a guilty expression. "I'm foolish and shallow, not as talented as my brother, and have gained no spiritual light." Lei Shan was somewhat regretful, but not disappointed. He had expected this result. After all, Li Pingyan did not practice the tiger technique, so it was normal he couldn't sense it. He thought for a moment and said, "Go back and tell your brother to come observe the white tiger painting." Since they were family, if Li Pingfu grew stronger, Li Pingyan would benefit. Even if they couldn't form a marriage alliance, supporting Li Pingfu's growth was no loss. Li Pingyan was surprised, hesitated briefly, then thanked. "Thank you, Uncle Lei." Time passed slowly. Li Pingyan honed himself, restrained desires, and while cultivating the 5-spirit play, often flew to Taichung Mountain to search for the tunneling turtle mentioned by the 5 spirits, gathering information from small animals in the mountains. To weak beasts, that existence seemed like a towering giant, terrifying and fierce, but to birds, the tunneling turtle, though enormous, allowed them to rest and was their good elder brother. Looks like only disturbing the tunneling turtle's sleep would anger it. For the sake of smooth negotiations, after determining the exact location of the tunneling turtle, Li Pingyan refreshed resistance enhancement to prepare for using fire spirit energy, waiting for the tunneling turtle's natural awakening. Half a month passed, seeing resistance enhancement nearing its maximum level in half a year and no sign of awakening. He planned to forcibly awaken the tunneling turtle after reaching the peak of the first layer of divine calamity. He set numerous mushroom alarms around, had Little Black patrol the air, looked over the Rocky Mountain range, and quietly breathed. Cast Earth-Shaping King. He transformed into Nightingale, standing atop the treetops, casting 10 Earth-Shaping spells at once, consuming a quarter of his mana. The Tao Spirit Pills absorbed to the last had increased his mana manyfold. In an instant, the land beneath him seemed to stir like an earth dragon turning over. King-quality rocks shifted and pressed, finally awakening the sleeping, tunneling turtle. A fierce and angry low roar echoed from underground. "Who dares disturb my slumber?" The soil flowed like water to both sides, and a spirit beast with a conical armored head, skull shining like a pebble, thick limbs, a flat tail, and a surface covered with overlapping hard horn-like plates crawled out of the earth. The tunneling turtle, also called pangolin, now disturbed from its sweet dream, it wagged its tail erratically, stirring up dust and mud. Innocent tree trunks were smashed to splinters. Knocking down the tree Lee Pinkin stood on. Lee Pinkin flapped his wings and flew up. This tunneling turtle's waking anger was indeed huge. This was no good. He took out a token of bear hair and crane feather and dropped it in front of the tunneling turtle, raising his voice. Tunneling Tao friend, this is the 5 spirits token from Spirit Mountain. I heard you cultivate here, so I've come to pay respects. The tunneling turtle sneered coldly, flicked its tail, and smashed the falling crane feather into powder. What cats and birds dare disturb my peace? I don't care who you know. Even if you know the Heavenly King, it won't help. You're asking for death. Tunneling Tao friend, no need for long sleep in life, and after death you will rest forever. Disturbing you earlier was helplessness. Lee Pinkin earnestly pleaded, let's sit down and talk. I will give you an explanation. But the reply was a slap straight across his face. Crack! The forest fell in an unending tide. The tunneling turtle whipped its tail disdainfully, still putting on airs, little nightingale. Ridiculous. You think you deserve an explanation? Today I'll show you some color. Sorry, venerable nightingale. After a moment, the battered tunneling turtle curled its front legs and trembled, kneeling before Nightingale, regretful. I spoke too loudly earlier. I admit my mistake and repent. Please, venerable sir, overlook this little beast's fault and spare me. The tunneling turtle slid on its knees at lightning speed. In fact, it had not even used its innate talent yet, but was restrained by the surging muddy sand and then slapped away by Nightingale's 2 palms. It originally thought Nightingale's magic was harmless, but now realized that was because the spirit beast revered Nightingale. If Nightingale got serious, even harmless earth could turn into devouring mud. Although the tunneling turtle's talent was drilling through mud, it had never encountered wave after wave of mud surging in its own domain and being completely suppressed. It immediately gave up and begged obediently. You were quite fierce just now. Planning to show me some color? Lee Pinkin stared at the tunneling turtle. I was foolish, short-sighted, blind to your arrival, venerable sir. The tunneling turtle said flattering words repeatedly. If it knew how powerful this nightingale really was, it wouldn't have acted arrogantly. Speaking of the 5 spirits, it was an old acquaintance. Why hadn't they given more hints or signals? That had doomed it. Lee Pinkin didn't make things difficult for the tunneling turtle. After all, he had disturbed someone's sleep himself, and wouldn't have been so harsh if the tunneling turtle hadn't spoken so arrogantly. He got straight to the point. I heard you have star meteorites here. Yes, venerable sir, I do have them. The tunneling turtle relaxed, not fearing Nightingale's request, only fearing no request at all. Star meteorites, this was easy. Venerable Nightingale, please wait a moment. I will fetch the star meteorite now. Quickly. Li Pingsan's face brightened as he urged. The tunneling turtle suddenly shrank into a stone ball, spinning like a rolling stone at high speed, burrowing into the earth. Li Pinkin was not afraid it would run. The earth pulse sense clearly detected the tunneling turtle's location. If it dared flee, he could still unearth it. Moreover, from the tunneling turtle's mental state, it was completely intimidated and dared not deceive him. Before long, the tunneling turtle reemerged, exposing its belly to reveal a small stone shining with starry light, wrapped inside its stomach. This is the star meteorite? So small, Lee Pinkin was puzzled. In his previous life, meteorite fall news always reported huge sizes. The tunneling turtle nervously explained, I dare not deceive, venerable sir. This is the essence of the meteorite, so it is small. Lee Pinkin nodded. A breeze blew as he collected the star meteorite in his arms. As soon as he touched it, he sensed 5 strong streams of golden spiritual energy. They did not escape, but were firmly locked in the meteorite's outer shell. A stone from beyond the heavens contained such dense, golden, spiritual energy. Could there be a celestial cultivation world beyond? Li Pingyan boldly speculated. But such matters were too distant, better to grasp the current golden spiritual energy. He closed his eyes and used element gathering, instantly absorbing and refining the 5 streams of golden energy. The panel clearly displayed the numbers after elemental collection. Wood attribute sensitivity, 45. Earth attribute sensitivity, 41. Both were upper-grade spiritual roots. Metal attribute sensitivity, 5. Water attribute sensitivity, 3. These fell within the range of pseudo-spiritual roots. Fire attribute sensitivity, 0. Once he obtained the fire spirit from the Rift Valley, his 5 elements would be complete. Based on the highest sensitivity, Li Pingyan was a cultivator with dual upper-grade wood and earth spiritual roots. Dual upper-grade spiritual roots were far from his limit. With sufficient elemental spiritual energy, they could even advance to earth-grade, heaven-grade, or even mutated spiritual roots. Does the Venerable find this satisfactory? The tunneling turtle asked. The star meteorite was somewhat useful to it, but since it couldn't extract the essence through the meteorite's outer shell, only relying on the faint spiritual energy that slowly leaked out over time, it usually used it as a pillow for sleeping. Seeing Nightingale standing motionless on the tree branch, the tunneling turtle grew anxious, wondering if the star meteorite failed to meet the Venerable's requirements. Hearing the tunneling turtle's words, Li Pingyan snapped out of his thoughts and smiled. Very satisfactory. Thank you for the star meteorite. He activated a skill, summoning a gentle breeze from the heavens. A green glow flashed over the tunneling turtle's body, surrounding it with an aura of profound blessings. Skill, nature's gift. In an instant, the tunneling turtle clearly sensed the changes in its body. It was as if someone had cleared its confusion, parting the fog in its mind. Insights about the earth became deeper. Though spirit beasts could gain intelligence, they remained quite dull. Their comprehension of cultivation was far inferior to humans, often requiring decades or even centuries to enlighten. This single moment of guidance was worth 60 years of human effort. This must be the Venerable Nightingale's doing. The tunneling turtle savored the feeling endlessly. By the time it reacted and wanted to express gratitude, only a faint shadow remained in the clouds, gone without a trace, roaming freely between heaven and earth. Sincerely, it knelt down in worship, hiding its gratitude in its heart while secretly vowing to assist the Venerable Nightingale in any way possible in the future. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. Autumn gave way to winter, and auspicious snow heralded a bountiful year. Flat Peach Town, Lee Family Martial Arts School. A carriage engraved with sword patterns stopped at the school's entrance. A woman in white robes leaped out, none other than Xianxia. Tall and graceful, she carried a long sword at her waist. Her gentle eyes brimmed with affection as she gazed at the tall man emerging from a school. The surrounding disciples burst into laughter. Sun Zheng teased, Master, Master, your future wife is here again. Quiet. Li Pingfu scowled and swatted his disciples' rear. Have you finished today's drills? Get back to training. After shooing away the noisy disciples, Li Pingfu turned to Xianxia. Linger, why are you here? I missed him, Xianxia declared loudly, her face flushing slightly. A day apart feels like 8 autumns. Yet he never misses me. Her voice carried a maiden's delicate melancholy. A month ago, they had clarified their relationship. While they say a woman chasing a man is as easy as parting a veil, Xianxia couldn't shake the feeling that Li Pingfu didn't reciprocate her affection as deeply. To him, she seemed more like a suitable match in all aspects rather than someone he truly loved. What can I do? Who made me fall for him first? Li Pingfu's expression shifted slightly. He still wasn't accustomed to Xianxia's straightforward affection, though he didn't dislike it. Compared to Lin Xiaowu, any normally tempered woman was a relief, let alone someone as gentle and accommodating as Jianglinger. Over these 3 months, Li Pingfu had been busy dividing the Vermilion Bird Martial School's disciples with the other 3 schools, securing 60% for himself. He had also gathered thorough intelligence on the Jiang family sword dojo. In Yinshui County, the Jiang family sword dojo was quite renowned. The dojo master, Jiang Han, was a postnatal realm martial artist with 2 sons and a daughter, the youngest being Jiang Ling. Her 2 elder brothers, Jiang Qi and Jiang Shan, were both divine execution realm martial artists, over 15 years her senior. Jiang Qi had ventured out to establish a security escort agency, while Jiang Shan, slightly less accomplished than his brother, assisted with teaching at the dojo. As the only daughter, Jiang Linger had been doted on since childhood, yet remarkably avoided becoming spoiled, proof of her inherently kind nature. Ping Fuji. Jiang Linger tugged lightly at his sleeve, her voice tender yet timid. When will you visit my parents in Yinshui County? Ever since being dramatically rescued at Spirit Mountain, her heart had raced uncontrollably around Li Pingfu. She'd fallen for him at first sight. But Li Pingfu's reserved nature made his true feelings inscrutable, leaving her anxious. She longed to formalize their relationship. Meeting her hopeful gaze, Li Pingfu felt complicated. First, having broken through to the divine execution realm, marriage and children wouldn't affect his martial path. Second, at 22, most men his age were already married with children. Even Li Yuan had a chubby son to carry on his lineage. A family's prosperity relied on capable descendants. As for Jiang Linger, Li Pingfu didn't feel overwhelming passion. His life's goals were family safety and martial supremacy. No woman might ever stir romantic love in him. While he envied his parents' love, he doubted such fortune awaited him. Having a suitable wife was already fortunate enough. Where could one find earth-shattering, undying love? Simple companionship was reality. Tomorrow, then, Li Pingfu made his decision. Li family residence. Upon hearing Li Pingfu planned to visit his future in-laws tomorrow, Li Rongzhou and Lady Qin grew excited. Their son had finally shown interest. Though martial arts mattered as parents, they'd worried over his detached demeanor. Lady Qin smiled warmly. I've seen Jiang Linga, a fine girl. Do your best to impress her father. Don't let such a good match slip away. The gifts shouldn't be shabby. Li Rongzhou considered deeper. Dojo Master Jiang had seen countless treasures from Yinshui Sword Dojo. Their treasures might not impress, but they couldn't skimp either. Sincere effort mattered most. Li Pingfu grinned. He'd always thought his elder brother and sister Jiang would suit each other. But with his brother's cold exterior hiding warmth, could sister Jiang melt his heart? Second brother should know too, Li Pingfu suggested. Have him return for celebratory drinks. Li Pingfu, after years of preparation, would take the imperial exams next spring, aiming to astonish all like a dragon emerging from depths. Xie Yuan added cheerfully. Elder brother's wedding means we need auspicious robes. Handmade family robes brought extra blessings. The household burst into chaotic activity, some preparing gifts, others measuring fabrics, busier than New Year celebrations. Li Pingfu sighed. I'm just meeting Dojo Master Jiang. He might not agree to the marriage. He understood. While Jiang Linger liked him, her family's approval was another hurdle. But his words drowned in the festive clamor, ignored by the excited groom's family. Next morning, Yinshui County lived up to its upper-tier status. Clean streets, bustling shops, orderly vendors confined to side alleys without blocking main roads. Residents brimmed with vitality. No beggars lined the streets. At the Jiang residence, after the servant announced them, Jiang Linger fluttered over like a bird, looping her arm through Li Pingfu's. I'll take you to meet father and mother. Li Pingfu nodded, following her inside. Along the way, Taihu Rock's graced shimmering ponds where koi swam. Ink bamboo leaned against walls, yellowed tips brushing the water's surface. Maids paused in the white jade corridor to bow respectfully. Pausing mid-step, Li Pingfu recalled Peach Blossom Village's modest courtyard. Even Tenli family compounds couldn't match this single Jiang family fish pond's luxury. The class disparity struck him viscerally. But he didn't falter. A resolved man pursued his goals relentlessly. Jiang Ling'er valued him, not his background. A real man needed no shame. Meanwhile, in the reception hall, dojo master Jiang Han sat on a fragrant bamboo chair, Madame Jiang beside him. Both dressed formally, clearly approving of Li Pingfu. Young, martially talented, steady, he'd established his own school in Flat Peach Town without family backing. A promising rising star. Only his family's circumstances held him back. Otherwise, he'd have soared earlier. With Jiang Han's resources, Li Pingfu could quickly gain footing in Yinshui County and build his legacy. Yet, during this meeting, Jiang Han and his wife wore grim expressions, thanks to their eldest son, Jiang Qi, standing before them. Tall, with a green dragon-patterned sword sheathed at his waist, Jiang Qi frowned. Father, mother, how could you promise sister to some unknown country bumpkin? Unknown? He's dojo master Li from Flat Peach Town, Jiang Han stressed. Your sister chose him. Sister's just infatuated, Jiang Qi argued. Besides, this dojo master Li probably inherited his school from family wealth. Jiang Han nearly choked. His son opposed blindly without even investigating. Clearing his throat, he said, Dojo Master Li is 22, already a divine execution realm martial artist with potential to reach the postnatal realm. Jiang Qi froze. He'd only reached divine execution at 30, considered exceptional. Still, he stubbornly countered, youthful arrogance might block his advancement. If sister marries into poverty, what then? Talent mattered, but could it bridge wealth gaps? Besides, he had a better candidate, Yin Mo. Watching Yin Mo grow up, Jiang Qi knew his character and background. A perfect match unlike this stranger Li Pingfu. Having traveled widely, Jiang Qi had heard tales of noble girls marrying poor talents, only for the men to abandon them after succeeding. The thought ignited fury. Imagining his beloved sister suffering such fate, Jiang Qi's temper flared. Father, you're giving your daughter away, not selling her. If sister's fooled, fine. But how could you trade her happiness for a promising martial artist? Jiang Qi, is that how you see me? Jiang Han gave up. Seeing his son lost in delusions, he waved dismissively. Meet Li Pingfu yourself later. A servant announced, young Miss and dojo master Li have arrived. The servant eyed Li Pingfu respectfully. This might be the future young master. But hearing arguments inside, he pitied the man. Young master Jiang Qi wasn't easily appeased. Jiang Qi snorted at the announcement. Fine, let's see what qualifies him to marry my sister. He'll never have my approval. Turning to leave, he nearly collided with Li Pingfu, tall, broad-shouldered, with powerful arms and a steady aura, the epitome of martial aesthetics. Jiang Qi paused. Seizing the moment, Li Pingfu clasped hands respectfully. This junior greets senior Jiang, Madame Jiang, and elder brother Jiang. Good. No need for formalities. Jiang Han smiled. Take a seat. Many thanks, senior Jiang. Li Pingfu rose calmly, moving with ease as if at home. Jiang Qi snapped back, almost fooled by appearances. Glancing at his sister, he saw her gaze glued to Li Pingfu and fumed. If even he nearly fell for it, no wonder sister was enchanted. Straightforward by nature, he cut to the chase. If you want to marry my sister, forget my parents' approval, get past me first. Jiang Han stayed silent. While he favored Li Pingfu, failing Jiang Qi's test meant incompatibility. Losing was acceptable, but lacking courage to face challenges wasn't. Without martial resolve, how could one reach the postnatal realm? With sharpened senses from practicing five-spirit play, Li Pingfu had overheard the earlier argument and prepared mentally. A family's marriage concerns were natural, proof they cared for their daughter. Stopping an indignant Jiang Ling'er, he asked, what test does elder brother Jiang propose? Martial artists settle things with strength. Jiang Qi stomped, cracking the threshold as sword energy hummed fiercely. As a sword family, the Jiang residents had dedicated training grounds. On the arena, Jiang Qi stepped forward first, tossing his sword aside. He wouldn't weapon advantage a bare-handed fighter. Li Pingfu removed his knuckle guards. Victory required either ring out or knockout. A gong struck. Two figures collided violently, shaking the stone platform upon impact, muscles distorting momentarily from the force. They separated instantly. This fierce clash was merely initial probing. Xianxia discarded his earlier contempt. Experts recognized skill instantly. That impact felt like hitting stone, his arm briefly numb. This kid had solid foundations. Li Pingfu focused intently. Though Xianxia specialized in swords, his martial skills were formidable. A swordsman armed, a warrior unarmed. Here I come, Xianxia roared, launching a vicious whip kick toward Li Pingfu's temple, his foot like a spike aiming for the fatal point. Li Pingfu sidestepped narrowly, hands darting toward Xianxia's extended leg like crane claws, jabbing viciously at the thigh's pressure point. A hit would disable the leg for half a month. He held nothing back. Xianxia's combat experience surpassed his. Any hesitation would have left him already defeated. Nice move. Xianxia twisted unnaturally, countering with a sweeping dragon tail kick to break Li Pingfu's grip, then press close with rapid punches. Bam! 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 The two tangled fiercely, unleashing unprecedented violence. They're going all out. Jiang watched anxiously, tore between her brother and beloved, tears welling. She longed to cry, "Stop fighting. Don't worry, daughter. With your father here, nothing serious will happen." Jiang Han's eyes sparkled with delight. Who knew steadily Pingfu harbored such ferocity? Perfect for his tastes. True martial artists needed a touch of savagery. On stage, sweat and blood flew. Li Pingfu felt exhilarated. The blinding sun, flesh-pounding strikes, coppery blood on his tongue, bones creaking under strain. The thrill of an equal battle surged through him. Flat Peach Town was too small, devoid of worthy opponents. How long since he'd felt such combat fever? He craved true battle. Suddenly, Jiangxi's voice came. "Admit defeat, renounce my sister, and I'll make you my escort agency's deputy. Better than your dojo." Without hesitation, Li Pingfu's eyes flashed red. "Fight me, you stubborn." Jiangxia studied him deeply, utterly unyielding. Yet satisfaction grew. Li Pingfu embodied pure martial spirit, unwavering in purpose. Such men stayed true to their goals despite obstacles, destined for greatness. Recalling favored Yin Mo, Jiangxia now found him somewhat effeminate compared to Li Pingfu's might. With this thought, Jiangxia charged fiercely again, then suddenly dropped like a leaf off the platform. "I yield." Li Pingfu frowned. The fight was half done. Jiangxi's surrender felt like an interrupted climax, frustratingly unresolved. Though displeased, seeing Jiang near tears, he conceded. Elder brother Jiang is gracious. They couldn't actually fight to death, could they? Jiangxia shook his head. This kid won yet looked dissatisfied. One act. In a reception hall, the atmosphere had eased, no longer tense like drawn bows and loaded crossbows. Jiang Han looked at Li Pingfu, who remained composed without arrogance, then glanced at his eldest son while stroking his beard with a proud expression. His eyes seemed to say, "See, your old man's judgment isn't bad. This lad truly has martial talent." Jiangxia secretly curled his lips, but didn't argue. This time he had indeed lost composure because of his younger sister, allowing his father to gain the upper hand. But so what? As long as his sister found a good match. He looked at Li Pingfu, finding him more pleasing to the eye by the minute, feeling rather like a mother-in-law sizing up her prospective son-in-law. Originally thinking his own martial talent wasn't bad, compared to this lad, he could clearly sense the gap. Most crucially, Li Pingfu's dedication to martial arts was exceptionally firm. He couldn't help sighing inwardly. Each generation has its own talents emerging. Your martial bone and talent are good. If willing, you can come to the Jiang family or our escort agency to spar with others anytime, Jiangxia said with a smile. Having accepted Li Pingfu in his heart, he naturally considered for him. Remembering Li Pingfu's unsatisfied expression after their earlier fight, he chuckled inwardly. Come to our escort agency. Every fighter here is skilled. We'll make sure you have a proper workout. Thank you, Brother Jiang. Li Pingfu immediately brightened. Jiang Qi, having traveled extensively, had versatile and cunning techniques. Though Li Pingfu appeared a master, his experience in Flat Peach Town was just small-scale practice, lacking real life-and-death battles. Thus, some techniques remained inadequately grasped. Take the simplest example. The White Tiger technique's movements were majestic with wide swings, thunderous in momentum, pleasing to spectators, but actually wasted physical strength and internal energy, creating unnecessary openings. Whereas Jiangqi's movements were beautifully controlled, changing unpredictably, often shifting through multiple stances within a few breaths, dazzling the eye while concealing killing intent. Moreover, Jiangqi hadn't even used his sword. One must remember he was primarily a swordsman. If he could bridge this gap, Li Pingfu believed that even facing Lin Fengwu again, he wouldn't need to ambush with crossbows first, but could seize victory instantly. Seeing Li Pingfu's excitement, Jiang Qi laughed heartily. He could tell this prospective son-in-law was a martial fanatic. That was good too. Pure dedication meant fewer complications, better for his daughter. From today onward, you're my son-in-law, Jiang Qi said, producing a pill bottle. This is internal spirit elixir. Taking it can enhance internal energy, increasing your chances of breaking through to the postnatal realm. Li Pingfu was visibly moved. Even if he hadn't eaten pork, he'd seen pigs run. This internal spirit elixir was famously refined by the immortal alchemist Green Deer Immortal, each pill invaluable beyond mortal gold and silver, only exchangeable for spirit stones or rare treasures. He didn't refuse. For Master Jiang to offer such precious pills, as a junior to decline would show poor judgment and create distance. Thank you, Master Jiang, he accepted solemnly. Jiang Ling'er covered her mouth, laughing, eyes twinkling as she gazed tenderly at Li Pingfu. Why call him Master Jiang? You should say father now. Li Pingfu's face reddened slightly, finally feeling somewhat flustered, though his dark complexion hid the blush well as he steadily called out, Father, mother, eldest brother. Good, good, good. Jiang Han grinned ear to ear. With such an excellent son-in-law destined to reach the postnatal realm, the Jiang family's prestige would surely grow. Li Pingfu stayed for dinner to discuss wedding arrangements, betrothal gifts, and dowry. Knowing Li Pingfu came from farming stock, Jiang Han didn't embarrass his son-in-law about finances. No matter how much the martial school earned, it couldn't compare to the Jiang family's wealth. After you two marry, how about I buy you a 4-courtyard house in Yinshui County? Jiang Han sipped tea, testing the waters. Though seemingly generous, there was self-interest too, not wanting his daughter to live too far after marriage, so she could visit often. Li Pingfu hesitated. Living in Yinshui County would make visiting his parents inconvenient. Though Li Rongzhou never mentioned dividing the family, Li Pingfu disliked being too far from his parents, unable to care for them. The Jiangs were already extremely generous to their poor son-in-law, gifting an internal spirit elixir. Refusing would seem ungrateful. Yet he slowly placed the immortal pill on the table. Since childhood, learning martial arts cost my family much silver saved through parents' and brothers' frugality. Now having achieved something, I should care for them more. Yinshui County was some distance from Flat Peach Town. If anything happened to his parents in Peach Blossom Village, regret would come too late. Li Pingfu never forgot those hard times when the Li family supported each other. Jiang Qi frowned, pressuring sternly. Li Pingfu, it's not about denying filial piety. Before he finished, Jiang Ling'er sprang up. Brother, enough. Pingfu Ji can live wherever he chooses. I'll live wherever he does. Somewhat angry, she knew her brother meant, well, testing Li Pingfu, but her affection had been one-sided, making her insecure. Now finally seeing hope after long hardship, she feared ruining it and spoke urgently. Jiang Qi had no rebuttal. With his sister speaking thus, what could he do? Jiang Han just shook his head. Daughters follow their husbands. Girls can't be kept at home. After dining at the Jiang residence, Jiang Linger took Li Pingfu sightseeing around Yinshui County. Her fair face flushed pink, eyes smiling like holding clear spring water, heart settled with indescribable relief. Pingfuji, where would you like to visit? Yinshui's East Street has food and taverns, South Street has martial schools. Jiang Linger counted off knowledgeably on her fingers. Li Pingfu already had a destination. Let's visit Yinshui Academy. To see your brother? Jiang Linger tilted her head, remembering Li Pingfu mentioning a scholarly brother named Li Pingyan. Arriving at the academy, after sending word, soon two students approached hand in hand. Jiang Linger observed curiously, immediately identifying Li Pingyan. The brothers shared similar faces. Li Pingfu's martial training gave him muscular, imposing stature with fiercer demeanor, whereas Li Pingyan was slender with balanced limbs, walking with steady gaze and elegant scholar robes, his handsome features exuding refined grace. These three brothers each have distinct traits. Jiang Linger thought of the youngest, Li Pingyan, that bright-eyed, clever lad with sweet mouth calling Sister Jiang so endearingly. Whenever visiting Flat Peach Town, she brought Yinshui specialties for him. Li Pingyan saw Jiang Linger, knowing this was his future sister-in-law from Little Black's letters. Frowning imperceptibly, he silently critiqued. Reasonably gentle and pretty, seemingly kind, but sticking so close to his brother in public showed no shame. He huffed internally, acknowledging his unreasonable bias, possessive of family, uncomfortable with his brother marrying, feeling sour. Greetings, sister-in-law. Li Pingyan smiled outwardly. Hello, hello. Jiang Linger responded hastily, blushing at sister-in-law. Li Pingyan mentally noted, this woman lacked composure. Second brother, next year's spring exams will be at the prefecture, right? Li Pingfu asked. The Great Yu dynasty abolished commanderies, implementing a two-tier prefecture county system. To prevent local favoritism in exams, candidates took tests at prefectural seats. Yes, at Songling Prefecture. Then I'll accompany you. Previously Li Rongzhou would go, but now Li Pingfu wished to escort his brother. If Li Pingyan passed, as an immortal official, their family would gain government status, elevating their standing. Thinking this, Li Pingfu felt somewhat nervous. Confident, Li Pingyan raised his chin slightly, tone breezy, not particularly confident, merely 90% sure. Haha, Li Weining, showing off again? Li Pingyan's companion, Zhou Juanji, laughed. The academy teachers tested Weining with past papers' flawless scores. He could score perfectly not because that's his limit, but because papers have limits. Even teachers say he's certain to pass. Jiang Linger was astonished. Li Pingyan was this exceptional? Knowing how conservative old academy teachers were, unwilling to overpraise, their confidence proved his genuine ability. Then she felt happy, already considering herself family. The least prosperity meant her own. Li family. Meditation room. Li Pingsan's body continuously emitted waves of light as resistance boost. As proficiency steadily increased +1 on his status panel. Each skill consumed different MP. For example, apart from hallucinogenic mushroom, other fungal skills required little MP. At his current vitality, he could produce 1,000 glowshrooms. Moonlight microbeams and animal speech became passive traits without MP cost. But that same vitality only allowed 70 elemental skill uses. Of course, not all elemental skills had equal costs. Lacking fire affinity, controlling flames at full strength permitted only 20 uses. Comparing skill types, roughly 8 Plastic King spells equaled 1 immortal tier solidification spells power. The left protector had only used 3 spells in their fight, fewer in variety than Li Pingsan's repertoire. The road ahead is long. Concluding cultivation, Li Pingyan connected with his mushrooms, finding the household bustling. Seeing his youngest approach, Li Rongzhou held house blueprints. Canner, what do you think? Renovating our home. Li Pingyan quickly realized this prepared for his brother's marriage. Couldn't have a county lady living in rural shabbiness. The Li residence had been rebuilt multiple times already, expanding from the original thatched hut. Glancing at the plans, impressive. The Li's were truly upgrading, covering 7 or 8 acres, 7-8 times larger. Such a huge estate. Li Pinkin exclaimed. Li Rongzhou smiled. Country construction isn't expensive. Build big with many courtyards. Maybe a fish pond like wealthy families. Once you all have children, we'll need space. Pausing, he added, and some maids. Jiang Linger marrying down would surely bring servants. Li Pinkin considered seriously. Let me select them. His hallucinogenic mushrooms could uncover people's secrets and true intentions, efficiently screening loyal servants. After discussion, when alone, Li Rongzhou whispered, "You'll have your own courtyard with a basement. We'll hide anything unsightly there." More people meant more gossip, but family growth required adaptation. Li Pinkin agreed, thinking future array formations could better conceal their secrets. The wedding proceeded as scheduled. Due to differing social circles, separate banquets were held. The brides at the Jiang purchased Yinshui County House, the grooms at Peach Blossom Village. Jiang Han's long-standing Yinshui influence drew many dignitaries, even Immortal official Liang sending gifts. Despite past Spirit Mountain conflicts, this gesture honored the Jiangs, elevating festivities. Li Pingfu in red groom's robes looked exceptionally handsome on horseback, drawing crowd admiration. What a fine son-in-law, Master Zhang's fine judgment. Receiving guests, Li Pinkin remained poised, knowing they came for the Jiangs, maintaining dignified composure. Many who'd pitted Jiang Lingers marrying down revised their views. Jiang Qi and Jiang Shan as hosts smiled until facial muscles ached, more exhausting than training. Post-banquet, Madame Jiang gazed at the suddenly quiet residence, festivities now past, wiping tears. Jiang Han scolded, "Why cry on this happy day? Inauspicious." Yet he too felt hollow, no matter how good the in-laws or son-in-law. Losing a daughter hurt. Compared to Yun Shui's social obligations, Peach Blossom Village's feast was more down-to-earth. Continuous banquet, firecrackers, red sedan chair, children cheering excitedly to see the bride. Marrying a county lady, such grand scale. I always knew Li Pingfu would succeed. You say that now. Why didn't you offer your daughter? How do you know I didn't? He only cared for martial arts. Quiet. The bride arrives at the Li residence. Li Pingfu's brothers Xie Xiaodao, Li Yuan, Li Chao, Miao Kai all attended excitedly witnessing this. Jiang Linger crossed the fire pan, joining Li Pingfu bowing to seated Li Rongzhou and Lady Qin. Lady Qin glowed with joy. Li Rongzhou, too, was satisfied, having met his daughter-in-law before, knowing her gentle nature held no disdain for their family. Xie Yuan flitted about busily, finally pausing to watch the couple bow to each other, envy flashing in her eyes. After ceremonies, feasting concluded the lively day. That night, in Li Pingsan's courtyard, 2 red lanterns swayed as a new maid dozed by the threshold. Being the favored youngest, his renovated quarters were spacious. Suddenly a window creaked as if an intruder entered. Li Pinkin opened his eyes mid-training. "Eldest brother, shouldn't you be with your bride? Why sneak through my window?" "Caught," Li Pingfu awkwardly said. "Your sister-in-law's asleep." Avoiding the front door prevented disturbing the maid, still unaccustomed to servants. This class change. He produced the internal spirit elixir. "Little brother, this can help you reach the postnatal realm." Confident in his own talent and effort to break through unaided eventually, Li Pingfu wished to give the pill to his brother. He'd withheld it earlier because without finalized marriage, complications might leave him unable to return it. Such a powerful pill, Li Pingkan marveled. This elixir could spark bloodshed on the black market, likely crafted from precious herbs. After consideration, he accepted, as the family's strongest potential cultivator, optimally utilizing resources was wisest. Using martial arts as cultivation protection was safer than fragile immortal methods. Taking the pill, Li Pinkin suddenly asked, "Eldest brother, do you love Sister Jiang?" He disliked his brother, sacrificing happiness for family advancement by marrying up to access Jiang connections. Remembering Jiang Linger's charming, emotive face, Li Pingfu's heart softened, though he said flatly, "She's all right." What kind of answer was that? Li Pingcan sighed. Since when was all right a measure of affection? But sensing his brother's inner warmth, he shook his head, saying all right while feeling warmth. You were just emotionally constipated. After seeing Li Pingfu out, Li Pingcan held the elixir, sensing its potent essence before swallowing. Then he practiced 5-spirit play in his courtyard. As the medicine integrated, warmth surged within. With each cycle, his movements accelerated, the 5-spirit animal forms shifting vividly. Crack! Li Pingfu's internal energy roared, breaking through the divine execution realm's second layer, continuing toward the postnatal realm. The night was as dark as ink. The phantom images of the 5-spirit beasts transformed into 5-colored mysterious lights, continuously swirling around Li Pingsan's body. Radiance burst forth from his pores, forming a dazzling spectrum barely visible to ordinary eyes. The power of the internal spirit elixir exploded within his meridians, rivers of energy roaring through his blood vessels. With each vertebra trembling, the 5-spirit play moves grew increasingly fierce. The footprints on the ground cracked, and as he leapt, a gale of internal energy surged forth. The medicinal power remaining from the treasured plants and fruits within his body refined together with the internal spirit elixir. It's coming! Li Pingsan's intuition flashed, his palms pushed out slowly like moving mountains, an invisible barrier shattered in response, and a mighty surge of internal energy burst like a dam breaking, instantly clearing 12 main meridians in his body, fully connecting the run and do meridians. As the last image of the 5-spirit deer returned to its place, the wind whispered faintly with his every movement. 10 meters away in the courtyard, he could clearly hear the buzzing of flying insects, even the dripping sound of red candle wax in the lantern under the eaves. I've broken through. Postnatal realm achieved. Li Pingcan opened his eyes, a gleam of brilliance flashing within. This breakthrough, aided by the internal spirit elixir, was smooth and natural. It was probably the Tao spirit pill he obtained in the Dragon Palace that allowed him to clearly sense the internal energy flow and blockages in every meridian, making the breakthrough seem effortless. One must know that only at the postnatal realm can a martial artist condense martial courage, gaining sudden spiritual enhancement to resist the mental suppression methods of cultivators. Postnatal Grandmaster now. Strength comparable to a mid-level refined energy realm cultivator. Take, for example, that celestial official Yang, a mid-refined energy cultivator. Without the backing of the dynasty's destiny, he might not hold 2 rounds against Li Pingcan. After a night of cultivation, dawn gradually brightened. Zizi, under the eaves, a little girl sat snoring, a sparkling drool trickling from the corner of her mouth. Still not awake? Li Pingcan was somewhat speechless. This girl's sleep quality was truly excellent. He had broken through 2 realms consecutively to reach the postnatal realm with great effort, but this little girl was sleeping even more soundly than he was. He didn't begrudge her. After all, he had tested her with hallucinogenic mushrooms. Though simple-minded, her loyalty was decent. Looking at the max-level attribute, enhanced resistance, generating the trait mental immunity, on his panel, he greeted his father and transformed into a golden eagle flying towards Qing River. Great Rift Valley. Crimson light diffused in the dark blue seawater, with dark red magma surging through cracks in the rock bed. When magma met seawater, vast columns of white mist erupted, bursting with a noise like a dry iron pot. A cyan-colored body, half hidden among glowing aquatic plants, shimmered with golden scales. The rising mist was split in 2 by the massive body stretching across the rift, forming 2 streams of vapor ascending. This beast was Qiyong. Before his demotion to Green Jiao, he was rapidly refining his dragon skin and horns, acquiring secret techniques from the ancient dragon bloodline. From a 1 zhang-long body, he had now grown to over 8 zhangs, vastly different in size from the giant crucian carp formed by the internal spirit elixir. He looked at the giant crucian carp with a worried expression and said, "Brother, are you really going to go up and investigate?" Li Pingyan took a deep breath and nodded. Wasn't the point of training and grinding proficiency to reach this step? Even though the spore sense, the best reconnaissance ability, could not be used underwater, how could he possibly back down now? He silently thought, max-level enhanced resistance combined with fire control, fire immunity traits, definitely worth a try. Green Jiao gritted his teeth. Then I'll go with you. He could unleash the power of his dragon skin and horns, and if any danger lurked in the Great Rift Valley, he could help his brother. Li Pingsan's heart brightened. With Green Jiao accompanying him, the odds improved. Having spent years together, he trusted the snake's character. Still, he said, "Green Jiao, I'll cast a spell on you soon to increase your fire resistance. But if it gets too hot and unbearable, don't push yourself too hard." Fire and magma were the greatest threats to water-based creatures. Green Jiao beat his chest confidently. "Good brother, don't worry. I definitely won't hold you back." "That's not what I meant." Li Pingyan was speechless. He cast Enhanced Resistance on Green Jiao. He had already used Nature's Gift on the blue snake earlier, so this time the effect wouldn't be as obvious, and he didn't want to waste his mana. Green Jiao's eyes narrowed as he sensed his body changing. His tail excitedly released a long stream of bubbles. He said happily, "Carp, this feels pretty good. You pair it with that thorn technique, give me another round." Although all the lumps on his body disappeared, his itch-scratching hobby remained intact. "You've really gotten addicted, huh?" Even got withdrawal symptoms. Watching the lively Green Jiao, Li Pingsan's nervousness vanished. He thought, the Great Rift Valley is huge, but your size is enormous. If the valley narrows, your body won't have room to maneuver, making you vulnerable. After all, no one knew the real environment of the rift, or if any creatures live there. "Don't worry about that." Green Jiao chuckled, flicking his tail gently. Muttering some words, he instantly transformed into a 3-foot-long, small blue snake. "Watch my size-shifting wood creation." Li Pingyan envied him. His own shape-shifting was limited. He couldn't even become a whale. Even if he did, it would be only a change in appearance, far inferior to the true green dragon. Afraid the brother wouldn't fly. More afraid he'd open the road like a Range Rover. Green Jiao's luck was just too good. No use envying now. The stronger Green Jiao became, the better he could help him obtain the fire spirit. "Let's go." The fish and snake exchanged a glance and swam towards the rift. Gurgle, gurgle. The deeper they swam, the warmer the water became, with more bubbles rising. Some contained red-black smoky gas. "Don't touch the colored bubbles." Green Jiao's expression turned serious. "Those are fire toxins. Once a treasure fish touched them, within 7 days, it rotted all over and died, leaving only its skeleton. That skeleton was still in Green Jiao's collection, used for scratching itches." Li Pingyan nodded seriously, nimbly shifting his shape to avoid the bubbles. "How deep is this?" "No one knows. We must have dived at least 100 li by now." Li Pingyan was amazed. The rock walls of the Great Rift Valley hung upside down, with occasional sharp stone protrusions shaped like cones 30 to 40 meters long, covered in red algae. He couldn't help but feel a chill. Since edible algae grew at the bottom, it was natural to suspect living creatures existed there too. Sharing this thought with Green Jiao, they both became more cautious as they descended. As they went deeper, except for swimming sounds and bubble bursts, everything grew especially silent. Suddenly, a seemingly normal stone wall beside them suddenly shot out flames like a musket, startling Green Jiao into a loud wah-wah. The instinctive fear of fire among water creatures was strong. Li Pingyan had already released his spiritual awareness to watch carefully. Seeing this, he immediately used fire control. The fierce flames seemed to obey the new command and quickly retracted, as if subdued. "Scare me, huh?" Just wait. I'll teach you a lesson. Green Jiao spat at the fiery hole and praised Li Pingyan. Carp, you're amazing. Even if you praise me, I won't be happy. Li Pingyan chuckled. The fish and snake continued swimming deeper. As more fiery holes appeared on the stone wall, occasionally spraying fire columns, Li Pingyan with his fire immunity was fine, but Green Jiao shrieked from the blasts. Hot, burning me to death. Though yelling, Green Jiao was lively and unharmed. With his dragon skin and enhanced resistance, this fire couldn't harm him. It helped him overcome his fear of fire. Seems like we're close. Li Pingyan sensed the aura of the fire spirit, and the initially wide rift had narrowed into countless channels like a lotus seed pod. The red light grew brighter and hotter. Even his exhaled breath turned into steaming hot air. Go this way. Li Pingyan followed the fire spirit's energy to make a decision. He thought, if the path really blocked, he'd use plasticking to carve out a new route forcibly. Fortunately, his worry was unnecessary. The fish and snake entered a channel, descending 34 meters. The path suddenly turned sharply, opening to a huge rocky platform below, which magma constantly rolled and occasionally exploded. The earlier red light was from this magma. Li Pingyan swam onto the platform. The space was vast and unfathomably deep, and the fire spirit's aura churned within the magma. He was troubled. Though he had fire immunity and enhanced resistance, a mortal body could not so easily withstand nature's fury. Normal fire could reach up to 600 degrees Celsius, but magma could rise to 1300 degrees. Even a postnatal realm martial artist's cultivation might not suffice. Li Pingyan dipped his fish fin into the magma, shuddering instantly. The sensation was not heat, but an extreme cold. This was the reverse temperature perception caused by the excessive heat. 15 minutes? No, I'd be lucky to last 3 minutes. That time would be barely enough to dive into the magma and catch the fire spirit. Brother, come look. Green Jiao's excited shout interrupted Li Pingyan's thoughts. Before the stone wall, it twisted joyfully like a seaweed, and in front of it was a plump, bright red plant. It looked like a mushroom, entirely red with burn-like cracks on its surface, a short stalk with a large cap firmly rooted in the rock wall. The cap swayed with the rising heat vapor. Plants growing beneath magma. Green Jiao exclaimed excitedly. This is the fire spirit mushroom. Joy also appeared on Li Pingyan's face. Fire spirit mushroom. Anything carrying the word spirit was clearly a spiritual object of heaven and earth. Green Jiao was about to enthusiastically pick the fire spirit mushroom when suddenly a layer of the rock wall cracked open. Something poked out and snapped viciously. What the hell? Green Jiao quickly retreated explosively, narrowly dodging the attack. His tail flicked swiftly, shaking off the threat. Li Pingyan glanced carefully. On the crimson rock wall, a centipede-like fiery red creature blended perfectly with the wall, invisible unless observed closely. Green Jiao had nearly been ambushed. This is a red-eyed centipede. Li Pingyan recognized the insect. In his previous life at the orphanage, he had heard similar threats. If you don't behave, the centipede will drill into your ear and eat your brain, leaving a deep impression. But a red-eyed centipede able to survive in magma was certainly no ordinary species. Even if not a spirit beast, it was at the peak of treasure beasts. Is this red-eyed centipede the guardian beast of the fire spirit mushroom? Green Jiao curled his lips. Grandpa Jiao must get this fire spirit mushroom today. Wait, Green Jiao. Let me try to communicate first. Li Pingyan stopped him and used animal speech, but felt a fierce hostility. Rampant, furious, territorial hatred grew stronger and stronger. Pure animal instinct, no chance of communication. That wild. Li Pingyan was slightly surprised. His usually reliable druid ability had failed for once. It seemed the spirit and treasure beasts he usually encountered were too gentle. After all, Qiyong, living within the human realm, was generally irritable. The truly savage ones had long been cooked into small meals by cultivators. Since peace was impossible, there was no choice but war. Li Pingyan was determined to obtain this fire spirit mushroom. He sensed that even the fire spirit was restless when he approached it, completely usable as bait to lure the fire spirit. Green Jiao, you go first. Has to be me. Green Jiao laughed loudly, wanting to catch the red-eyed centipede, but was troubled in his mind. This creature blended with the crimson rock wall, its movements hidden and swift. At this moment, he couldn't sense the centipede's exact location. Then get close and let it attack first. Catch the opening. I'm a dragon snake spirit beast. I'm not afraid of a little bug. Green Jiao strode forward attentively. Just as he stepped into the centipede's territory, a red shadow flew out fiercely, attacking him. Hundreds of sharp legs were like countless knives trying to pierce his dragon skin. Green Jiao advanced instead of retreating. Sparks flew where his dragon skin scraped the sharp legs, making a grinding sound. His flesh and blood toughness was unmatched. Indeed, the centipede's legs couldn't penetrate his dragon skin. Thunderwood. Seizing the opportunity, Green Jiao shouted lowly. His dragon horns emitted dazzling light. A bluish-purple lightning crackled and flashed above his head, finally roaring down. Insects feared thunder, especially such a terrifying strike. The red-eyed centipede sensed danger and hurriedly turned to flee, diving into the crimson rock wall and vanishing. Finally, we can pick the fire spirit mushroom. Green Jiao proudly watched the centipede flee and was about to pluck the mushroom when the centipede suddenly reappeared, biting at Green Jiao from another direction. Just as he prepared another thunder strike, the centipede curled up again. This repeated several times, engaging in guerrilla tactics of enemy advances, I retreat, enemy retreats, I harass. Green Jiao's anger flared. Watch me blow up this damn rock wall. What if you blow it up? Li Pingyan said, noticing countless tiny holes in the crimson rock wall, hidden by the firelight. These interconnected tunnels were why the centipede was so agile. Try to lure it out again with Thunder Strike. Leave the rest to me. Green Jiao followed the plan. The moment the centipede appeared, Li Pingyan cast Plastic King, sealing all rock control, trapping the centipede unable to return to the rock wall, causing it to panic. Green Jiao was ready. His Thunder Strike paralyzed the centipede, and his massive serpent body pinned it down, rendering it immobile. Opportunity lost is chance lost. Li Pingyan had coveted this centipede for a long time. It was already rare for an insect to become a treasure beast, let alone one likely able to transcend the spirit beast realm. If magma could have fire spirit mushrooms, surely other spirit plants existed. If he could contract this treasure insect, it would be like gaining a helper that could move freely in magma, aiding in exploration and treasure hunting. He thought silently. Cast insect contract. A faint glow blossomed on the centipede, as if trying to forcibly merge with it. The centipede struggled. Its hundreds of legs undulated uncontrollably like a brush in water. A sharp pain struck Li Pingyan's mind. The centipede's resistance far exceeded his expectations. He could only soothe it mentally. Look, I'm living the good life. You'll be well taken care of. Do you want to eat fire spirit mushrooms? I can share some. Don't you want to transform into a true spirit insect? I can help. Surprisingly, all these kind words had no effect. The centipede was like an unyielding woman, completely unmoved by the bandits' threats. If the wine is refused, serve the punishment. Li Pingyan's eyes darkened. He said to Green Jiao, use your Thunder Strike again, shock it. I refuse to believe it won't submit. If it doesn't submit, it just means it hasn't been shocked enough. Got it. Green Jiao had long disliked the insect and unleashed several Thunder Strikes, shocking the centipede so fiercely that its protein smelled like grilled meat. Strike while it's down. Li Pingyan showed no mercy. His strong mental power shattered the insect's spiritual defense, forcibly completing the contract like a tyrant forcing submission. The red-eyed centipede flipped over, sending out a warm feeling in its consciousness. Its few burnt antennae waved shyly, wanting to rub against Li Pingyan, but too timid, just like a bullied little wife. Back then, you ignored me. Now I'm beyond your reach. Li Pinkan ignored it and got up to swim, looking at the plump fire spirit mushroom. If his own mushroom could gain fire resistance, wouldn't it also be able to grow in magma? Of course, that was very difficult to achieve. Putting aside distracting thoughts, he reached out and plucked the fire spirit mushroom. In an instant, the magma below the platform surged like a tsunami. Fortunately, Li Pinkan was prepared. Fire control, he shouted sharply, his entire body glowing, the carp's tail turning dazzling gold. The surging magma parted around the giant crucian carp and flowed to both sides. Within the boiling magma, a humanoid-shaped fire spirit raged furiously, looking exactly like the raging fire beast from his previous life. Green Xiao, you guard the fire spirit mushroom. I'll deal with the fire spirit, Li Pinkan said seriously. Green Xiao had no fire immunity and was vulnerable to magma burns. As long as Li Pinkan kept the main battlefield out of the magma, they had a 70% chance of victory. Brother, I understand. Green Xiao firmly caught the fire spirit mushroom that Li Pinkan threw. Its agile body darted and weaved, dodging the erupting magma. The fiery spirit roared in anger, its gaze never leaving the fire spirit mushroom. Not only did the red-eyed dragonfly guard the fire spirit mushroom, but the fire spirit's energy was also concentrated within this spiritual plant. With the fire spirit mushroom in hand, there was no fear of you escaping. Li Pinkan thought to himself. Compared to the earlier earth spirit and water spirit, this fire spirit seemed more humanized, but its intelligence was still inferior to humans. Puff, puff, puff. The fire spirit grew impatient. As the magma surged like a crimson dragon rolling back, Li Pinkan pushed his fire control skill to the limit, tearing a gap about a meter wide in the boiling liquid firewall before him. The fire spirit shot out violently from the opening. I'm here to help you. Green Xiao didn't forget to swirl and spray a water curtain, buying time for Li Pinkan. The light flickering on its dragon horns dimmed. The power of water magic was reduced by half in the presence of underground magma. Li Pinkan's back fin scales stood stiffly erect as he activated the shape solidification trait of his water manipulation skill. A sharp water spear finally took form, exuding a chilling frost aura. He shouted lowly, "Go! Fire can overcome water, but water can also suppress fire." The spear, like a dragon and thunder combined, shot instantly, piercing the fiery entity. The underground lava dimmed, and the fire spirit's roar turned fearful. Cracks appeared on the molten surface. Several strands of pure fire spirit energy fled into the lava. Li Pinkan was about to continue his water fire technique when the red-eyed dragonfly suddenly dashed out, leapt into the magma, completely blocking the fire spirit's escape route. Opportunities can be lost. He immediately acted decisively, using element gathering several times, finally refining all 8 fire spirits. Nice! The red-eyed dragonfly crawled back onto the platform. As it shook, the magma beneath it dropped to the ground, forming white blocky substances glowing red. It mischievously leaned back halfway, respectfully retracting its 2 slender antennae. Well done. Xuxian didn't hold back on her praise. A slap followed by a sweet reward. I glanced at the status panel. The 7 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth were all present. A brand new path lay before me. Although the magma on the ground was dangerous, it was also suitable for cultivation, at least temporarily. Looking at the red-eyed dragonfly and the fire spirit mushroom, Xuxian used natural symbiosis to probe the attributes of the 7, all of which were fire properties. If the 7 can naturally symbiotically coexist, could they combine to produce a weaker effect? The fire spirit mushroom was a spiritual plant. Even consuming it raw could increase abundant spiritual energy and enhance cultivation. If it could continuously generate small medicines like the purple gold leaf, wouldn't that be a huge gain? Thinking about the purple gold leaf pills and treasure-seeking bees and their various uses, I enthusiastically attempted to symbiotically combine the 7. But the reality was unexpected. The red-eyed dragonfly showed excitement and willingness, but the fire spirit mushroom was uninterested, swinging its umbrella cap in a disdainful manner toward the dragonfly, fully living up to its treasure-grade status. Forcible symbiosis would have a low chance of success. Left Protector could only helplessly give up. Suddenly, the ground rumbled. The once calm magma boiled violently, and countless rocks fell from the cliff walls. This place isn't safe to stay. Let's go. The fish and the snake exchanged glances, grabbing the fire spirit mushroom and red-eyed dragonfly, quickly retreating. Back at Qing River, the heat faded, like being reborn. It's still cooler here. That great fissure isn't a place for snakes. Green Jiao sighed comfortably. As a snake species, it preferred dark and cool places. Although it had enhanced resistance, being in the scorching heat was still quite uncomfortable. Li Pinkin also breathed a sigh of relief. Except for fire affinity beings, normal people disliked such heat. Without air conditioning in his previous life summer, it was torture. For this reason, he did not take the red-eyed dragonfly out of the fissure, but found an intact magma cave to place it, planning to rely on it to search for treasures and spiritual creatures. As for the fire spirit mushroom, since it couldn't symbiotically coexist naturally and was conspicuous if taken out, it was better to deal with it on sight. Let's split it in half. He poked the plump mushroom stalk with his fin, forming a small pit before it bounced back with surprising elasticity. Without Green Jiao, you wouldn't have easily obtained the fire spirit. Of course, good things must be shared with one's spirit beast partner. All right. Green Jiao consented, saliva dripping and eager. They agreed quickly. The fist-sized fire spirit mushroom instantly turned into sashimi, revealing pure white mushroom flesh. Li Pinkin took a bite. As his teeth pierced the mushroom slice, the bouncy and smooth texture exploded on his tongue. It was crisp and tender, and the burning fire sensation was like a spicy pain, making him instinctively blow air, mouth full of fragrant taste. A strong and thick spiritual energy surged throughout his body, activating his dantian as if flames were burning inside, cleansing impurities without discomfort. Delicious! Green Jiao ate with tears in its eyes, completely stimulated by the spicy flavor. This sharp yet pleasant tingling sensation was as delightful as a good scratch. To prolong the pleasure, it cleverly used a small-scale creation skill to shrink its size, turning into a little green worm that happily feasted on the mushroom slice. It soon made a hole in the tender white sashimi, making Li Pingsan's hand itch with the urge to swat away the pest. After the fish and snake finished the fire spirit mushroom, Li Pingkan properly closed his eyes and sat cross-legged, recalling the basic refining chi technique he had obtained from Left Protector. Taking advantage of the dense spiritual energy in his body, he tried the 100 meetings absorb star marrow, chaos drill, 7 orifices cultivation method taught by the technique. Unexpectedly, after 1 incense stick of time, then 2, then an entire hour, he felt not the slightest sensation of energy and had a vague feeling that something was off with the cultivation path. He immediately stopped. As a druid, his spiritual intuition was strong. If something felt wrong, it probably was. What's going on? Could it be that the cultivation method from Left Protector is fake? Li Pinkin was very confused. Logically, practitioners of demonic paths were lone wolves. The most valuable things were either hidden or carried on them for emergencies. Left Protector wouldn't have a reason to carry a fake refining chi technique. Something must be wrong. Li Pingkan was somewhat distressed. The fire spirit mushroom's spiritual energy was abundant, and his meridians felt swollen and tense. Although skills could consume it, that was actual consumption, not converted cultivation. Excited from initial cultivation, he overlooked some details. After greeting Green Jiao, Li Pinkin quickly returned home, instructing the girl Xiao Ku to keep watch at the door with eyes wide open, allowing no one to disturb except his parents and elder brother. Xiao Ku was dozing, but happily accepted the task. She slapped her face twice to stay alert, glaring fiercely around. Li Pingyan twitched his mouth corner. This little girl could be ruthless when needed. She was destined for greatness. Back in his room, he crawled under the bed, groping in the dark until he pressed a protruding green brick lightly, revealing a hidden passage leading underground. This was the Li family's secret chamber. The chamber was small, only a little over 3 meters long and wide. Li Pingyan used fire control to brighten the candlelight the size of rice grains and quickly approached the cabinet, holding the basic refining qi technique. He opened it and carefully examined it twice. The cultivation method's incantations are correct, unless he thought of a possibility, channeling spiritual energy to his eyes. Upon opening them, the original black ink characters crawled like ants, changing shape and position, turning into a completely new earth god, refining qi technique. Li Pingyan was ready to curse. Such caution, even with anti-counterfeit measures. Ordinary cultivators wouldn't be as intuitively sharp as him to sense something wrong. If cultivated to the end, it might cause catastrophic errors, destroying the path. Memorizing the Wang God refining qi technique, as a practitioner with both wood and earth top-grade spiritual roots, the Wang-style refining qi method was exactly what he needed. He sat cross-legged, finally able to cultivate in peace. The red-eyed dragonfly showed excitement and willingness, but the fire spirit mushroom was uninterested, swinging its umbrella cap in a disdainful manner toward the dragonfly, fully living up to its treasure-grade status. Forcible symbiosis would have a low chance of success. Left Protector could only helplessly give up. Suddenly, the ground rumbled. The once calm magma boiled violently, and countless rocks fell from the cliff walls. This place isn't safe to stay. Let's go. The fish and the snake exchanged glances, grabbing the fire spirit mushroom and red-eyed dragonfly, quickly retreating. Back at Qing River, the heat faded like being reborn. It's still cooler here. That great fissure isn't a place for snakes. Green Jiao sighed comfortably. As a snake species, it preferred dark and cool places. Although it had enhanced resistance, being in the scorching heat was still quite uncomfortable. Li Pingyan also breathed a sigh of relief. Except for fire affinity beings, normal people disliked such heat. Without air conditioning in his previous life summer, it was torture. For this reason, he did not take the red-eyed dragonfly out of the fissure, but found an intact magma cave to place it, planning to rely on it to search for treasures and spiritual creatures. As for the fire spirit mushroom, since it couldn't symbiotically coexist naturally and was conspicuous if taken out, it was better to deal with it on sight. Let's split it in half. He poked the plump mushroom stalk with his fin, forming a small pit before it bounced back with surprising elasticity. Without Green Jiao, he wouldn't have easily obtained the fire spirit. Of course, good things must be shared with one's spirit beast partner. All right. Green Jiao consented, saliva dripping and eager. They agreed quickly. The fist-sized fire spirit mushroom instantly turned into sashimi, revealing pure white mushroom flesh. Li Pingyan took a bite. As his teeth pierced the mushroom slice, the bouncy and smooth texture exploded on his tongue. It was crisp and tender, and the burning fire sensation was like a spicy pain, making him instinctively blow air, mouth full of fragrant taste. A strong and thick spiritual energy surged throughout his body, activating his dantian as if flames were burning inside, cleansing impurities without discomfort. Delicious! Green Jiao ate with tears in its eyes, completely stimulated by the spicy flavor. This sharp yet pleasant tingling sensation was as delightful as a good scratch. To prolong the pleasure, it cleverly used a small-scale creation skill to shrink its size, turning into a little green worm that happily feasted on the mushroom slice. It soon made a hole in the tender white sashimi, making Li Pingyan's hand itch with the urge to swat away the pest. After the fish and snake finished the fire spirit mushroom, Li Pingyan properly closed his eyes and sat cross-legged, recalling the basic refining qi technique he had obtained from Left Protector. Taking advantage of the dense spiritual energy in his body, he tried the 100 meetings absorb star marrow, chaos drill, 7 orifices cultivation method taught by the technique. Unexpectedly, after 1 incense stick of time, then 2, then an entire hour, he felt not the slightest sensation of energy and had a vague feeling that something was off with the cultivation path. He immediately stopped. As a druid, his spiritual intuition was strong. If something felt wrong, it probably was. What's going on? Could it be that the cultivation method from Left Protector is fake? Lee Pinkin was very confused. Logically, practitioners of demonic paths were lone wolves. The most valuable things were either hidden or carried on them for emergencies. Left Protector wouldn't have a reason to carry a fake refining chi technique. Something must be wrong. Lee Pinkin was somewhat distressed. The fire spirit mushroom's spiritual energy was abundant, and his meridians felt swollen and tense. Although skills could consume it, that was actual consumption, not converted cultivation. Excited from initial cultivation, he overlooked some details. After greeting Green Jiao, Li Pinkin quickly returned home, instructing the girl Xiaoku to keep watch at the door with eyes wide open, allowing no one to disturb except his parents and elder brother. Xiaoku was dozing, but happily accepted the task. She slapped her face twice to stay alert, glaring fiercely around. Li Pinkin twitched his mouth corner. This little girl could be ruthless when needed. She was destined for greatness. Back in his room, he crawled under the bed, groping in the dark until he pressed a protruding green brick lightly, revealing a hidden passage leading underground. This was the Li family's secret chamber. The chamber was small, only a little over 3 meters long and wide. Li Pinkin used fire control to brighten the candlelight the size of rice grains and quickly approached the cabinet, holding the basic refining chi technique. He opened it and carefully examined it twice. The cultivation method's incantations are correct, unless he thought of a possibility, channeling spiritual energy to his eyes. Upon opening them, the original black ink characters crawled like ants, changing shape and position, turning into a completely new earth god refining chi technique. Li Pinkin was ready to curse. Such caution, even with anti-counterfeit measures. Ordinary cultivators wouldn't be as intuitively sharp as him to sense something wrong. If cultivated to the end, it might cause catastrophic errors, destroying the path. Memorizing the Wang God refining chi technique. As a practitioner with both wood and earth top-grade spiritual roots, the Wang-style refining chi method was exactly what he needed. He sat cross-legged, finally able to cultivate in peace. In the blink of an eye, a month passed, entering the realm of cultivation, first layer of refining chi. Li Pingsan's expression was joyful. This month-long seclusion completely refined the fire spirit mushroom within him, transporting strands of spiritual energy. He felt a profound and steady aura supporting everything. Though just beginning, he had already mastered the earth god refining chi technique skillfully, not fluent by heart, but very proficient. Firstly, the Wang god refining chi technique was only one branch of refining chi methods. Secondly, it was probably a low-level technique with limited difficulty. Li Pinkin suppressed his aura and discovered the earth element refining chi method was particularly strong in concealing aura. Once activated, he truly became like a black king, attracting no attention at all. Other cultivation methods might have stealth effects, but none matched the earth god refining chi technique. But this cultivation speed is much slower than I imagined. Li Pingsan's face showed dissatisfaction. He had consumed the fire spirit mushroom. Although fire and earth elements were not exactly matching, this pure spiritual energy was solid. Without such abundant spiritual energy as cultivation foundation, it took an entire month just to reach the first layer of refining chi. He had top-grade earth spiritual roots, after all. Although my spiritual energy perception is high and cultivation fast, I don't have spiritual veins or spiritual minds. In such a common region, spiritual energy is pitifully scarce. Only at dawn on the mountain peaks is there purple energy for cultivation. It's incredibly difficult. A clever housewife can't cook without rice. No matter how high the perception, without spiritual energy, it was all illusion. To cultivate quickly, one must either find suitable spiritual mountains, veins, or places with dense spiritual energy, or consume heavenly spiritual plants and spirit beasts, just like using fire spirit mushrooms to aid cultivation. He had planned to cultivate with spiritual sand, but found it too impure, not suitable for direct absorption. There was a risk of poisoning from flawed cultivation. However, spiritual lands were mostly controlled by noble families and dynasties. The only known place with spiritual energy was Spirit Mountain. With an old mulberry leaf and guidance, perhaps he could find the Spirit Mountain hidden by the mist formation. In recent months, the treasure-seeking bees had bullied the five-spirit fox and found many treasure plants recorded on the map. Though their spiritual energy was not as pure as spirit plants and required much time to refine, it was better than nothing. There was also another place to obtain cultivation resources, the Dragon Palace Secret Realm. Now that I'm a cultivator, I can also try the second layer of the Bliss platform. Green Xiao's residence. Usually cheerful Green Xiao now wore a grim and killing expression. Its army, made of treasure fish and treasure shrimp, was swimming eastward along the Dayu River, with little gold among them. What's going on? Li Pinkin had planned to go to the Dragon Palace, but hurriedly stopped Green Xiao to ask. It's those bandits from the east again. Green Xiao's anger showed. The entire Qing River was Green Xiao's territory, where survival of the fittest created relative peace. But robbers from the Dayu River frequently invaded, attempting to seize Qing River's territory. Li Pinkan had heard of this long ago and said without hesitation, "I'll go with you." "Hey, Carp, with your help, we'll surely win big this time." Green Xiao swayed its snake body, delighted. Usually, it was minor skirmishes confined to certain areas, but this time the conflict was fierce. Could there be a fuse that triggered it? Li Pinkan asked his doubt, and Green Xiao also became suspicious, muttering, "A few days ago, the border between Qing River and Dayu River had raging waves. Could some treasure have been born?" The fish and snake exchanged a glance, their faces serious. Following the mixed schools of fish and shrimp, they stirred up countless silt and wood chips, muddying the water. Li Pingsan's transformed little Crucian carp sat on an old turtle, inconspicuous. The water flow fluctuated as if thousands of troops were charging. I squinted. The undercurrent carried several dozen small brown reefs, forming a rolling stone formation that charged the fish and shrimp's vanguard. Li Pinkan clearly saw stones fiercely strike a treasure fish, sharp protrusions immediately carving a bloody mark. At the same time, the reef stones were forced to stop. Two round eyes suddenly emerged atop one stone. The bandits from the east are actually a bunch of giant crabs. This was going to be tough. The key was their number. Their shells were harder than the treasure fish's skin. Even with water manipulation controlling the flow, he couldn't directly crush or freeze them all. Li Pinkan frowned. He liked to think comprehensively during battle, preferring tactics of restraint and guerrilla warfare. Green Xiao, however, ignored that. Seeing its treasure fish disadvantaged, it flared its dragon horns and shouted, "Take my shock thunder technique." Boom, boom, boom. Thunder roared underwater. The river churned as electric nets enveloped 2 or 3 crabs, instantly scorching their shells black. But the reef stones soon split into small crabs, immediately filling the gaps. They were endless. This won't do. It would be best to trap and wipe them out all at once. Li Pinkan tried to conceal his aura. His casting range was limited, so he planned to slowly approach the crabs before acting. But he couldn't ride the old turtle anymore. Creatures like turtles and crabs essentially had no hearing. They relied on vibrations and had very sensitive touch. For example, when the old turtle approached, it spotted a crab hidden in the mud. The crab curled up, playing dead, while the crab raised its claws and charged fiercely. Li Pinkan had to abandon his ride, suppressing his aura to walk on foot. The fierce crab suddenly lost its target, confusedly turning in place before returning to the chaotic battlefield clueless. Swim across this boundary, and it's the Dayu River. The murky waters showed different color depths. Where Qing rivers flow joined Dayu River, a clear dividing line formed. Li Pingqian broke through the line like a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate. The currents instantly became more rapid, and swaying water plants were swept into straight horizontal lines. In close spiritual perception, he faintly caught several dangerous auras from different directions, a chill rising along his spine. Dayu River is far more dangerous than Qing River. He took a deep breath, focused his mind, and planned a swift battle, focusing on the crabs ahead. Looking deeper into the crab army, a massive figure loomed underwater like a shadow. It was much larger than the others, with 8 pillar-like legs standing tall and firm, supporting a round crab body. Its 2 claws pointed upwards, one horizontally covering its mouth, nose, and eyes, constantly guarding weak spots. This giant crab was 2 meters tall and 1 meter wide, as sturdy as a giant, intimidating to behold. This is a spirit crab, a sentient animal, far more dangerous than spiritual plants. Spirit plants might grow hard shells, emit foul odors or toxins preventing ingestion, but spirit beasts could charge wildly, relying on thick skin and flesh, far harder to deal with than fragile refining chi cultivators. Most importantly, spirit crabs had armored shells like armored soldiers, a real headache. I wondered what attracted this spirit crab to invade Qing River so fiercely. "Carp, I'm coming." Green Jiao's voice interrupted my thoughts. Its meter-long snake tail slammed down like a giant club, knocking countless crabs flying. The giant crab was drawn to Green Jiao's presence, charging like a tank. The battle plan was for Green Jiao to lure the monsters while Carp looked for an opening to strike. Green Jiao arrogantly flashed its dragon horns. The shock thunder technique crackled wildly. "Let's see if Grandpa Jiao's lightning can fry your guts." The giant crab understood and angrily planted its 8 legs in the mud. Its movements churned the water into wild waves, stirring sand and stones. Without water manipulation, Li Pingqian might have been swept away. Its pincers smashed through the water like giant hammers, pounding down on Green Jiao's head, creating countless white bubbles. "Bring it on." Green Jiao didn't dodge. Its snake tail spun like a whip, attempting to hit the giant crab and its hammers into the mud. The pincers pierced the mud, sharp like the tips of twin horn spears. With a snap, they clamped onto Green Jiao's tail hard. Green Jiao wasn't hurt because of its dragon skin and even smiled with satisfaction. Previously underwater, the shock thunder technique was dispersed and weak through water conduction. Now, conducting through its snake body, the shock thunder technique burst forth again. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The giant crab smoked from its orifices, paralyzed momentarily. "Now's the time, watch this." Li Pingqian had been waiting for this chance. He unleashed several skills in one breath, combining the reconstructed water manipulation and earth-shaping skills. In the next moment, the mud beneath the giant crab turned into a muddy swamp. Its body slid, and half of it collapsed and sank. Li Pingqian deliberately created 2 swamps of varying depths, causing the giant crab to tilt toward one side and lose its balance. After creating the swamps, he didn't stop but continued manipulating water currents, generating turbulent undercurrents against the higher side to overturn the crab and expose its vulnerable underbelly. For any creature, the abdomen is a weak spot. If he could find and pry open the crab's flip lid, killing it would be easy. Li Pingqian had no intention of negotiating peacefully with this spirit beast. Spiritual creatures are simple-minded. If they dislike you, that's that. This crab was as stubborn as an antique, impossible to reason with, filled with hostility, and crabs had long-standing enmity with Green Jiao. Just when victory seemed certain, the giant crab opened its mouth downward and released countless bubbles that buoyed its body, lifting it from the swamp. "That's too slick." Li Pingqian was stunned. The crab's signature bubble-blowing technique could be used this way. Never underestimate any spirit beast. especially a monarch surviving the dangerous waters of the Dayu River. The crab broke free from the swamp and charged again, its 8 legs clanging like metal. At the critical moment, Li Pinkin mixed water with mud and hurled it at the crab's eyes, blinding it temporarily. He then froze water around the crab's legs, coating them in frost. Water manipulation included freezing, but its power was limited. It could only slightly hinder the crab's movements. If soft methods don't work, we'll go hard. After all, his body had reached the postnatal realm martial artist's toughness. Exchanging a glance, the fish and snake shot toward the crab's shell like lightning. The giant crab sensed danger and thrashed, shattering the ice instantly. Now, their tails pierced through the murky water, each striking one of the crab's eyes. With a sickening pop, the eyes burst, spraying blood and filling the water with a fishy stench, leaving behind empty black sockets. Boom! 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 The massive crab reeled backward, howling in agony. Its frenzy turned the waters turbulent, sending stones flying. In its madness, it even crushed countless smaller crabs underfoot, their shells cracking loudly. This is too brutal. Li Pinkan sighed, too kind-hearted to bear such devastation. Resolving to end their suffering, he pondered whether to steam or braise them. Blind and flailing wildly, the crab was now defenseless. "I'll deliver the final blow," Green Jiao declared eagerly. It swam beneath the crab, its tail stiffening into a spear, and stabbed the crab's ventral nerve center, a fatal weak point it had discovered through years of battling crabs. With a thrust, the colossal creature stilled before collapsing into the mud. The remaining crabs scattered in panic while the Qing River aquatic forces rallied, their morale soaring. As the saying goes, capture the leader, and the gang collapses. Green Jiao wreaked havoc among the crabs. Spirit beasts were on a completely different level from ordinary creatures. The crab centurions were torn apart by swarms of treasure fish, reduced to shattered shells. When the battle ended, Li Pinkin gazed at the motionless giant crab with awe. We actually killed such a massive spirit beast. He never imagined achieving such a feat before. In the past, he would have fled at the mere sight of such a creature. Calling it a spirit beast isn't quite right, Green Jiao corrected. This crab was actually a demonic beast. True spirit beasts like you and me possess intelligence and can communicate. Demonic beasts? Spirit beasts? There's a difference. Li Pinkin was confused. After Green Jiao's explanation, he learned that demonic beasts had physical power comparable to spirit beasts, but lacked awakened intelligence, relying solely on brute strength. They were far more numerous. Most creatures never developed spiritual awareness, remaining violent and savage. I once heard a legend, Green Jiao mused. In ancient times when the world was newly formed, multiple realms were interconnected, and all beasts were born as enlightened spirit beasts. But during an immortal war, the realms shattered, and our ancestral realm drifted into the sea of 3,000 minor worlds, lost forever. Green Jiao envied those primordial times. Only those who had undergone spiritual awakening understood how rare it was. Being born awakened was beyond imagination. Before Li Pinkin arrived, it had no one in the Qing River to talk to, living in lonely isolation. Li Pinkan was astonished. By this logic, even the Great Yu dynasty was but a speck in the vast cosmos. But since this was just a legend, he didn't dwell on it. He'd been burned by rumors before. Every ancient spiritual site or legendary treasure had turned out to be fake. No rumors, no spreading rumors, starting with me, he muttered. Let's check the loot first. As he spoke, little gold suddenly darted over, trembling. Something terrifying. Through animal affinity, Li Pinkan sensed its fear. The golden fish pointed shakily toward where the Qing River met the Dayu River. Realizing this might explain the crab invasion, Li Pinkin followed and found a pale bone protruding from raised mud. Stopping Green Jiao, he carefully cleared the silt, revealing a human skeleton covered in brown algae. The skeleton sat cross-legged in the mud, head bowed, eye sockets and teeth filled with black soil. Its hands were clasped, except for one finger pointing rigidly skyward. The posture radiated resentment and defiance, as if the person had died in bitter injustice. "This isn't a cultivator's remains," Li Pinkan observed. There were no signs of spiritual roots, just thick bones bearing old martial arts scars. The lingering battle aura made his skin crawl. Perhaps this aura had attracted the demonic beasts. Relieved that his evil-repelling talisman remained inert, no vengeful spirits here, he examined the skeleton closer. Aside from a rusted, broken sword confirming the deceased was a martial artist, there was no useful information. Let's give them a proper burial. Li Pinkan thought underwater burials risked accumulating malignant energy, but since the body hadn't corrupted, the person must have been righteous. Using earth shaping and water manipulation, he dried the bones and dug a deep pit. As he prepared to bury them, a strange stone rolled out, inscribed with archaic-looking characters unlike the Great Yu Dynasty script, and only partially preserved. Digging further, he unearthed more stone fragments, gradually piecing together text and a tattered map. "Green Jiao, can you read this?" The serpent flicked its tail smugly. "Of course I can't." Li Pinkan was speechless. Since when was illiteracy a point of pride? Collecting the stones, he figured someone trustworthy might decipher them. Optimistically, this could even be a treasure map, keeping it couldn't hurt. After the battle, loot was tallied. The cowardly old turtle, skilled at survival, happily scavenged tender crab meat from the wreckage. Li Pinkan sorrowfully gathered the fallen Qing River treasure fish, honoring their sacrifice in defending their home. Of course, burying them would be wasteful. Better to let his mother cook them fresh. Seeing this, Green Jiao tossed him a relatively intact butterfly carp. The aquatic world, hardened by survival, never wasted resources. Any flesh that could enhance strength was quickly consumed. This wasn't desecration, but nature's law, the strong prey on the weak. As a druid, Li Pinkan followed natural principles. Not pacifism, but understanding and adhering to nature's rules. Distributing the crab meat to the treasure fish, he and Green Jiao split the giant crab spoils. The pristine white meat, floating like art, made Li Pinkan joke, "We're having crab sashimi." There was no time to cook. Demonic beast meat would attract predators. Gulping down raw crab, Li Pinkan's earth god refining chi technique instantly converted it into spiritual energy. His stomach bulged, then flattened rapidly, astonishing Green Jiao. "Little carp, you're tiny. How can you eat more than me?" By the time it spoke, Li Pinkan had already devoured a whole leg. Green Jiao hurriedly shut up and ate, its dragon horns and scales flickering as it neared a breakthrough. Ugh! After finishing the crab, both lay exhausted, belching seafood fumes. Li Pinkan closed his eyes, feeling spiritual energy circulate through his meridians, warming his dantian. Breaking through to the second layer of qi, refining requires 10 times more resources than the first. And I just advanced. Rushing would risk bursting my meridians. Like weight loss, cultivation needed gradual progress. The ideal method was finding a spiritual vein for steady growth. How difficult? The spirit mountain lacked even a first-tier spiritual vein, just slightly richer in energy than elsewhere. Maybe White Lady knows. Remembering the trapped serpent, Li Pinkan wondered if he could now help her and politely request information. More importantly, he sensed her immense power, far surpassing Green Jiao. Befriending her would be invaluable. Ha ha ha! Green Jiao suddenly laughed manically, interrupting his thoughts. This lord has succeeded. Li Pinkan rolled his eyes, assuming it was being dramatic again, until Green Jiao's scales gleamed, its aura skyrocketing. Water swirled into a massive vortex, churning the river anew. When the commotion subsided, Green Jiao's golden serpent eyes gleamed with pride, its scales glossier than ever. Second-tier spirit beast. Li Pinkan was envious. As a spirit beast, Green Jiao just needed to eat enough to level up. No cultivation required. Half a fire spirit mushroom and crab meat, plus stored energy, had propelled its breakthrough. Your lord is a genius, a future true dragon. It slung a tail around Li Pinkan smugly. Call me daddy, and I'll take care of you. Li Pinkan deadpanned. Really? Just say it. Call me daddy today, and I'll spoil you. If you're so talented, you don't need my tips for the Dragon Palace's Bliss platform trial. Wait. Panicking as Li Pinkan turned away, Green Jiao groveled. Daddy, please teach me. That's better. Li Pinkan smirked. Keep dreaming, serpent. They salvaged the crab's toughest shell. A master smith could forge powerful weapons. Most martial artists used treasure beast, materials like purple tusked boar teeth, his father's spear, but spirit beast parts were rarer. Storing the shell with green jiao for future crafting, Li Pinkan declared, "Let's visit the Dragon Palace. I feel ready for the second trial." Last time, he nearly achieved superior grade. Now, with his breakthrough and the crab's energy, his spiritual sense had strengthened further. "You're such a cultivation maniac," Green Jiao grumbled. Its ideal life was eating and sleeping. Grand ambitions like becoming a dragon rarely lasted 3 minutes. But under Li Pingsan's glare, it quickly changed tune. Dragon Palace. Entering Bliss platform, second layer. Begin. As the familiar scenery faded, Li Pinkan forgot his identity, confronted by visions of earthly pleasures, feasts, wine pools, and beauties. An ethereal moon goddess asked tearfully, "Am I beautiful?" "The most beautiful," he admitted. "Then why won't you stay?" "Because I must cultivate. Once immortal, I can have 10 like you." His trained delayed gratification served him well. The goddess vanished, replaced by other illusions. Breaking through to foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul. Finally, a heavenly pill appeared, the divine transformation elixir, promising instant ascension. "Why won't you take it?" Celestial beings urged. "Is cultivation difficult?" Li Pinkan asked. "Extremely, defying heaven itself. But this pill grants divine fortune. If it's so hard, how can a pill bypass it? Without tempering your Tao heart, how achieve Tao fruit?" The immortals were speechless. Illusions dissolved like mist until the final trial collapsed. Humanly Pinkan has passed the Dragon Palace's second layer, Bliss platform. Chi refining first layer clearance rating, heavenly grade. Reward, foundation establishment pill. Success. Elated, Li Pinkan celebrated his 2-year-long victory. Before him materialized a dark golden pill with its description. Foundation establishment pill, crafted by Dragon Treasure Sage. Tempers the body's foundational Tao. Lacking the ancient prefix of the Tao Spirit pill, it was less precious but still invaluable for consolidating one's foundation. Foundation establishment pill. Li Pingsan's heart raced with excitement. The pill felt warm and smooth in his hand, its surface etched with faint, shimmering patterns. As he brought it closer, instead of the expected medicinal aroma, he detected a refreshing scent reminiscent of new life in early spring, as if holding a tender sprout rather than a pill. With this pill, his path would be further enhanced. Having just reached the first layer of chi refinement with an unstable foundation, he had been worrying about solidifying his cultivation path. And now, this foundation establishment pill had descended like a gift from heaven. The Dragon Palace's rewards were truly extraordinary. Compared to pills that directly boosted cultivation, this spiritual pill that improved one's foundation and tempered the body was far more precious. The firmer the foundation, the further one could tread the path of cultivation. Even a towering structure needs a foundation spanning hundreds of feet. "Little carp, let me see. What treasure is it?" The green jiao slithered over, its golden serpent eyes brimming with curiosity and envy. Having just broken through to the second level of the first rank, it was in a state of giddy excitement, its massive serpent head nearly pressing against the pill. "It doesn't smell fragrant. Will even taste good? How about I help you test it? Test my foot." Li Pinkan shot it an exasperated glance. This is a foundation establishment pill, meant to stabilize one's cultivation foundation, not a snack for you. He explained the pill's effects, leaving the green jiao astonished. Your cultivation speed is already freakishly fast. You're practically not even a fish. With this pill, won't you be like a fish in water? Likewise, your meat-based leveling speed isn't very serpent-like either. Unbeknownst to the green Jiao, Li Pinkin also envied its dragon-blooded luck. When you plan to take this pill, do you need me to guard you? No time like the present. Was there any cultivation site more secure and hidden than the Dragon Palace? At this thought, he recalled the contraband back home, his refining chi technique, and a mysterious record of the blessed heaven spirit. He decided to store them in the Dragon Palace, treating it as a massive vault. That could wait for later. Li Pinkin opened his fish mouth and swallowed the Foundation Establishment pill in one gulp. As the pill entered his stomach, the expected explosion of spiritual energy and searing meridians never came. Instead, an incredibly gentle warmth slowly radiated from his dantian, like a spring rain in March, soft, silent, and nourishing. Wherever this warmth passed, his meridians seemed to be massaged, widened, and reinforced by invisible hands. The minor blockages left behind from forcibly absorbing the fire spirit mushroom and the demon crab's flesh silently dissolved under this warmth. He was like an unpolished jade, and the pill's potency was the most skilled artisan, meticulously carving and refining him without rush or negligence. Comfortable and refreshing, it felt as if every corner of his body had been cleansed, reborn, and returned to purity. Even more astonishing was the newfound clarity and sharpness of his spiritual sense. Previously, sensing the world had been like viewing it through frosted glass. Colors distinguishable but ultimately blurred, like the moon in a mirror or flowers in water. Now that frost had been wiped clean. The world seemed washed by rain, crystalline and luminous. So this is how it is. A solidified foundation also strengthens spiritual sense. Just as physical enhancement improves endurance and strength, these aspects are interconnected. Zhou Juanji's mind settled. The more potent the pill, the milder and steadier its effects, like hearing thunder in silence. Comfortable, liberated, pill consumption truly was exhilarating. Filled with soaring confidence, Li Pinkin gazed at the Dragon Palace. I challenged the third floor. Good brother, such ambition. The green Jiao cheered excitedly, more thrilled than if it were attempting the challenge itself. Crush it. Humanly Pinkin has entered the Dragon Palace's third floor. 100 Battles Hall Trial. Trial requirement. Hold out against a water dragon guard for the duration of 1 incense stick. The scenery shifted once more. No longer an illusory test of willpower, he now stood in an endless white jade training ground. At its center, seawater coalesced, gradually forming a humanoid figure entirely composed of azure currents. This water dragon guard wore armor of flowing water and wielded an icy torrent spear. Its features were indistinct, save for 2 bottomless vortex-like eyes devoid of emotion. This isn't an illusion. Li Pingsan's expression turned grave. Or perhaps an incredibly lifelike combat illusion. Regardless, from a sensory perspective, this was a real battle. He didn't dare delay and struck first. His elemental control had advanced leaps and bounds. With a thought, water manipulation, and earth shaping merged, the jade floor instantly transformed into a muddy swamp, while water arrows materialized from all directions, shooting toward the water dragon guard. Yet, the guard merely planted its spear calmly. Whoosh! An intangible ripple spread out. Li Pingsan's proud swamp creation evaporated instantly into dried mud. The water arrows, upon nearing the guard, dissolved into its body as if summoned, making its form even more solid. Damn, water, spell immunity? Li Pinkin was stunned. The water dragon guard moved abruptly. Its motions weren't fast, but carried a peculiar rhythm, as if harmonizing with the training ground's moisture. With a flick of its spear, it didn't thrust directly. Instead, the weapon morphed into a roaring water dragon, claws bared as it pounced. Li Pinkin knew this move. It was the water manipulation, S-shaped solidification trait. But his water spears were like mudfish compared to this lifelike, dragon-souled technique. A world of difference. Brute force won't work. I need strategy. Li Pingyan retreated hastily, dodging the dragon's pursuit while channeling spiritual energy to summon thorn whip vines, attempting to hinder the guard's advance. Yet the thorns snapped in an instant. As the water dragon closed in, he pushed his postnatal realm physique to the limit, becoming a blur as he circled behind the guard. Just as he gathered strength in his tail to strike its back, the water dragon guard reversed its spear, the tip carrying terrifying penetrative force aimed straight at Li Pingsan's face. Trial failed. A cold voice echoed. His vision blurred as he was ejected from the training ground. "Hey, little carp, why'd you come out so fast?" The green Jiao looked baffled. Was that thing so ugly it scared you out? The gap was too vast. Li Pingyan shook his head. He had once prided himself on his dual cultivation of martial and magical arts, believing himself invincible. But facing the water dragon guard was like a mayfly glimpsing the sky. Its movements were textbook precision, efficiency, and lethality. In contrast, he was sluggish, redundant, like waving a knife before Guan Yu. He had brute strength and a mishmash of skills, but lacked a true combat system and refined spell control. Like a nouveau riche, flailing gold bars as weapons against a martial grandmaster who utilized every ounce of force with surgical precision. Seems passing the third floor remains a distant goal. Yet instead of fear, his expression burned with excitement. A free combat instructor, even if he couldn't clear the third floor. Simply learning from this battle experience was invaluable. Returning home, Li Pingyan sat cross-legged, palms upturned, circulating the Wang God refining Qi technique. After consuming the Foundation Establishment pill, reborn with widened and tempered meridians, his cultivation speed should have skyrocketed. Yet progress remained sluggish. This efficiency is too low. Li Pingyan opened his eyes, frustration evident. He focused on his breathing, but the ambient spiritual energy was pitifully thin, like rice water diluted 1,000-fold. The energy he absorbed was negligible. It felt like being given a vat capable of holding rivers and lakes, yet the only tool to draw water was a broken ladle riddled with holes. Even the cleverest housewife can't cook without rice. He sighed deeply. Without a spiritual vein or treasure land, relying solely on this meager energy, even with my talent, reaching the second layer of Qi refinement might take ages. He missed that hidden spirit mountain even more. Even if it wasn't a first-grade spiritual vein, it was 100 times better than here. Once I fully absorb the demon crab's flesh, I'll search for that mountain. Suddenly, a crisp voice called from outside. "Third young master. Third young master. The master summons you. Great news." Good news? Calculating the dates, realization dawned, and joy sparked in Li Pingsan's eyes. "Father, did second brother pass?" He strode swiftly into the hall, urgency in his voice. Li Rongzhou handed him a letter, beaming. Not just passed, he topped the list. Li Pingyan took the letter, scanning it rapidly. Sent by second brother from Songling Prefecture, it detailed how mortals seeking merit in this dynasty had to take the spring examinations. After ranking on the golden roll, they would meet the prefecture's celestial officials. And second brother wrote that he had caught a celestial official's eye, soon to be appointed as an official, becoming a celestial clerk. The flamboyant handwriting practically leaped off the page, radiating second brother's exhilaration. Second brother is amazing. And not just any celestial clerk. Triple honors, a prefecture-wide auspicious sign. From now on, the Li family would rise from mere farmers to an official household, their social status transformed. Whether traveling the martial world or managing businesses, invoking a celestial clerk's name would command respect. Beneath his composed expression, Li Rongzhou couldn't conceal his excitement. Such joyous news must be shared with our ancestors. Who could have imagined, during their days of fleeing famine, that such glory would come? Lady Qin wept tears of joy, clutching Jiang Linger and Xie Yuan's hands. "Quick, prepare. We must host a banquet. Celebrate properly. She recalled Li Pingyan's stubborn determination to study after failing the spiritual root test. To rank first, he must have suffered immensely. Her heart ached and swelled with pride. Even Li Pingfu wore a genuine smile, sincerely happy for his younger brother. Watching this heartwarming scene, Li Pingyan grinned brightly. Second brother's induction into the imperial system meant he would enjoy Destiny's favor and receive court updates firsthand, immensely beneficial for the family's future direction. Having connections in court smoothed all paths. With insight into the court stance, many missteps could be avoided. Half a day earlier, outside Songling Prefecture's Noble Academy, crowds surged, clamor reaching the skies. Beneath the red wall posting the golden roll, examinees and servants jostled. Some households rejoiced, others grieved. Those finding no names on the list beat their chests, wailing behind sleeves. Others wept joyfully, incoherently shouting, "I passed." Amid this chaos, two figures stood apart. Li Pingyan, in a blue robe, stood straight as a pine, hands behind his back, his expression as calm as ever. His companion, Zhou Juanji, teased, "Waning, aren't you going to check if you're the top scorer?" No rush. Li Pingyan shot him a glance, though the slight upturn of his lips betrayed his nerves in anticipation. Suddenly, louder exclamations erupted. Servants pushed through, shouting, "The top scorer is Li Pingyan, Li Waning of Yinshui County." "Huh, I knew it." Zhou Juanji slapped his thigh, happier than if he'd passed himself, grabbing Li Pingyan's arm. "Waning, did you hear? Top scorer. Triple honors." Li Pingyan took a deep breath, suppressing his elation. Calmly straightening his sleeves, he sniffed, expected. No need for fuss. No sooner had he spoken than a tide of people engulfed him. "Top scorer Li, congratulations. My master, the prefectural judge, invites you for tea. Young Master Li, my lady admires your talent. Here is her betrothal card. Over here, the Wang family, prefecture's wealthiest, offers riches and a grand wedding if you consent." This was the great Yu celestial dynasty's unique tradition, snatching a son-in-law beneath the role. To established families, a promising young celestial clerk was worth more than gold. Securing one as a son-in-law meant prestige and a vital investment. Moreover, talent bred talent. The literary star's descendants would be cleverer, improving bloodlines through marriage. Li Pingyan found himself besieged by eager matchmakers. Frowning, he noticed a steady-eyed butler parting the crowd with a bow. "Young Master Li, my master requests your presence." Four muscular guards flanked the butler, experts at a glance. Such pomp indicated no ordinary wealthy family. "Your master is the Mu family of Songling Prefecture." The butler spoke simply, yet his tone radiated absolute confidence. The Mu family. The clamor quieted. Envy and jealousy filled the onlookers' gazes. The Mu family, a centuries-old noble house, had produced court officials and immortal masters, Songling's true titan. After brief consideration, Li Pingyan nodded. "Lead the way." The Mu estate's winding corridors, pavilions, and towers dwarfed Yinshui County's so-called great families in opulence. In the reception hall, Li Pingyan met the family head, Mu Hong. Past 50, Mu Hong wore brocade robes, his scholarly face sharp-eyed, clearly a martial expert. He didn't inquire about Li Pingyan's background or test his skills, merely chatting over tea like any elder. "I heard you rose from farming through hard study. Commendable." Mu Hong sipped tea. "My family's diligence enabled my success." Li Pingyan knew this casual talk was the real test. "Well said." Mu Hong's eyes gleamed approvingly. "Also heard you have two brothers, close-knit. But once you rise high, will you remember these humble roots?" The air seemed to freeze. The question cut deep, probing his character and ambition. Yet Li Pingyan smiled brightly. "Master Mu mistakes me. My achievements stem from my family's sweat and blood. A tree grows tall, but its roots remain in earth. Without them, I'd be rootless duckweed, scattered by the faintest breeze. How could I rise? If I advance, I will uplift my family until every leaf soars like a dragon. His voice rang firm, brimming with familial devotion. Behind a screen, bright eyes watched this spirited youth through gauze. Mu Wanxiu, Mu Hong's illegitimate daughter, had grown up observing subtleties in the luxurious but politically charged household. She'd seen countless pretenders, but this youth's clear, steadfast gaze and genuine pride when speaking of family couldn't be faked. He's different. Her heart rippled like a pebble-dropped pond, delicate blush coloring her cheeks. What a phrase, everly soaring like dragons. Mu Hong clapped, laughing. Waning, I have a daughter, Wanxiu, 17, fair-faced and gentle. Would you join the Mu family as a son-in-law? Li Pingyan's heart jolted. He'd anticipated the Mu's intentions, but not this directness. I'm honored. He paused, then countered. Master Mu, I have a request. I wish to serve in Yinshui County. Would that be feasible? He couldn't abandon his family. Yinshui was close to Peach Blossom Village. Mu Hong blinked, then understood, growing even more assured. A loyal man was better than an ungrateful wolf. Today's investments wouldn't be wasted. Besides, familial attachment meant leverage, easier to control. The Yinshui County clerk position? Simple. Mu Hong agreed immediately. Yinshui was a major county. With Li Pingyan young, some grassroots experience would aid future promotions, solidifying Mu influence. Noble houses thrived through generations of marriages and talent recruitment, anchoring their power like sea calming needles.